What is up, YouTube? I am about to get started on TikTok, so just give me a moment and we will get it going. Here we go. Manly Monday. What's up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. We're back again for another live. It's time to rock and roll. Who dis? Because you're live. Oh, I was trying to go in and see somebody just went live, but fuck it. We're about to do it live. All right, let me search for myself. Oops. Oopsie. Yeah, I'm running a little behind today, guys. My bad. This fucking live studio always has to have an update pushed whenever I'm already running late. I was already running a little late, and then I go to start all my stuff, and of course it's had to do a fucking forever update. Manly Monday is started. Is on. All right, let me share it out. Now let me go get my alt. Good morning. What's up, old wolf? GNV, what is that? What is GNV? Forgive me, I'm an ignoramus. All right, where's my alt? There you are. Let's see. Oh, of course, now my app is starting to crash out on me, this motherfucker. All right, all the dudes out there, if you got something you want to talk about, you're welcome to come up. It's Manly Monday, so today it's a space for men. I probably should put safe space just to troll some people. And now we're done. All right. What's up, guys? It was a good weekend. I spent a good portion of that building a game that I've been wanting to play for a long time. I don't know if that's a manly thing. I don't know. I think a lot of programmers are dudes, but I think maybe that's just because of sexism in those spaces, especially like IT. A lot of sexism in IT. A lot of dudes. IT is like a sausage fest. And it's weird. You would think that a lot of those nerdy guys wouldn't be so chauvinistic, but a lot of them are. And it really shows, especially when you get into like management. Some of those guys are just dicks. And women trying to make it in the IT field, yeesh. Fucking dudes everywhere. All right. Sorry, I probably should have reorganized this before I got started. It's very sausage fest for sure. Yeah, what's up, The Breeze? Oh, we got our first contestant on The Price is Right. Let's see who this is. Oh, The Breeze.
Come on down on today's showcase.
What's up, man?
The Maytag Washer series.
Yeah, man. God, I remember that show. Is that still going on? Isn't that Drew Carey doing it?
Suck-ass. Yeah, Drew Carey's doing it, though. It's lousy with Drew. Like, he don't have the same swag as Bob, you know?
Yeah. Of course, Bob, I hear, was a fucking rabid racist. Did you hear that?
I believe he was, but he had all the women after him, you know?
That's true. Yeah, he would, like, I've seen a TikTok video of the dude, like, running away from all the black women that were trying to hug him. And it's like, get me out of here. Fucking, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Not surprising.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy how much the mind of somebody can get swayed by fictional things. You know, it's really scary sometimes, like, to be able to watch somebody that you once knew as a kid or you known as an adult and watch their mind completely shift all of reality because they were told something that has no relevance to life or living, but only, you know, in a certain directive.
So what do you, like, give me an example. What do you mean?
Man, everything from Oreos are good for you. You know what I mean? Like it's
Or eggs. I don't think they've still figured out whether eggs are good for you or not. And milk.
well, all I know, man, is I can go
milk
up to
is
a
definitely
chicken
good
house
for
in the
you,
morning
eggs.
and get an egg and crack it and cook it, and
Eggs
it's
is one of the best source of
scrumptious.
protein.
Well, I don't know how old you guys are, but in my lifetime, I think I've gone through at least 3, news reports of, new study shows that milk is good for you. And then, a year or 2 later, new study shows that milk is bad for
Here's
you.
a question. How
What's
many
up?
timelines do you think you've jumped in your lifetime?
I don't know.
What? What does that even mean?
And I don't mean that as a deliberate, but something that you thought was a certain way, and then all of a sudden it was something else.
You're talking about like Mandela effect type shit.
In a sense, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it.
The Mandela
No.
effect is a scam, dude. If I took anything that you're familiar with and slightly edited it, and I showed you
Well,
a picture
I
of
can-
it, you probably wouldn't even notice the difference.
Listen, I can tell you this: the same Hershey bar that I used to get when I was a kid for 25 cents is now $1.50, and it's twice as small as it was. It was way bigger before.
That's not the Mandela effect.
Yeah, that's just
Right.
economies of scale.
That's just, yeah.
But no,
They're
like,
charging you more. You know what I mean? They're
Now, I
trying
don't-
to pass it off as the same thing.
I don't know if this is necessarily a man issue, but the Mandela effect is pretty fucking crazy. Like Berenstain Bears, I remember Stein. I remember it as Stein.
Oh my! I know exactly
How
what
about-
YouTube video you're talking about.
how
dude. You
about
watched the
watching the
YouTube.
moon
You watched
come
the
up
YouTube video. Dude.
Over the same tree
Well, it's-
every year your entire life, and then it being moved 5 feet.
And
And then the Monopoly
I've
one
seen,
with the glasses.
yeah, or Nelson Mandela, for which the name is derived. I mean, there's
Dude,
all
but the thing
kinds
is,
of crazy
it's
shit.
It's such a scam because if I took anything you're familiar with, like a child show you used to watch, and then slightly edited the character in some way, you'd be like, "Oh, he used
Maybe
to look
the
like that."
average person, but I
But
would probably
here's the
pick up
thing.
most of the details.
The like with the Berenstain Bears, there is an image of it on VHS as Stein and not Stan.
Yeah, they've edited it. Yeah.
So, the theory is, for anybody that doesn't understand it, the theory is that our timelines or parallel universes are kind of colliding with each other. So, in one, timeline, it's Berenstain. In our old timeline, or my old timeline, it was Stein. But then once they
Yeah.
merged, now you get variations of both. So then you have some people that remember it one way, and then another group of people that remember it the other
The
way.
best way to explain it is imagine taking 5 pieces of paper and drawing the same image on all 5 of them, but
But
slightly
it's not
different.
real though. There are no there's no
Stacking
proof
them on
the
top
other
of each other and pressing it with enough force where all 5 pages become one.
That's not the same thing. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
Not
he's.
the same thing. I don't think he knows what the Mandela effect is at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, I basically just explained that. So like,
Yeah, you
Berenstain.
explained it pretty good.
So Berenstain Bears, Breeze. Do you remember it? The book, the kids'
I-
book. Now, do you
I have
remember it
it
as
still to this
Berenstain, or do you remember it as
Yeah.
Berenstain? Because the claim is that it's actually Berenstain, not Berenstain. But I don't remember, because here's what I know. Had it been Berenstain, we would have made fun of that shit as kids. Berenstain. And I
100%, yeah.
would have remembered that, like, in
Yeah, your mom's a
Shazam. Yeah.
Berenstain.
The thing is,
Right.
it's okay. So there's something in psychology which tells us that you're constantly rewriting the past through your biases that you're experiencing now. So whatever lens that you are in your current life, you tend to rewrite your past with that same outlook. So my
I
whole
don't know,
thing
man.
is,
I
I think
broke a kid's
I
knee
don't
with a baseball bat.
I
when
don't
was a
think
kid.
we'd
It
ever.
didn't
I don't.
change now. He's still got a bum knee.
He's still got a bum knee. I'm sorry, but that's fucking. That is the worst example I've ever heard. But that's hilarious
So,
as fuck.
this guy's This guy is
Dude,
on a
that
roll
was
for having
hilarious,
the
though.
worst
He
comprehension
said,
skills
he
ever.
said I smashed a dude's knee with a baseball bat, but he's still got a bum knee.
It's one of those aluminum ones. It was right when they first came out.
Yeah, but the way my example would work would be that the fact that
Oh
you
my
busted
God.
some guy's knee open, you would tend to rewrite that memory through your biases now, so you tend to justify it,
Still
find
got a
other,
bum knee.
you change your attitude
Oh, he
towards
was
that
attacking my cousin. He was on top of him.
Yeah, you
It was
see, so-
legitimately
so-
justified.
All right.
There was no-
Hey,
You just proved my point.
to reinforce what Ghost has been saying about rewriting. Remember back when the books were originally published, cursive writing was very predominant and in the visual
longhand?
space, especially in writing. And now it is not. And when
Can
you
you
look
write it?
at
I
the
can. I can write it.
I
in.
can, but let me get to my point.
I know where you're
When
going
you are
with
not used to seeing, when you're used to seeing not cursive, when you look at the cursive E, specifically the form of the E that was used to publish Berenstain, it looks like an A. So
Correct.
people who are not used to cursive are going, that's an A, not an E, and everybody who knows cursive is going, the fuck?
Yeah.
It's
But
disassociation.
it's definitely a scam though. There is no parallel universe where it's actually Berenstain and not Stain. Whatever.
The theory on this is Schrodinger's cat. We don't know, and we don't know, and like until we find out, like we don't know.
Until you
ultimately-
find out.
Who's gonna
how.
open that box?
I
Who's
don't
gonna
know.
open another
I know some
parallel
dude will end up
universe, bro?
sticking something in it. That's just how it
Well,
happens.
so they think it's because of CERN, like where they're fucking
So
with
I was wondering that.
matter to the point where it has started to unlock rifts in our timelines, which
currently
causes them to
stopping CERN.
merge. That's the conspiracy theory. Now you can believe it if you want or
Yeah,
not.
they're shutting it off.
specifically
It's shutting off like the past couple days.
No, CERN's been turned off for the past year and a half. They have something like 30 years worth of data that they're still trying to parse through from all the experiments they ran. Now, the fun thing is, one of the last experiments that the Large Hadron Collider conducted, they had an error occur because a damn weasel got into the firing track and got shot.
10 years from now, though, it's going to be a raccoon. And you will have remembered it as a weasel, but they'll be like, no, it was a raccoon.
Oh my god, dude. Your guys' generation, generation, I can make you guys believe literally anything.
Well, look, I mean, like C-3PO, for
Remember when
example.
AI came out? Remember when AI came out and all your
Yeah, on
generations
June
were like
26,
believing every
2026,
single
it's being
video?
shut off again. It's not currently shut off.
Fruit of the Loom. I mean, there's
it
a
up.
lot.
They're
There's a
shutting
lot
it
of
off.
examples
Wait,
of this
wait,
stuff.
what's the one with
Monaco
Fruit of the
on
Loom?
the Monopoly
I remember
Man.
that one.
Right.
Dude, you watched that YouTube video. I know you did. You watched the same YouTube video I watched as a kid
Well,
about that
it's just, I don't know of any singular YouTube video that you're talking about, but this is something that I've looked into for probably 10 years or more, because it was the Berenstain Bears for me that just really got my goat, as it were, because I'm like, it was not the fucking Berenstain Bears, it was Berenstain, and that's how I remember it. That's how my wife remembers it. That's how all my brothers and my mom remember it. So it's it's just
Yeah, I remember
Weird.
it being like that because we used to question whether it was.
Well, that doesn't mean the
Steen
Mandela
or
effect
Stein,
exists,
right?
though.
well, that's true. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's factual. I'm just saying that it's weird. I'm not even sure how we got into this conversation to begin with.
Yeah, but
Although
either.
I'm all about it because I love that shit.
The Mandela effect.
And see, that's how it
sir.
fits
We go
with the
down
man
deep rabbit
panel.
holes.
I want to point out that's how, in case
You'll see
anybody's
how it
wondering,
fits.
that's how it fits in the man panel
at the
because
man
it's
panel.
a Mandela effect. Okay, so if you're wondering, that's how it
Dome.
fits.
That drum kit.
That is
Only men normally
Great
force things
marketing,
down
mate.
other
That's
people's throats.
bro. That's like MAGA mental gymnastics right there. That's pretty good though. We're gonna make this square peg fit. By God. Anyway, so who here does not believe that it's possible for timelines to, kind of merge in each other?
I don't think there are different timelines. With all due respect.
Okay.
How old are you, Ghost? Just by
20.
question. 20? Right. You haven't lived long enough to experience any shit yet.
Experience in life has nothing to do with understanding parallel universe.
When it happens, man, you're gonna think back to this moment in your life and be like,
And what
man,
happened?
that son of a bitch on the internet
What,
was
what
right.
are you
right.
talking about? Nobody knows what you're talking about, bro.
That's pretty funny, though.
Everybody in here probably has
Best way to
experienced it at some
describe
point.
why I personally believe in what there are diverging timelines and parallel universes and stuff is because of how the mathematics behind quantum mechanics functions. There are, like, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and stuff has been
I
so
believe it
far
'cause I've lived it.
mathematically
I know what it's like to
proven.
drown in the ocean. It's not fun.
Shut up.
The Heisenberg uncertainty principle has mathematically proven thus far, even down to the
I'm tired of these
quantum
shitty
level
examples
and into
of like
quantum
him
mechanics.
busting someone's kneecap, him drowning. Like, what are these examples?
Okay, look, you can laugh at them because I'm sorry, but that's kind of fucking funny, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I don't
I
get what
gotta
the
say,
problem
it's
is.
kind
It's
of
coming
funny.
at me hard over there.
It could make no sense, but I'm still giggling over the kneecap situation. I don't even get it.
And I don't know who was just talking about
Makes
that.
me giggle years
Hey,
later.
can we
man,
talk
thinking
about the
it.
kneecap? I don't see where you were going with the kneecap thing. Can we just?
Okay.
So it was a tingle. There was a certain tingle that lands in your hands after you swing the bat, man. The aluminum bats, those old ones. It's just that feeling. It's that feeling. It lets you know.
I got a feeling.
With the coordinator or rubber grip?
Oh my god.
That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night.
Guys, see, this is what happens when dudes get together. We talk about the dumbest shit. So if any women wonder what guys talk about whenever they get
It
together.
feels good though, don't
It's
it?
shit, yes, it's literally shit like this. This is the
You
quintessential.
have the fire going.
Man
We all
combo.
just bounce around making nonsense, and it just blows off steam. It's something that's gone back since the beginning of time. We hoot and holler randomly.
I will fully admit that me and my brother sat down, polished off a handle and a half of whiskey, and we redesigned the AA battery because we were trying to figure something else out, and we went down the rabbit hole of chemical and mechanical reactions and basically redesigned the AA battery. When we were sober the next day, we looked it up and we're like, well, shit, we did it right.
You know,
That's
you're
awesome.
a battery. You're an actual battery. You can take a multimeter and put it down to 20 volts, and 12 volts and measure yourself, and you'll produce about 3 volts of electricity. However, if you hold a piece of copper in your right hand and a piece of zinc in your left, you'll raise your electrical current up to about 6.5 to 9 volts.
You just don't tell them where you have to stick one of the probes, though.
Probes.
Yeah.
So you gotta hold it in two positions. You have to hold them straight out, like you're holding a spear vertical, or you have to hold them sideways, like you're sitting in a chair.
Yeah, because you gotta make sure that
Everybody holds a
you gotta
current.
make sure
Some
that
are
the
stronger than
inductive
others.
fields of the two metals don't wind up running in opposition to each other, or it cancels it out. Because magnetic
Well,
fields do
but
crap.
you can't. So your
Yeah, but
entire
aren't you
right
just
side of your
picking
body
Aren't you
is
picking up
positive
atoms
energy,
from the air, though?
and the
Energized
entire
atoms from
left
the air
side
as
of your
well?
body is negative energy, and the atoms from the air won't radiate past the field of electricity that you're producing, otherwise known as your aura or your ether.
My ether.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now that we've got that out of the way, we went from Berenstain to human batteries.
That's right.
I wonder if there was
Cover
a
a lot
way
of
to generate electricity from the body just in its natural state.
A very small amount.
Human-
You carry a small. Everybody carries a small charge.
Three
Right,
volts.
but you
Right.
get 300 million people or even 10,000 people together. I wonder how
Just
much
hold
Now you're
that would
talking
produce.
Matrix.
You got to remember, the human body is a biomechanical process that
Got it.
uses electricity to transmit information
That's
from
right.
various parts of the body back to the central nervous system. So we have to generate our own electricity in order to be able to function. And like the Breeze said, the voltage is about 3 volts. The amperage is, I think, on average
Minuscule.
about 3 to 5 milliamps. Because if you
have a
put
multimeter
3
there?
milliamps across your heart, you can introduce arrhythmia.
So I wonder if sucking the electricity from you would actually be detrimental.
Energy vampire.
Assuming you protect your heart, right? Because the heart relies on electric currents to
that will be stopped if enough of it's taken from you. That's why vampires used to be more real. They were just more open about it, kind of in that sense.
Leeching your energy.
They take it all from you, so your heart will just give out. You can't pump anymore.
That's interesting. I wonder if there are people who actually draw energy from you just naturally. Like, you ever known somebody when you get around them, you just kind of feeling lazy and
you ever
shitty?
known somebody that you just need to touch them? Like, you have an urge to touch them, like an athlete. You're like, oh my God, I got to go touch that.
Yeah, but I'm not allowed to speak about that in public anymore.
Right. So the things are, you know what I mean? You can't get the paperwork put on you, you know? But that's legitimately what it is. Like, people feel the energy from them, and everybody wants it. That's why they want their merchandise and their accessories and stuff. They feel the energy and the power from it, you know? They feel all the eyes are on them.
And that actually speaks to, like, people that get into, geology and the rocks and stuff. A lot of women will buy rocks and stuff, and there's different, you get different feelings from different rocks. I wonder if there's scientifically something from that.
Yeah.
Crystalline structures do have an influence on how electrical and magnetic fields operate.
See, maybe maybe there's something to that. Some of us probably look at the rocks, and I saw TikTok videos like, this is how you make your spouse happy, and he just like hands her this random rock, and she's like, oh, thank you. Pretty funny.
Well, no, that's just basic human crow brain.
Speaking of basic human crow brain, do you believe that anybody should starve?
No.
Me neither. And I think it's kind of crazy that there's people in the world that would allow another human or even another animal to starve. It's whack.
I agree. Since we got the dudes here, is there anything related to being a man that you guys wanted to talk about? I mean, Mandela effect aside and all the other stuff aside, is there anything on your mind? Like Hooligan, do you have an update to your situation? Is that getting any better? Mm-hmm. Oh, Hooligan may be busy. Oh, yeah, he's busy.
He just got red barred.
He got red barred. Yeah, I mean, if if there's something on your mind, you guys are welcome to chime in.
The phrase, the therapy is to the mind what the gym is to the body.
I like it. Do you see a therapist? Or have you?
I've seen it. I have seen a therapist to work through some stuff, and it wasn't even because I was having depression or anything. I was just like, I want my brain to work better. I don't like the way my brain's working right now, so I went and saw somebody for about 6 months, and it helped a lot because I didn't have any big issues. It just, I got to have a third person who I have had no context to the rest of my life give me some perspective on how my thought process is, how I was acting, how I was presenting myself, all that stuff, and it was really clarifying.
Yeah, it helps.
And it gave me tools and habits it gave me some habits and processes that I still use today, just like people go to the gym, a physical trainer to get, and they keep using those strategies for the rest of their life.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good analogy. The gym analogy. A lot of men go to the gym as a part of their healthy, fit lifestyle, but they may not also go to the therapist, which they probably should. I mean, shouldn't we all, at least temporarily? Puddin' Pop, what do you think? Therapy, yes or no? Puddin' Pop is about to jump into the waterfall. All right, Puddin' Pop. I'll just go ahead and drop you. If you want to come back up, you're welcome to join. That noise stopped. I didn't even realize it was there until it was gone. But so, like, do you think that if somebody goes all the time to a therapist, that it becomes like has diminishing returns, or do you think it's something that's like temporary? You get in, you figure something out, and then you get out, barring lifelong trauma?
I honestly treat it like a lot of people treat the gym. There's people who only have to go to the gym occasionally or once to get the good habits, and then they're able to maintain them. And then there's other people who have to go weekly or even daily to the gym to maintain the state that maintain their state, the state that they want, or to reach a specific goal. It's the same thing with therapy, and it also really depends on with the same thing with gyms. You try out different gyms. If you're not meshing with a gym, you go to a different gym
or a
same
machine.
Thing with therapy. Right. Yeah. There's a ton of different therapy strategies out there. There's movement therapy, there's sound therapy, there's talk therapy, there's craft
sex
therapy. There's all these different. Yeah, that's actually a whole thing. But that's all out there, and it's the fact that people don't treat it the same way as the gym. I'm like, if you're willing to do that to the gym and pay $50-$60 a month to the gym, why aren't you willing to do $50-$60 every 3 months to go just talk to somebody and go, hey, my brain's kind of doing weird shit. What's going on? Can you give me some perspective?
I'm sorry, Bison, your comment. Do they have therapy and hospice for TDS?
From devotion syndrome? Yes, they do. It's called deculting.
Yeah, it's called, backing away from the red hat. Crazy. But no, I think it's certainly underutilized. Do you think, though, there's ever a risk for, therapists that are just not good? Like, how do you know if what they're doing? Because some of them can fuck with you. Can really mess you up. So how do you you work yourself out too much or whatever, same thing.
Or you find a physical trainer that gives you really bad info and you wind up hurting yourself.
Right.
Same thing. Any field that involves personal help or self-help will always have amazing people that are helping people and actually doing really good. And then there's other people who are doing it just for the grift and will 100% find ways of hurting people.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. That's pretty sad. Are you married by chance, or with a
yes.
Significant other? Married?
Yep.
How long?
Which long? It is going to be a decade of married next year, and then we've been in a relationship for 17 years.
Nice. Isn't it nice having that partner?
It's relaxing, especially because my brain starts spinning up way too much sometimes. And I can literally just go up to her and give her a look, and she'll just come over and give me head scratches, and my brain will shut off.
Right. The head scratches. What is it about that? Right?
I have no idea. I have actually identified scientific stuff for it, and I still haven't found anything that matches up with why does it shut me off that well, that consistently when it's only her doing it.
Right. I mean, I've never had anybody else do it, so I don't know if that's specific to her, but she can knock me the fuck out in less than a minute or two. It's crazy. I don't get it. It's a comfort blanket or something. I wonder if that's from youth or just I don't know. I don't get it. It's kind of crazy.
It is crazy, but it's also one of the reasons why I really like the humanity fuck yeah stories on Reddit and all the writing prompt places, because there's all those stories about how humans are scary because we can pack bond with anything. And I'm sitting here looking at how I interact with animals, people, like the machines I work with as a machinist, and I'm like, fair.
What you said? Pack bond?
Pack bond, aka we like form a connection with things that aren't human
Oh,
or strangers to us.
I saw. It was, I don't know, one of those like health channels, and they had a series of people that fall in love with like inanimate objects, like cars and shit. It's the weirdest thing. I wonder what drives that, or how a therapist, for example, could like work with that. And if it's not hurting somebody else, is it wrong?
Is it having a negative impact on their life? Is it wrong? It's one of those things of going, that is fascinating. I don't want to touch it because that is going to delve too far into things that I really don't need in my head.
Yeah. I mean, like the dude that was in love with this car, I don't know that it was negatively impactful. But like, I don't know. Is that something that you could even fix? I don't know. Kind of a weird. Our brains are weird, man. They really are. Like people that get addicted to eating hair. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, the people with Pika, where it's hair, toys, crayons, all that stuff. There's times I fully like the description that the human brain is sentient jello with electricity in it is far too accurate while being completely inaccurate, and it's wild.
Yeah. Now I sent some invites. If we have other men in the Trump, you're getting the boot there, buddy. What the fuck? How do I do it from here? There we go. You will not be able to watch it current. Let me see if that got rid of him. Because I'm on my alt. I'm not sure if it's the same. Weird. Anyway, I mean, it is a sausage fest, technically. So
Yeah,
there's the sausage.
Mondays.
Hey, get outside. What's up, man?
What's going on?
Not much. So what's going on in your life?
Not a lot. Just working, getting ready for vacation. I think I'm going to be down your way this weekend. I'm going to be down in New Orleans.
Oh, nice. Just let loose, huh?
Yeah, well, my son's going on a cruise, and he wanted us to go on the cruise with him. But my wife is adamant she's not going on a cruise, and it's leaving out of New Orleans, so we're just going to meet them down there and spend the weekend.
Nice. Yeah, there's New Orleans is cool. Gulfport is also really awesome.
Yeah, I've never been to New Orleans. This would
Yeah,
be
a
my.
lot of cool architecture.
Yeah, I've been wanting to go down there. I've been wanting to go down there for Mardi Gras, but I haven't quite made it down there for that either.
So, well, let me ask you, as a dude working, like, how long do you work before you're like, okay, I need a fucking break? I just need to take a few days off. Does that ever come to you? Or are you just like, fuck it, we're just going to keep going?
Yeah. I try to, because I also work a lot of overtime, but I try to keep my weekends free. And so, like, and if I work overtime, I have to take a whole nother, well, at least 7 hours of an 8-hour shift. And so I try to make sure I balance it out. If I have family things to do, I definitely don't work. Like tonight, my grandson's got a baseball game. So
Can't do
go
that.
to the baseball game and not work.
Well, that's good to balance that. Do you ever catch flack for working as much as you do from your family?
Sometimes, like my last job I did, because I work at an airport, and I used to de-ice planes. And the company that I worked for, around Christmas time, it's real busy. So we, so last couple of years, they would have us working 7 days a week. And just the job that I did, I'd work 15, 16 hours a day for, 2 months. And at the end of the
Like
last
5 days a week?
7 days a week.
What the
We didn't
fuck?
get a day off. And so we would do that. And after I did that for a couple of years, my wife was like, you got to.
Right.
Unfortunately, the company that I work for, so I worked here for 40 years, but I've done 8 different jobs. Like I've literally worked here since I'm 18. But
That's
I'm
crazy.
fortunate enough.
You don't
Yeah,
see that
it's
a
big
lot
enough.
anymore.
No, but I've done like 6 different jobs. So it's like somebody
Right.
else would quit and go someplace else. So now I ship airplane parts. And if I just want to work 40 hours a week, I work 40 hours a week. If I want overtime and my seniority gets me overtime, I can get overtime.
Well,
Which is
that's
a lot
good.
nicer.
Yeah. 15 hours a day, 7 days a week. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
That's
and
for the birds, man.
Yeah, for the first couple of years that I did it, my wife, hey, it's good money. She didn't mind. But once the kids got a little bit older,
What's the
she
point?
was like, she's like, this has got to go, because she's like, I might as well not even be married during the holidays because you're always at work.
Right. Like what kind of life is that? Yeah,
Yeah.
ADH. I know you do machining, so your hours are probably pretty fucked up too.
They used to be. When I first got married, I was working second and third shifts. The shift diff is great, and the overtime is great. But then when we had our first, my wife definitely went, I need you at home because I cannot handle being by myself pregnant in the house overnight. So I need you home. So I had to shift things around and get an A shift job, which is 7 to 4.
Yeah.
But it's definitely crimped on my ability to grab overtime.
Yeah. Now, does that bother you that that if you need more money, now you're going to fight the other side of that, which is family life? It really is a balance,
Right now, because both of us work full time, and despite our debt load from being dumb in our 20s, we've managed to get our financial situation into actually pretty good straits. Once we get out from underneath the debt in the next couple of years, we're going to be golden, like extra almost $1,000 a month in liquidity. I've thought about going back or getting a second job just to get some more money in the bank to hasten paying off the debt. But at the same point, right now, I get to be home for the kids. I get to help raise the kids. I get all those memories, like seeing their first steps, watching their first teeth fall out, helping with their first haircuts, all that jazz. And I'm like, I don't know. You would have to pay me like $200 an hour to compensate me for losing that kind of stuff.
Right. Because that's something you can't get back.
Yeah, and that's the way I like the big thing now, or the big joke now, is because I now have grandkids, and we'll go out and spend money on them, and the kids was always like, "Oh, so you got that kind of money now, huh?" And I was like, "Well, when you were growing up, I was balancing in how much I worked to make sure I can make it to your games and do this and do everything." I said, and I was paying for, playing soccer ain't cheap.
Right.
So that's
extracurriculars are expensive these days.
And
it's crazy.
Yes, and soccer is probably one of the most expensive. Just the fees that you have to pay to play it. We had 3 kids playing soccer, and I told them, I said, we're probably paying 20, 25 grand a year for you all to play soccer.
That's insane.
Yeah. for 3 kids. I said, so by the time you go to tournaments, and they were all different age groups, and we go to a tournament this weekend, the tournament next weekend. I said, and I turned away a lot of overtime, so I was there to see. I said,
Right.
because one of y'all scored your first goal, there's only going to be one. There's only going to be that first time you score.
Yeah.
And I said, I want it to be there.
Yeah, it's a sacrifice, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's worth it. That's like when I drove a truck. I loved driving a truck, but I kept coming back, and my kid looked different every time I'd get back. Once a month, and I was like, I can't do that.
Yeah.
There are men out there that really do give a shit about those things, for the record.
Oh, I do, absolutely. And like I said, I could work overtime tonight, but my grandson has the ball game, so I'm going to the ball game. I'm not going to chase money. I get some overtime tomorrow.
Right.
If I don't, I'll get some another day. I mean, that's just the way. That's the way I personally look at it. And I'll tell you something that puts a lot of things in perspective. I don't know if y'all got Netflix or not, but they got that new Hulk Hogan documentary on there. It's 4 parts, and it's really good. And things that he talks about was how much he missed with his family, and he said he really noticed the effects. Him and Linda ended up being divorced, and he did some shitty things when he in his retirement stuff. And he said, during our whole marriage for 4 decades, he said, I was on the road 300 days a year.
That's insane.
He said, so, and he said, then when I was retired and we were always together, the dynamics had changed so much because they were basically used to living separate lives. They were together, and sure they would see each other or talk to each other, but it was basically,
wasn't the same.
Him on the road.
It was bye, gotta go.
Yeah, exactly.
And back then, you didn't have the ability to have the near daily communication
That's right.
that the internet give us today.
That's right.
So there was very much that separation of lives that were kind of just glancing off each other occasionally by choice versus the near daily stuff like that.
Yeah.
When my wife and I first started dating, there was times that we couldn't see each other in person more than like 2 or 3 times every 2 months, just because of work, schedule, and stuff. We were able to text, we were able to call, we were able to video chat and maintain our relationship and communication that way. And that's massively changed how relationships function.
Yep. Yeah, no, like my wife and I are, 9 hours apart, and we, video chat is so necessary. It would suck to just have a landline or not have any kind of communications at all. I mean, imagine back in the day during, fucking, Morse code and shit when they had to send, messages that way or not at all. Can't imagine.
Hell, before you got the telegraph, the messages. Remember the prose that we have from the writers of days of men writing these like 15-page long handwritten double-sided letters to their loves across the ocean that they haven't seen for 5 years.
And it takes months for it to get there. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, we've got it. We do have it pretty good now in terms of that and, being able to maintain relationships. But it also, probably hurts too, because that speed with which you can learn things can create impulsivity too. I don't know. There's more upside to it than downside for me, but God, without the video chat, what do you do?
Well, one of the big things that I look at with everything is anything in excess is bad. Everything needs to be in moderation or in a state of dynamic tension, because that is when humans mentally and physically work and operate the best.
Now, I missed that first part. I was responding to Puddin' Pop's comment. What was the first part of what you said?
Everything in moderation, because anything in excess can be very detrimental.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, so like, do you plan on retiring? Have you thought about that, either of you? Because I mean, we're getting close, you know.
Yeah, I've probably got another 5, 6 years maybe. It just depends. Like I said, the job that I'm doing now, it's not like I'm breaking rocks, and they take care of us, and I can control my overtime the way I want it. If I want overtime, I can get it. If I don't want any overtime, it's never forced. You know, like the job I did, I've worked every holiday until I came over here. For 39 years, I worked every holiday. And
Sucks.
so now where I'm at here, you don't have to work holidays. So my wife's like, just don't work them. We can stay camping an extra day, or we can do something. She said, just take them off. And, part of the reason that I work so much overtime right now is because my wife wants to get some bills paid off. She started getting a little antsy, and she's like, I might go out and get a second job. And I was like, well, why would you do that for? Because, I mean, I can honestly make in one day's overtime, I can make what she would make in a week at a second job. Right. So I'm like, why would you do that? I'll just work another day's overtime. Well, I don't want you to have to do that. And I was like, I don't care to do it because, I could sit there and talk to her on the phone. And again, nice thing about technology like you like, and we don't have people watching over us. I can honestly, if there's a ball game I want to watch, I can put it on my phone and let it sit there. And as long as it appears that I'm doing something, they don't say a word. I can watch a ball game and do my job. So,
nice.
Background, I'm running 3 machines right now, so I completely understand where you're at.
Yeah, I'm at work now myself.
I'm planning on retiring and starting to get the building blocks, but I'm only in my mid-30s, so I've got another 30 years to go before I even have to worry about that. So I'm actually currently trying to figure out how to shift from where I'm at, where I'm setting up machines and doing all that, to try to figure out how to switch over into operations, so I can actually tell people where I'm not having to be on the floor running and doing piecework, where I can actually do the design work, the process engineering, and actually get into the brain work. So,
yeah, we've got guys out here where I work that they're 65 years old, 65, in between 65 and 70, can't really add anything more to their pension. And we're like, when are you motherfuckers going to retire so I can move into an even easier job? Well, I might retire next year. Damn. So, because like I said, I'm not breaking rocks, and with technology, like you said, the only downside of technology is it seems like people drift apart more. And this is something that me personally, I hate, is I walk into a restaurant and I see some kid with an iPad popped in front of him.
Right. You miss out on those moments.
Yes, and and all of our kids, when they were growing up, they weren't allowed to have technology. And our kids that have children, they don't have technology at the table. They just don't. Because, yesterday we went out for my wife's birthday. There's 2 kids walking through the parking lot staring at their iPads. Now, not only is that, and their parents are out in front of them. Now, that's not only pitiful, but dangerous. You're walking in a parking lot, staring at an iPad.
Walking across the street, staring at a phone. Yeah.
I fully admit, I'm a little bit of a tech addict. I'm very much, I have a problem with my mobile device. I fully admit that. But I am trying, when I'm home, I try to put my phone somewhere in the house where I'm not interacting with it. So I am forcing myself and showing my kids, like, hey, you need to do stuff that isn't always on the electronic device. And it's actually working, because there's times my eldest, they'll sit down and they'll be fully locked in on their tablet. And then they'll willingly turn their tablet off, put it down, and they'll go do something else. They'll go play on the little jungle gym we got, They'll go play in the treehouse. They'll go play with their toys or the Legos or a Erector set or all the other stuff we have around the house. They'll willingly choose to go do the physical thing over the electronic, and it's great.
Yeah, I mean, our rule with our kids growing up, and like even when we have our grandkids, if it's nice out, it's not time to play video games. Video games are for wintertime and bad weather. If it's nice out,
bad weather.
If it's nice out, it's not time. It's not time for video games. It's time to go outside.
Well, I mean,
go ahead.
I get that, but damn, it's hard for me to break. Like even this weekend, I've been working on this. I've been creating this game here, coding it, and this is like a browser game that you can have running in the background. Really, you don't necessarily have to do anything with it, but I don't know. I don't know if I'd be able to give up my games, some form of it. You know what I mean? Like,
and there's nothing I don't
completely understand.
Yeah, and it was just us. Like I called my son. He's 22 years old and lives on his own. I said, "Hey, you want to go fishing this weekend?" He's like, "Well, I got a new game, and I was going to play that." And I was like, "Dude, it's going to be 85 degrees out. It's not time to play video games. It's time to go fishing."
That is true.
And he was like, "Man, all right." But then it ended up raining, so he got to play his video game. We didn't get to go fishing.
I mean, some of us will literally take off of work, get PTO when a game is releasing on a certain day, and then so you can spend the whole weekend just binging out on the game.
Oh, I honestly admit, as much as I'm a gamer, there's times where I know when a game's coming out, that's when I apply for the overtime, because I know my bosses are going to be going, "Hey, we got people calling out. Can you work hours?" And I'm like, I'm already there with my hand up going, "Give me."
That's funny. That is funny.
I mean, I've known people back in the day when we were younger that everybody's like, "Where's so-and-so at?" Well, he took off. He wanted to play a video game. And I mean, I've known people that were such big gamers. They're like, "Oh, yeah, I was up for 2 days playing this video game Saturday and Sunday. I was just too tired to come in to work on Monday."
Yeah. No, but ever since because I grew up right when like the internet started becoming big, and so that's what I've done since I was a young adult, really, and it's just become part of my life. Of course,
it's different. It's no different than the way people used to take off time to go travel down to go see a specific NASCAR race every year, or go see
or a fishing tournament.
Or the people who would they would work 120-hour weeks for 3 or 4 months a year, and then they'd spend the rest of the year on, like, physically, not as a worker, but as a fan, following bands around the North American continent.
Yeah. Yeah, but it is, I will say, something about being outside in nature is beneficial to humans, just because that's, that we're like used to that. I certainly know I don't go outside enough, but damn, it's so easy to sit here and play a game, get lost in another world.
Scientifically, there's a reason for that. Our skin, and this is for all humans, no matter how melanated they are or how little melanated they are, we require sunlight to produce vitamin D, and the balance of vitamin D in your system is critical to having a healthy mind, because the vitamin D better enables the production of dopamine and serotonin and other brain chemicals that allow you to be happy.
Yeah, and that's why you'll see in a lot of areas where, for example, like Washington and shit, where it rains constantly and it's cloud cover, depression levels can get pretty high.
Oh yeah, there's actually if you go into like the medical studies and stuff, there's a whole series on vitamin D, and areas of the world that have cloud cover that's more than 150 days of the year, they recommend there is a minimum recommended vitamin D supplement usage for maintaining healthy brain activity. And it's like for 100, up from like 100 to 200 days a year of clouds, it's like 500 to 1,000 milligrams daily. And then if it's above that, you need to be taking at least 1,000 milligrams every day to maintain health. That's like, don't underestimate how critical vitamin D supplements are if you live in a cloudy area like I do. And yes, I live in one of the top 10 cloudiest states in the cities in the United States. It's gnarly sometimes.
What is that? Seattle?
Seattle, Washington, Spokane, Washington.
Okay, yeah.
Portland, Oregon, Buffalo, New York, Rochester, New York, Syracuse, New York.
Dude, I went to
Michigan.
I was trucking. I had a load. Yeah, I ended up getting stuck up in Washington for like 2 weeks, and I shit you not, it never fucking stopped raining, not one time. Like in Oklahoma, it'll like pour for like 10, 15, 20 minutes and then stop, but there it was like a trickle the whole time. It was very depressing.
It's never a massive amount of rain. It's always just, hi, I'm going to show up, and then I'm going to sit here, and I'm just going to spritz at you
like a drizzle.
The next 42 hours.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Now get outside. You were jumping in there to say something, and then we'll get over to techno.
Yeah, so the doctor told my wife, because she was having a lot of issues with vitamin D and stuff, he said, go outside, and for the first 30 minutes, do not put on sunblock. He said, go outside, soak up the sun, then put on sunblock.
Yeah, definitely.
To get it going.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we definitely don't get enough of it. Techno, what's up?
Hey, so I was going to say, with vitamin D, and it's essential for calcium. Did you guys mention that already? For calcium in being able to propagate in your body, you have to have enough vitamin D as well.
Yeah.
I did not know that. Thank you for that tidbit of information.
Yeah.
So you can have bone problems if you don't get out.
Yeah, it also helps regulate like inflammation and shit. So you can, if you have an inflammatory disorder like autoimmune, vitamin D can help with that.
Yeah,
so wait,
and we have like go ahead.
Is that why one of the reasons why a lot of people with osteoporosis, they wind up seeing a rapid decline once they start being stationary because they're not getting enough sun?
That would make sense to me. Like,
so you're not 100% sure on that.
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you.
Makes sense.
I was told by my mom she got her doctorate and everything, and she works in the industry, or in the healthcare industry, right? So she works with people all the time. She said that something about, I believe she's more educated than me on this, but she said that if you get sunburned, or if basically the same locations on your skin that gets access to sun, it won't get as much vitamin D. So like she was saying you kind of have to have supplements in order to get enough vitamin D, because nobody's getting enough vitamin D.
Yeah, we could just spend more time outdoors, but yeah.
Yeah, she was saying that if the same areas get sun, they won't get as much vitamin D. I'm like, how does that? That doesn't sound like it would make sense, but I guess maybe if you get a sunburn, and then you get less vitamin D on a sunburned area,
Yeah, because if you damage the skin, it inhibits the ability for the skin to generate the correct forms of vitamin D that your body can uptake.
Well, and you also have to keep in mind that, like, for calcium, vitamin D just helps you absorb it and deposit it into bone. So if you're not eating calcium-rich foods, the vitamin D isn't necessarily going to protect your bones if you're not ingesting that calcium that you need.
Right.
Or if you have like intestinal problems, that can also cause a problem that vitamin D won't be able to assist with.
So that's like potassium, vitamin K. Whereas it's not so much that your body needs it to actually have the processes, it provides the fulcrum upon which the process can function.
Right. Like it assists in something else, similar to like with,
Exactly.
serotonin and stuff. It doesn't directly affect that, but it's the receptors that bind to these things that vitamin D helps with. So it's, it's like a helper, but it's needed. It's like you could have a car. If you don't have gas in the car isn't going to go, but the car isn't gas. But the car needs gas. If that makes any sense.
Right.
Probably doesn't.
Oh, so it's like the power steering fluid. It's not necessary for the steering, but it sure as hell makes it work better.
Right. What the fuck? Already making me do jigsaw puzzles? TikTok. Anyway, how the fuck did we get into vitamin D? What?
Oh, going outside.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, that's good.
My username says I have ADHD, so therefore I could take anything and I can run on a random tangent with it.
Yeah, well, and it's funny because that's why my weekend was so good, because I was literally able to sit down and focus on that website. And usually I'm like, oh, I was watching a movie. Oh, wait, I didn't finish this article. Oh, I need to check my email, and I never get anything done. So it was good. I don't know how, but I was able to just sit there and do it. Because there's this game that I used to play called Domain of Heroes. It was like had basically an infinite number of loot types. Like, what the names are based on the stats that that are dropped, and so you'd sit there and fight and then fill up your backpack, and then you dismantle things to craft enchantments and stuff. But that game ended in like 2016 or so, and I've never been able to find another game like it. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. AI should be able to help me at least build this thing out. And so I've got the bare bones of it, but now I got to do back end stuff, which I know nothing about, and I'm not sure AI will be able to do it, but I'm going to figure it out, I guess, like server side stuff, because currently I have the client portion set up, but in order to have like players, it has to validate on a server. I've got to work that out. I don't know anything about it. But always time to learn something new, I guess. Like, what are you guys passionate about, like, as men that maybe your spouses or significant other don't understand or engage with you in? Is there anything that you guys have like that?
Ironically, I got Lucy on that one. I'm married a nerd. She's as nerdy as I am, so
That's
the areas
good.
where I'm not as nerdy, she is very nerdy, and then the vice versa the other way. The one thing that I wish she would get more involved in is I wish I could get her to play tabletop RPG with me, but she is very much like, I love listening to you, I am never playing that.
That's funny. Like D&D. Hills, yeah. What about you? Get outside. What is a hobby that you have that maybe your spouse is like, that's uninteresting to me?
Comic books.
Nice. You're into comic books, huh?
Yes. Even at 58, I still enjoy my comics.
Have you read the actual comics of The Walking Dead? Because it was a comic book series first.
I've read a lot of them. And if you read the comic book before you've seen the series, there's like huge changes in between the comic and yes.
Like the arm, for example, of the main guy, the dad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it Rick?
Well,
Daryl. The whole Daryl storyline in the show.
Now don't spoil it, because I stopped around like season 8 or 9 on the show.
Oh no, this is back in like season 2, 3.
Okay.
Daryl, that whole arc and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's not in the comics at all. Daryl, when that violent scene where Daryl almost dies in the show, he actually dies in the comics, and it goes off in a completely different way.
I think I
with
remember that.
Thing.
Yeah, because it's been years since I read those. I actually have them in a Google Drive. Great fucking series. Anyway, that guy, I believe it's him, because Robert Kirkland, isn't he? He's the one that created that, isn't he? Yeah. He wrote Invincible. Have you seen that one?
I haven't watched Invincible, and I'm waiting to watch the last episode or the last season because I'm trying to wait till more episodes come out of The Boys. Have you watched The Boys?
Yes. So I've seen the first season. I did not get into, or I think I may have started the second season, but I didn't finish it.
Oh,
is it still good? It's still good. Okay,
the whole thing is great, but it's kind of way different than the comic book too, because that again was a comic book.
Right.
Before a TV series. Right now, the big one is this one called Dork. Well, that and Absolute Batman. Absolute Batman is insane.
Dork, huh? Wait, so The Boys was a comic book first. Okay, I'm going to have to check that out then. I didn't know that.
What you're doing right now is going to trigger TikTok's algorithm for spam.
What's that?
That fast.
Who?
Put and pop down in the chat, sharing the live. If you spam it like that, it's going to trip it. It's going to trip an algorithm alarm for spam.
Oh, okay. I don't. Is there like a limit to it? I don't know, because people do that all the time. I've never seen a.
Right. It's the rate of shares, not the amount of shares. So if like you're doing more than like a share every 5-10 seconds. Then it starts going, hey, is somebody putting a bot on to drive traffic? And TikTok don't like that.
Gotcha. Dun, you can come up, but we're not talking politics right now. It's just, man panel. So if you want to engage in that, you're welcome to. Because last time, I believe you're a dude.
There's a website called Batcave, and it's literally, you can read pretty much any comic book out there for free. And
nice.
If you get a chance to read Absolute Batman, it's a great comic. And basically what they did was they took the concept of, what if Bruce Wayne wasn't rich? Now, Bruce Wayne is still Batman, but what if Batman wasn't rich from the get-go?
Interesting.
And they've done it, and and of course, they've even like introduced pretty much all the characters being introduced. They're the same characters, but they're being introduced in a new way, like Absolute Bane and Absolute Poison Ivy, Absolute Joker, Absolute Two-Face. They're doing them all.
Yeah, no, that sounds really like but it's
the villains.
They don't have they don't have a show for that, right? Yet, just the comic books. They don't have a show for it yet. Just okay.
Yeah, it's just the comics right now. And then the other big one right now is called York, or DORC, and it's written by the guy. Have you ever read or listened to the books Cave Crawler Carl?
No, but every time I hear Carl, I think Coral from Walking Dead. Fucking, have you seen those memes, Rick? Because he's got that British accent. He's actually British or whatever. And, he's doing an American accent, but Coral, he just can't seem to get that one down.
Yeah, but that is one thing that people would be super surprised if they read the comic book. That is it's so different in between the comic book and the TV show. Because in the comic book, Rick dies also rather early. But not in the movie.
It was the TV show. It was so well done, those comics. I mean, it's not your superhero comic. It's like, it's for real shit, And the Invincible, that's why I like that, because I don't even like cartoons. But Invincible is it's the storyline is very adult, although it's kind of funny too. Definitely worth watching. And I don't even like I hate cartoons. Honestly, I don't like anime. None of that. I don't know. Anyway,
you haven't seen K-pop Demon Hunter
no,
or K-pop Demon Hunters?
no.
My kids love that.
Oh, it's a
No.
great movie. I'll tell you what. If we watched it with my grandson just because we were like trying
You're
to find
fighting
something to
pudding pop.
watch, and he's like, "Hey, let's watch this." And we're like, really?" But then we watched it. It's honestly, it's a great movie. It really is, considering it's anime, and I'm not a huge anime fan either. But it's honestly a great movie.
Yeah. Now, Techno, what about you? Do you have any like hobbies that maybe your significant other doesn't share?
I was gonna say what's funny about my wife is she does not like watching that many TV shows because she gets too connected with the character, and if they ever dispose of the character, she'll be beside herself. She'll just quit. She'll stop watching the entire show. So anytime that there's,
And she'd really hate The Walking Dead.
they throw away
Yeah.
characters all the time.
Oh, absolutely.
I love it though. Yeah, I love that they're willing to do that.
It's just she. So she,
I'm
as soon
gonna
as
have
she
to drop 'cause
senses
I gotta
that you're,
go do some more stuff.
I'm gonna have to
Thanks
drop
for being up,
myself.
man.
I'm back at the warehouse now, so I'm gonna have to drop myself.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you being up. Good talking to you.
Good talking to you.
Yeah, so Techno, the hobby, did you have one that your wife or
yeah,
what
I was
have
gonna
you?
say I watch TV shows and like and horror, anything horror. She refuses to adopt. She refuses to get in there. Anytime that she can sense that there's going to be a connection between her and a character, she's like, nope. So
That's
she
funny.
doesn't do that. But as far as hobbies, like I am really into tinkering with audio equipment.
Oh,
Like the vintage audio equipment. I think I've said before I collect vinyl and that sort of thing, but I also will I'll change out parts of the equipment to make it sound better or different. That sort of thing. If I have money. So
Do you have one of like the theremin? Do you have one of those?
no, what's that? Oh,
It's
the one that makes the noise?
Yeah, from like the Star Trek or whatever. It's like a rod, and you put your hand over it, and you can make different, almost like a trombone kind of.
Yeah, I want that.
But
I want that
Yeah,
thing.
it sounds very techno.
Techno. Yeah, because Techno Pagan is from it's a song from a guy, one of my favorite artists, Jesse Wells. He's a folk singer, songwriter.
Techno Pagan is a song, huh? Let me see.
Yeah.
Well,
It's actually about Elon Musk, and it's about like all of the ways that we're
Jesse Wells.
Yeah. Yep.
Here, let me. How old is it?
Oh, it's recent, like a year.
Okay.
He's really up and coming.
I like it. That's like old school feel.
Yeah, this.
I watched techno pagans baptized by the reptile in the sun in that California.
It's like Bob Dylan, man. Dude looks like Bob Dylan.
He really is, yeah. And
Sounds like
he
it,
goes
too.
on to talk about how the chorus of that song is the more I understand, the more the more I understand, the less I feel understood.
Nice.
I'm like, oh man, that those words. He's a great lyricist.
Lyricist.
So-
I like that word. Lyricist. Bogey.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm so like off the wall. I don't really have a solid like hobby. I used to play instruments all the time and sing, but smoking caught up to me, and now my voice isn't what it used to be.
Now it's unique.
Yeah, well, it's
It's
always
got
had that
it's
rasp
got that
to
sound,
it, but
the rasp to it, yeah.
yeah, I've always had that, but it was, I could still sing through it. But now, man, it's really fucked me up. Worst decision I ever made. ADH, yeah, I agree. It feels like the old country from before the 911 era. Boy, that changed everything, didn't it? Jeez. Well, if there are any other men that want to come up in about 5 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and just transition into a political panel.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Techno-Pagan is having technical difficulties. It's the atheism is coming through, isn't it?
Yeah.
Techno-Pagan.
I'm actually Grubhubbing too right now.
Oh. Are they paying any good? Because I used to do all three. Like I had Uber Eats, Grubhub, and DoorDash, and I used to make good money. And I would cherry pick whichever one paid the best, and then I'd pause the other ones as I delivered.
Oh yeah, I used to. Thank you. Go ahead. I used to always balance the three, like Uber Eats, DoorDash, and Grubhub. Try to balance it out, but no, I mean they don't pay as well anymore. But right now I'm freshly unemployed, so
got to do what you got to do.
Choice but to do something.
Yeah, man. No, you used to could make decent money off of that shit. I mean, but now it's fucking pennies. They're throwing pennies at you. And like I ordered something from Sam's Club because the Sam's Club that I have here in Mississippi is really far away. And so instead of driving there, I'll just have it shipped for free. They'll just ship it. But now they're using delivery drivers. But it doesn't give me the option.
They charge over the top?
Well, it doesn't charge me to ship, but then the delivery driver will bring it out to me, but I assume it's coming through like, USPS or something. But then it gets delivered by a person in a car, and I'm like, well, they're probably not paying that person enough, and here I am not tipping. And it sucks. Of course, if I had to tip, I wouldn't have ordered it. So they're just screwing everybody left and right. Yeah, if I'd have known it was some dude in a car, I would, because it's a fucking 30-minute drive if it's shipping from the damn warehouse.
My current acceptance rating is 85%. I want to try to keep it high because then you get better. Yeah, you get better deals if you keep it up a little. Your rating up a little bit. But I don't want to accept everything. I don't want them to pull me 20 miles out. Right,
and that was my biggest bitch with DoorDash, is that they made it where, because you used to be able to, you would get, the orders would just come through randomly, right? So you might get fucking 9 terrible orders and 1 good order, but then they made it so that you had to have like a 70% acceptance rating before you would get any good orders. So then they just start sending you trash, and you'd have to basically take everything. And I'm like, no, fuck that shit. I ain't running my car.
$4, $5.
Yeah, I've got one in here. I've got a screenshot. It was like 26 fucking miles for like $5 or something ridiculous. Yeah, these people are crackheads. And they, it's crazy because they screw over the both the restaurant and the driver. Yeah, right here. Look at this shit. Fucking Carl's Jr. order. And of course, I used to use that. I don't remember what it's called now, but it was an app that would calculate all the distances and stuff for you in the pay per mile.
Oh, I wonder what that. Oh, pay per mile.
Yeah, look at this. 25 miles, $6. Absolutely ridiculous.
Did you do that?
Fuck no. That's an instant decline right there. Fucking
that's
hell.
A DoorDash order.
Yeah, that was a DoorDash order. Yeah, because then, like, you had to go back to your zone, and maybe you'll get one coming back. Maybe you won't. Yeah. And that was actually not too uncommon, Now, the, 20-plus miles is pretty uncommon, but like this one here, hell, I don't know which is worse, this one or the other one, but look at this shit. This was...
What would that amount to? 22 miles for $6.
God, that's...
50 cents, 40 cents?
Let's see, 22... would that be 36 cents a mile? But that's one way. So it's 50 miles if you got to go back. But yeah, here, look at this one here, 10 miles going out in like this is like the shitty part of Tulsa. So it's like, you know, bars on the windows and shit for $2.25. Insane.
It's outrageous they let people order from outside the area like that. You shouldn't be able to order from outside the area.
Right, yeah, because that restaurant, let me see which one it was. I don't think existed anywhere else. Of course, they don't make it obvious where the restaurant is. Oh, it doesn't say what it was. Yeah, that's weird. It usually has the name on there. But no, that's pretty crazy. I guess I can just go ahead and transition into a political panel. So let me change my background. So, ladies, if you want up here, you're welcome to come up. What do I need to call it? There we go. I know what the assassination attempt. What say you, Techno, about this alleged assassination attempt?
I don't know. I'm waiting on more information to come out about the alleged shooter. Did he? I don't even know if he got anything off as far as rounds. I only think the Secret Service got rounds off.
Well, I had heard that one of the guards took one to the chest plate. So, but I don't.
From another one, right?
From another
Secret Service.
Oh, was it?
Or another?
Like what? The crossfire?
Like they were trying to tackle him, but also trying to shoot him.
Oh my god! Oh, that is funny. Oh, what? Sorry, this thing started auto playing. No.
You freaking broke it!
Sorry, this girl is on this bunk bed. She breaks the bunk bed, and her brother, I guess, is standing there, and she's like, "I'm telling," and goes and tells the parent that he broke it. Even though it's on camera, there's a camera.
Times like that.
Yeah, that is. When
hilarious. You're the guy and your sibling, now you're hurt on the ground. And you're like, oh, and they're like, I'm going to tell. It's like, no, my God. Wait, save me first.
So I had been sending, and damn it, I don't think. Okay, I'll have to go in because I didn't prepare for like all of the. Oh, here's one. Let me. Okay, no, that's not the one I want. But there are a lot of very, very weird things here that happened.
Oh yeah, what was the music playing in the background? What was that? Like when it started? Like when they were they doing an announcement or something, or what was that?
Give me a second. I got to go into my chat real quick because for whatever reason, when I look at my messages on the computer, it won't show me group messages for whatever strange reason. And I've got those videos in my group. So let me try and pull this up here. Oh, fuck, I'm going to have to switch over to my main.
Aren't you tired of them always? Everything happens on the weekend now.
Oh, right. You're right. Yeah,
all the big news.
I was so into that building that game that I didn't even I wasn't even paying attention to it. I saw it happen and I'm like, yeah, okay, that's bullshit, and just kind of moved on. Oh great, now my app is fucking up.
See, and I want to know, was he hit as well? Was he actually hit with, did somebody hit him and that's why they had the covering? They had that covering on him, or did they have the covering on him because they literally stripped him all the way down?
And think about that. this dude shoots at a dinner where the president is, and he isn't unalived. Like that.
Apparently, he never got into the ballroom itself. That was the only place they said they had metal detectors.
Crazy.
Which, if you got the entire freaking government in one spot, it's kind of weird. What if it was somebody who actually meant to try to do something?
Yeah, I don't even think that, like, what the fucking piece of shit. My app won't even let me open up any of these messages. But yeah, I mean, like, when I first heard it, I was like, okay, yeah, right. Because these people lie all the time. You know what I mean? I'm just so used to bullshit.
Wow, you would miss this reference, liberal loudmouth, because you said you don't like cartoons. There's this one scene in one of the episodes of the Boondocks. They're talking about this one rapper getting shot. The kids say, again! And the dude on TV's like, again. That was my first instinct. That was the first thought in my head. There's been an attempt at the president at the correspondence dinner. Apparently the first one he's gone to in 5 years. Really?
Right,
They shot the guy. Then they caught the guy.
Carolyn Levitt's saying, everybody
There's
needs to
gonna be
watch
shooting.
because there's going to be shots fired and all that. It's like, this is like
the fuck does that
WWE, y'all. It's like, entertainment for the masses is what it feels like is going on here. It's fucking weird.
Well, they told us it was going to
Circuses,
happen
bro.
before it
Bread
happened.
and circus.
Hold on. So the
Okay, so here's a video that I just ran across. Let me play it. I haven't seen it, so I don't know exactly what she's going to say, but I've been seeing a lot of things like this. Yeah, it's just a minute long.
suspect Cole Allen and Usha Vance, JD Vance's wife, were actually in a video in a competition together in 2017, and it was in the news. What is happening? Look at this video. You're going to see both in there. This is at this tech conference where they're trying to get funding. Just look.
College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
And there he is.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock
What?
the but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this
This is interesting.
is to prevent it from moving at all.
Recent
This seems
Aging into
nice.
the Future conference held by St. Barnabas Senior Services and the Eisner Foundation
You'll see Usha.
offered a test run on products that have the potential to enrich the lives of seniors.
There she is.
What the fuck?
Y'all see her? How much of a coincidence is this? Is it
What timeline is this, y'all? Okay, somebody tell me that isn't suspicious. Totally normal.
Oh yeah, totally normal. Happens all the time. Trust me. When I got back here from the
just a
store on my
coincidence.
unicorn, Bigfoot told me about this sort of thing. And you can trust me because I live in Florida. It's all.
I just have one question. Just one question. Did this guy's check clear?
The Trump check, of course not.
Think of that, because this is two people now that's like driven all the way across the country to do something, right? From the West Coast. And this dude was an engineer from like Caltech, I think, is what I saw. Who does that as an engineer from Caltech? I just, and also, has anybody like confirmed for a fact that he had worked for Jet Propulsion Labs, which is the same entity as those scientists that have gone, disappeared? Bye-bye. Did you guys see that one?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see that.
About it.
Yeah.
All I know is that we almost had a national holiday. That's all I know.
Nah.
Well, I mean, that's he's like running through, like you're not gonna get through that, and this dude is smart enough to know that. He's smart enough to know that he's not gonna make it in there in the way that he, come on, really? You couldn't have come up with a better plan?
Yeah, well, even Aaron Parnas came out. He was still in his tux, and he said, "I wasn't going to the actual dinner because I I guess Virginia Jeffrey's family was holding a thing of protest, and there was it was in the same building, so that's where he was going with a number of other reporters that were protesting the president being there. And he said, really all you had to have was an image of an invitation to get around the hotel itself. There was no metal detectors anywhere except for the entrance to the actual ballroom where the president was. That's where the metal detectors were. That he says, but all through the rest of the hotel, there was never anybody, with a wand. There was never another thing. So he says the security was very lax. I'm sorry, but if the president is going to be somewhere, even remotely, usually the whole hotel
is on
lockdown.
Well, of course. Yeah,
So
I mean, that's normal.
Because it was staged. That's why when you do things like this, it does put the notion, could it be? And it's like, and if you look back to every time that something has allegedly tried to happen to this president, it's poll numbers that came out in not in his favor. Court cases that came out in his favor. Everything that comes out not favoring him, he has to create a narrative that makes him the victim.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, all the MAGA is like, oh, he needs the ballroom.
I'm sorry. Here's the thing.
How do you put those two together?
The East Wing was the ballroom.
Yeah, how do you put those two together?
Right, somebody has just tried an attempt on your life, and your family and friends have been caught in the crossfire, and your first reaction to say is, it never would have happened if it happened at my ballroom. Motherfucker.
It's
What's your first reaction?
It's so cringe now because it's so obvious. And for the record, let me point this out. Now we do know, this is New York Times. Mr. Allen studied mechanical engineering. He graduated with 3.0 GPA, according to his LinkedIn profile. In the summer of 2014, he did a summer internship at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, according to his LinkedIn profile. And a local news clip from 2017 shows Mr. Allen clad in a checkered collar shirt and sweater, demonstrating his design for a wheelchair emergency brake at a conference focused on designing products for older people. So what we just saw is real. And Jet Propulsion Lab is the same fucking place that a bunch of those scientists had all worked on that then go missing. What the fuck is going on?
Aliens.
Well, we found one.
Aliens.
We found one scientist.
It's fucking aliens. Hold on, let me. There's this. Oh, and I don't know if you guys seen this. I sent it to another message so I could play it. Give me just a second here.
And then there's the interview that he did with Nora Roberts.
Let me play this here. Oh my god, TikTok is acting crazy. Here we go.
I want to just quickly tell you, I was sitting next to Caroline Levitt, the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me, and right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened, and then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV, you did a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some...
And they cut her off. And listen to how he explains it.
Aisha's phone there. And this happens, by the way, especially when you have so many people attempting to utilize the same cell service at the same time.
So this was right after it happened, this interview. And he's saying, oh, it's because everybody's trying to call somebody. Like, bullshit. Okay. She was I mean, I don't know. I don't buy it.
But people in Gaza that have things coming down all around them have good cell service. They can call.
Yeah. Ball talk. What do you say? I mean, I'm not surprised at all.
No, we're not surprised. At this point, the embarrassment are we the people. We keep allowing these clowns to play in our faces. Now, the first couple of times, they shut us down when we were saying it was staged. When people said it was staged, people were shut down. How dare you? This is the president. How dare you say it? Well, we knew it was. This clown went and got a black nerd this time, not a thug, a black nerd to run through a hotel lobby like a wildebeest. And it looks absolutely foolish. This person is a nerd, a person who is educated, and you're telling the world that that's a T person now. Now, I don't know what deal they came up with for this person to do what they did, but they showed pictures of drunken Seth in the background after this all happened, laughing and chucking it up with other people. We are the laughing stock of the world. I am infuriated by this. They have us on these platforms trying to figure out if this is real or not, taking up our energy. We know this isn't real. We know that if you had 2 other attempts on your life, you should be in such a security hole that no one gets near you within 1,000 feet. This is insanity. We're tired of this. I am tired of it. I don't ever want to see another attempt unless it's successful. Then we can celebrate. Make sure it's successful. People out there, if you're listening, do not attempt to do anything or even play a part in this. Now, what they want is for him to go down in history as the president who had the most attempts on his life. And he was such a brave hero. This is what they're trying to do. Feed history, the junk that they're showing us today. Every single last one of his family members, after he's out of office, should be stripped of every dime they made during his presidency.
That's right.
But we don't have the goddamn guts to do it. He's grifting the whole system, and no one's doing anything. And this is just
he's suing himself for $10 billion, and we're going to pay for it.
That's right.
Right in front of our fucking faces. We had a judge that just put it on pause and said, you're suing yourself. There's no adversarial side to this because you run the agencies that you are personally suing. You're suing yourself.
Right. Insanity.
And it's going to continue. And they're like, oh, well, we're going to settle. Well, of course you're going to settle.
Right.
Of course you're going to settle.
The whole system is a grift. Cash Patel, that crooked eye, they need to make sure they're all arrested. And if he gives sweeping pardons to them, which I'm hearing that he's going to do, fuck those pardons. Do not adhere to them like they don't adhere to the system. Say, you know what? These are not going to happen. We're going to ignore your pardons from now on because you're an illegitimate president. But we don't have anybody that has the guts to fucking do that. Maybe black women like Letitia James and Fawny down in Georgia. But no, none of these other people have the guts to really do that. I think they should be stripped of all of the wealth that they made and thrown in jail. Every last one of them. Jared Kushner.
Absolutely.
That daughter of his and all those ugly sons who look.
There's no other option. There's no other option.
No.
Because to allow this to go undealt with is to accept it and say that that's okay. And watch this dipshit here. If I can pause the fucking thing, motherfucking TikTok ain't working. TikTok is overtime trying to manage this bullshit that we're saying here is what they're doing. This app has been fucked up all morning.
We should be pissed off, guys.
Watch this dipshit. How cringy this is. USA! USA! Like what?
Are they screaming USA?
USA!
Look at. First of all, Trump isn't USA. Okay.
Crazy.
And second of all, you're celebrating the USA. Yes, we have people pew-pewing at other people in the USA. Yay. What are you celebrating, bitch?
But wait a minute. Why are you celebrating when there could be other viewers to blow your head off and you're standing up with your camera up, taking pictures, screaming USA? Makes no sense.
Fucking.
Makes no sense.
Okay, I'm with you, Ball Talk. I there's just no ounce of me that even could entertain that this is somehow real. You got one of those dudes. He had a fucking sniper over his back, pointing into the crowd, and this dude with a straight back is just recording. Right. And then he does it for a while, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he drops down and he gets under the table and he keeps recording. Like,
it's disgusting. But if we look back at those other videos, you will see similar action. When he put his fist up in the air, and he's like 6'3", and he's towering, but nobody could have taken your. So, in other words, Iran. Now that you see that we have clowns, Keystone Cops running this shit, you know what to do.
Oh, crazy! It's crazy. Now,
the first lady was so traumatized. That bitch wasn't traumatized.
Did you see Erica? I just want to go home. Erica said, "I just want to go home."
Did you see the Oriental lady who was sitting next to him? And then all of a sudden they dragged him off, and she's on the floor crawling off the stage dramatically in her gown. It's like, look at that and how stupid it looks. These people are. I'm so disgusted with this country. And being a black person, I know how this country runs, but it's fallen even beneath that. I'm so disgusted that we're clowns. We are clowns, and we don't understand how bad that look. That's never gonna go away. We are everything about this country was nothing but propaganda and mystique. Every lie that was shed around the world come to us. We're the shining light on the hill. That was a fucking lie, and people see it now.
Yep.
It's crazy.
I'm gonna here in a minute. I'm gonna play another video that'll probably piss you guys off, unrelated to the pew-pewing. But Aaron, welcome in. What say you about this crazy, stupid shit?
I don't know. My initial reaction was staged, absolutely staged, super, super staged. As more information's coming out, I'm starting to, back off of that a little bit and go, okay, maybe this was not staged. I still kind of don't know right now, but I think you'd be forgiven for, if we're all wrong. Can I finish?
I got it.
I don't know what he's doing there. Sorry.
Yeah, I think talking on the phone or something.
Yeah, I think so. You'd be forgiven for thinking this is staged, though, because they've staged one before. Like, why wouldn't we think this is staged? So this could be like a big old, like, boy who cried wolf kind of scenario where, like, Trump does this stupid stuff so often that, of course, we're going to think it's, like, staged, even if it's real. So I don't know yet, but my initial reaction was staged.
Hey, listen, we've been here before, right?
Yep. We've been here before.
The first time I seen somebody leave that comment on one of these videos, I did almost pee myself. I laughed so hard. We've been here before.
A black man can't even go to Walmart without being followed. You mean to tell me this bastard got into this toxic? Give me a fucking break.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, the security is that bad. It's that bad. They're that stupid. Like, it's ridiculous.
And then Trump, I saw an interview. He's like, I made them delay it because I'm like, what's going on? And I just really wanted to know what was going on. He's trying to like prop himself up as this like manly macho. Like, dude, you're orange. You're fucking orange, bro. Get out of here with that manly macho shit, whatever. Anyway, the old wolf, welcome aboard. Did you want to jump in?
Well, I was just thinking back to what Bartok said about it being staged, or Ball Talk. I'm sorry, but I made better plays in third grade, and I'm 58 now.
That's good. Yeah, so does anybody here think that it was real? Like, just outright think it's real without any, questioning whatsoever?
Oh, please say it is. Please say somebody. Anyone?
If you think it's real, please request up. Yeah, I mean, because I'd like to hear, like, because, and here's another thing. When the people don't trust the government enough to even buy this shit, that signals a huge problem with the country. And
the only time we know it's going to be real is when they actually hit their target. And I sent you a video, Lib, about a YT man who was Republican. What he's saying is that MAGA, and specifically his family, think that Trump is the second coming of Christ. He was unalive serious when he said this. He said they don't pray for Trump, they pray to him. Now, this is insanity. Come on. Insanity.
It is.
And if that shit spreads, we're already doomed anyway. But this is just insanity.
Yeah, that is that's the level of nuttery that doesn't surprise me either, sadly.
Yep.
Lonnie,
So
I heard you.
out. Yeah, hear me out. I'm not saying that it is. What I'm saying is that we have to keep in mind that I'm using the word if. If it is, then this man acted out of his own mental instability, right? Like just hear me out, right? Because we've seen people also, there was 2 stories in the past few months, I think this year alone, where there was the gentleman in DC that I think got caught trying to get close to the White House with some weapons. And then there was also the gentleman in Mar-a-Lago that tried to get close to Mar-a-Lago with some weapons as well. One of those 2 gentlemen was unalive. The other one, I don't think he was, right?
I think they caught the one at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, I think they unalived him, but he got fairly close enough, right? So this is what I'm saying, right? If it is, right, and the right doesn't have anything to do with it, the question is, why would someone want to try to do this to the president? Like, what would be his motive, right? Like, let's not go with the manifesto, right? Let's just like think how bad psychologically someone's mind would have to be to think that they have a shot at getting close enough to do this to the president. Because the sheer fact that we know that there are some of his supporters who regret their vote, right? And while we're like, you know what, we don't care if you regret your vote, you voted, whatever case may be, right? Mind you, I'm not empathizing with anybody. I'm just coming at this from a different perspective. You know what I mean? Like, these people have lost all hope now, right? Because they believed in him so much to the point where the saying is there's a thin line between love and hate. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So could this man have flipped that line because he was so obsessed that he flipped over to this hate because of the atrocities that have been happening since Trump has been in office, that he just decided out of his own mental instability to just go Rambo? Just for and I like I said, this is just
I don't know that you'd have to be mentally unstable to feel a way to want to get rid of somebody like that. I don't even know that that's mental instability at all. I think that's more stable.
Liberal.
But do you get where I'm going with that though? Like, does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, what if
I'm not sure I follow. No.
Okay, so in his own world, right? He's got his own world, right? He believed that Trump was going to save the world, right? He was grade A Trump supporter, right?
Now, was Cole Allen was he a Trump supporter? I thought he hated Trump.
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't get that far into it, but what I'm getting at
So
is
you're
that
talking about a Trump supporter that supported him and then turned against him and then went nutso. But that's not who. So you're just like talking like hypothetical situation.
well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't know if the man was a Trump supporter or not, but my whole point is to say this. What if it's something in his own cognitive inability, a switch flipped in his brain, and he just decided that he was going to go, and because of the atrocities that is happening due to President Trump doing what he's been doing around the world and to the country. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if this is just a lone wolf? What if this is just somebody who just fell off their rocker and bumped their head and woke up in the morning and was like, yeah, I'm going to go finish this because he's the reason why the world is in shambles. And he has no influence, so to speak. Like, he wasn't paid by the right. You know what I mean? He's not really like on the left either. He's just like in his own world. Like, he's just like seeing everything and his mind just went crazy. Like, he just went off the deep end and decided that I'm going to take this chance and I'm going to go after him. Like, what if that was, and this is just me throwing out a different perspective. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that's what it was, so don't take my word. Just,
I don't know.
a different perspective.
I don't, honestly, I personally don't really care.
And the reason I say that is because the moments after it happened, so many people, like so many political people, so many people of influence came out with one or two stories, right? They threw out all these bots screaming, this is why he wants to get a ballroom, right? Like, that was on the right. You know what I mean? And then people on the left were saying, like, this is somebody who, is fighting for democracy, whatever. But what if we have a different perspective is what I'm saying. Like, what if, because we don't really know, because they fed us information, you know what I mean? They're telling us what they think we're supposed to know. How do we know if what's really happening or what he really said or if he really had a manifesto? Because the people that are telling us this have been known to deceive us. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure I follow any of that.
I mean, I don't know how to say, like, he's not associated with the right. He's not associated with the left. What if he's just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, woke up in the morning and said, I'm going to go.
But I'm pretty sure he was not a Trump supporter. I'm pretty sure he hated Trump.
So what if he just woke up in a mental, like,
he just woke up in a mental break and then drove multiple days all the way across the country.
Now, did he drive? Did he take the train, or did he fly? Because I heard one of three things.
I don't know. I don't know, but either way, it takes some time. I mean, if you're going to get on a plane, that's many actions to take. If you just snap one day, I don't know. And besides that, like the guy's an engineer. Engineers are trained in problem solving. That's what they do. How do I resolve a situation? How do I methodically go about fixing something? And this dude must not have been a great engineer if he in fact did this on his own, which I don't believe. So he's like, well, let me see. I could just take a running start down this hallway and hope nobody catches me. Bullshit. I mean, I don't know. I don't buy it.
I'm just saying, wilder things have been known to happen, and I'm just saying we can't put it past. Like, we can't put none of this past any of them, right? We can't put past the fact that this may be staged. We can't put this past the fact that this man, Matty, just snapped one day and decided that this is what he was going to do, because people go crazy all the time and don't think with a clear mind.
I don't think it's crazy. I don't think you have to be crazy to do that at all. Even if somebody was successful, I don't think it speaks to a crazy person. I think it speaks to a very logical person. I think it speaks to somebody who's willing to sacrifice themselves to save the whole. That's what I think. So I wouldn't even degrade somebody's moral character if in fact they were successful in doing it.
Got a question for you.
Exactly,
then.
And that's what I'm saying. What if this is a whole different perspective than what they're putting out to tell us they think? Like, the right is thinking one thing, the left is thinking something else. And what if, like the way you just explained it, he he just decided that he was going to try to do something on his own. You know what I mean? Like, and make this
Sure.
decision. And he didn't have like. That's what I'm saying. Like, what if there's a third perspective? What if there's a different perspective than the two that are being put out there? Because I'm seeing
there
one
are,
about
but what do you believe? What do you believe?
I think that I don't know what to believe because of the fact that
Well, what are you leaning towards?
I'm leaning towards a lone wolf. That's what I'm leaning towards. I'm leaning towards a lone wolf who hit this space in his mind, and he decided that if he wasn't gonna fix if people weren't gonna fix it and they were gonna let him run rampant, that he was going to try and do something. And I think that they took this opportunity and now they're spinning it on the right for him to get the ballroom. But then the left is also spinning it as to say this was a fight for democracy. But I don't think the man was on either plane. I think he was just trying to right some wrongs that he felt no one else was trying to right.
A fight for the people on the left are cucking themselves to this notion that our political violence is not welcome. All these motherfuckers came out and they were like, "Oh, we can do this." What do you mean, motherfucker?
And this is why
I'm sick of it. Yeah.
And they continue to do this because they'll have people believe this shit. Oh, it was a lone wolf. Well, they're going to continue to play in our faces as long as they know that a certain number of
Miss
people
Mouse
will buy the bullshit. And if more people say this is bullshit, I see it, I smell it, and you look like it, we're not buying this shit. Stop all this drama bullshit. This is outrageous. This is why they continue to do it. And right after this, he goes on his press tour and talks about what happened with a smile on his face. Who fucking goes on a press tour hecking and kecking and talking about how great his team is when this was a third supposedly attempt on your life? This is not normal.
Right.
These people are insane. They're playing in your faces. I'm telling you, the next things you're going to hear is that this is the only president with the most attempts on his life. He's greater than Abraham Lincoln. He's got more attempts, but his mighty team behind him stopped it. He's from the theater. He's television. He's WWE. He knows how to get people to believe bullshit, even when they know it's bullshit and see that it's
bullshit. It was a made-for-TV movie, is what we just saw.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's just fucking weird. I heard Top Gas. Was that you trying to weigh in? So we got Top Gas and Dylan. Well, actually, Land, you got here before. I don't think you've said anything. Did you want to jump in there real quick?
How you doing, First Loud? How you doing?
Good,
What's
man.
up,
I'm good. And guys, please keep tapping the
100%.
screen. Send the gifts. I've got a gifting goal up there that I haven't met yet. If you want to support the live, please do that. Go to my profile. I've got all the things in there, my Crash App and Vimo. Let's do that. Land of the Z, go ahead.
Yeah, do the tapping with 2 fingers. It makes it easier. Anyways, so basically, guys, I think it's all staged. You see, if you're a graduate of Caltech and you're an engineer, nowadays you don't have much to do. There's so many of you anyways. And a lot of Indians, a lot of Pakistani guys, they're much smarter than that fellow. So basically, you get a visit from a Mossad agent, and he comes to you, tells you, okay, I'll make all your life much better, and will actually release you in the closest timing during the next era of Mr. Trump, maybe, after elections, so that we don't get, and basically we would go like, I would think about it, I'll go do it, but they didn't give him the right equipment, and they just laxed the security. I saw a girl with that Moloch star in her chest with an interview, and she's saying that she walked right through the gates and into the conference hall. Nobody challenged her at all. Even a guy was mentioning that he beeped on these checkpoints, and nobody even searched him. So basically, it was laxed on. And you see J.D. Vance being pulled out first, and that wife of Kirk, she came out and she said that there's going to be shooting. She said that literally. You heard her.
I understand that. Yes,
Oh.
I do know about the weapons.
Aaron, you got background noise. Anyway,
Okay.
Land, go ahead.
So
Go ahead and Land.
Yeah, so basically, we had in 52 coup by Gamal Abdel Nasser, and he had given promises to the Muslim Brotherhood, and then to get them out of the scene because they wanted some couple of ministries to rule with him because they helped him with the coup against the king Farouk at the time. And what happened? He made the staged one in Alexandria here. The same shit. Everybody stand in your place. But he made like a national hero because he's like a Che Guevara. Che Guevara came and he met Gamal Abdel Nasser. So the dictator at that time who had made the coup d'etat was doing the same exact thing. He had a staged act of someone coming to pew him and him standing there like a courageous guy. He didn't have his security guys take him. Actually, he was. Some people were unalive beside him, but he wasn't unalive. So it just gives him more credit with people.
With the incubators in Iraq. The incubators in Iraq. That young girl that went in there had been trained for months leading into that, talking about the incubators, and it was all bullshit. And she was like the daughter of a diplomat. Fuck it! It really is all bullshit. Like they do this shit all the time, a lot more than we think. Now, Dylan, welcome in, man. Did you want to jump in on this?
Yeah, how's it going, man?
Oh, it's good. Going a little crazy. Ended the man panel early.
Oh, okay.
All the sausages, I guess, were burnt up. So,
how'd it go?
It is what it is.
How'd it go? Was it emotional by any means?
No, we actually got into talking about the Mandela effect. But what is your take on this assassination attempt, quote unquote?
You want my answer on whether or not I think it was staged or not?
Yeah, I mean, or just, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Where are you leaning?
Can I ask you a question really quickly first before?
Sure.
So what are we trying to establish by answering this question that we didn't already know about the Trump administration, whether or not it was staged or not? If it was staged, there was corruption involved in essentially manipulation in trying to get everyday citizens to believe some sort of thing, right? Which there's conversation being had that they're going to use this as an excuse to implement certain bills and regulations and a bunch of other restrictions down the road. But I don't really know whether or not it was staged. I think whether or not it was, I believe it's kind of a distraction from what'll happen whether or not it was. Does that make sense to you?
It does, but I don't think it's a distraction. In fact, I think it's the leading point into something else, because the more we see this, the more he's going to crack down on anybody's ability to do anything. Because the left is so violent, he's already calling us terrorists. Right? So when you have this happen, and it is fake, it's a false flag, and then that allows you to crack down and do other things that are harmful to the population based on a lie.
His buddy Duarte did similar.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of rinse and repeat, but I mean, does that, because it's like, whether or not, I agree with you, whether or not it's real is sort of irrelevant, but then you look at, what does this signal to you? You believe it might be a distraction? Possible.
I do.
It could be
I believe
two
whether
birds
or
with
not
one stone.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking here is whether or not it is, they're going to use it as a distraction for things that they're going to do down the road. And if it was real, it really kind of just shows the mentality of how dangerous the current political climate is and how important it is to choose a representative in the future that actually prioritizes the American citizens. Because if people are this drastic and this willing to go to this extent, it plays an extremely dangerous precedence for the future of politics.
Well, sure, but let's be honest. Even if somebody were to be successful in an attempt, or successful in an assassination, it's not going to change anything. Everything is going to be running like clockwork because it's not about Trump.
That's what a lot of people don't seem to really understand. It's this whole goddamn system that's fucked up. He just happens to be the face of it right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's like the scapegoat idiot. Where all the, because like Democrats come out right out and there's no excuse for this political violence. This must end, as if they are the arbiters of what is acceptable in this country. Like, fuck you. Don't talk to me about this while you guys still allow children to be malnourished because you can't figure out a way to fucking feed them or to stop this guy from doing what he's doing because you're just waiting for your turn to go in there and do the same shit. The whole system.
Did you see Hakeem Jeffries is already saying he's not going to, they will not prioritize the impeachment. They won't even pursue an impeachment at this point if they retake Congress.
Are we shocked? No. He's a bought and sold jigaboo. We're not shocked. But let me just say this again. A black man cannot go to Walmart without being followed.
Right.
You mean to tell me this black man with a pew-pew, a long one, goes into the hotel? His ass would have been watched in the parking lot if he would have got out with a three-piece suit on with black tie. They would have watched him. We have to stop with this whole questioning ourselves. It is fake. This is par for the course. This is what they do. We have to stop questioning. This is why no one's angry. We're still trying to find the humanity in these demons. It amazes me that you all aren't just furious at this, playing in our faces. He's literally doing a press tour as if he's doing The Apprentice, talking about how great and fabulous his men are. Why are you the only person in history that this keeps happening to? Why is it that it's
it doesn't happen to, and it doesn't actually happen to?
Right.
Yeah.
To Lonnie, you said that they're not getting close to him. No, don't forget, his ear was pew-pewed off, but it grew back faster than the fucking iguanas. Remember, his ear was pew-pewed? So these people are, quote-unquote, getting really close, but nothing's ever happening. No one's investigating that one. No one's talking about the person who was unalive, the fireman unalive. Why is all this mysterious? Charlie Kirk's another one. That whole mystery. All of a sudden, you don't hear anything about it. Flown on the plane. What's going on here?
And keep in mind that there was an interview with Mossad agents, and they literally said, we make like Truman Show.
That's
they
right.
said that.
They played it.
The world is a stage to these fuckers. Yeah, I mean, like they just openly outright said. So they're going to do whatever they want to do to whatever their ends are, and I mean, I appreciate Dylan's point because this attempt or not attempt, whatever, is kind of irrelevant whether it was real or not, because it just speaks to the game that they're playing or are going to play. And matter of fact, part of that game, let me play this to you. It's a little bit of a longer clip, I think. I'll just play the first part of this. This is fucking wild, y'all. I have to refresh. Here we go. Let me just play this. Hooligan found this.
No. Now imagine there was an emergency outside the truck, an accident, something terrible on the ranch with a chainsaw. And I jump in this truck, but the truck, it won't shift into drive. Why? Because the cameras and sensors inside this cab won't let it shift, because it detects my eyes are big, there's a lot of emotion, there's some panic, and it doesn't feel that I'm fit to drive. Now that's not science fiction, that is happening because Ford just filed the patents. Ford actually has a series of patents down at the U.S. Patent and Trade Office that deal with the sensors and cameras inside the cab of their truck. And if the sensors in that truck determine that you're not fit to drive, that truck will not actually shift from park to drive. Now, they already have a system called telematics, and that's where they can actually pull up cameras in real time inside the cab of their fleet vehicles. Now, they actually market this to insurance companies, because the truth is, this is really about who owns the data and who owns the liability. Now, your name might actually be on the title of this truck, and you may have paid for it, but you don't own it. Now, Ford didn't file just one patent. They filed a stack of them, all within months of each other. Are you sitting down? Get this. This Ford technology patent doesn't just watch you, this one puts you in jail. Ford filed a patent, serial number 0104469, where the system takes your biometric data, your face, your iris, and your fingerprint, and it runs it through a criminal database in real time. While you're sitting in your own truck, think about what that means. You wake up one morning, you walk out to your driveway, you climb into a vehicle with your name on the title, on property with your name on the deed, and before you go anywhere, before you've done a single thing wrong, your truck is already running your face through a law enforcement database. Ford's
And this is the ultimate goal for these people.
Yep.
That right there. And so the more disastrous things that happen, the easier it'll be for them to turn around. But we need to do this because reasons and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just
I'm sorry. Have you read about it? Because actually the other car manufacturers have said they will not implement such technology. So it's only America, and America is not going to further than Mr. Trump, your last president. I think you're going to have a civil war very soon.
To that point, an executive order, I think it was an executive order. It may have actually been in law. I can't remember what, but it's requiring these things. Some of these things to make sure that you're determined to be fit to drive. Fit, not just not intoxicated, but fit. In order to what? Save what? Some people? And yet you can die of malnutrition or have a really shitty life. They don't care about that, do they?
It's to control,
That's exactly what it is.
They don't give a fuck about you being ill or malnutrition or saving people. It's about controlling and being able to tax the fuck out of you and charge you where they're controlling you. That's all it is.
Yep. And
basically, guys, you need Iran to come and liberate you guys. You need to be liberated. You guys deeply need to be liberated. I sat with Baltok. I'm sorry. I sat with a Chinese guy. He's actually a dissident. He's not living in China. And he was very, very fair. He was a professor. He told me that America seems to be going crazy on the world. And we're sitting there watching. Don't believe the CCP is an angel. But, sooner or later, if they try to take Hormuz, we cannot allow Iran to fall. It's too big to fall. We cannot allow them to close Hormuz because our oil and gas only comes through Hormuz for the Iranians, because there's Afghanistan in the middle and they're not really on good terms. So they can't put a pipeline through the land mass. You know what I mean?
That China is going back and forth without Trump fucking with them. Have you all heard that? China's going through the Straits of and this
and Iranian tankers too are getting through.
Oh, good. See, so the people are getting through that need to get through, and the sad part is
it's a matter of time, honey. Listen, Baltok, I want to tell you bad news. You guys have very bad news coming your way. I have to tell you this. I'm in Egypt, so we kind of
What's
we always start the day before you.
What's the bad news?
Okay, the bad news is, sister, is that America is fallen. It's over.
Honey, we
and
already
you guys are about to go. You're about to go into big trouble. You're gonna be starting a civil war on your own. Listen, let me finish, ma'am. The bad news is yet to finish.
Us any news? We're in.
Okay, but the Pax dollar, ma'am.
Excuse me. You're telling us what we already know. You're speaking to people who already in the know. We know, and guess what?
I believe you. I know, sister. I know.
You need to feel some pain.
But let me just indulge in what I was saying. I want to finish it. Can I land my plane? I'll quickly just tell you what I think.
Plane that we already know about.
Okay. No, basically, I think the Pax dollar, that dollar for petrol is not going to play anymore, and it's coming sooner or later. Egypt is just sitting there. We owe you hell lot of money. IMF, you need to give money to IMF. It's very good for us if the America and IMF go to hell. So basically, the whole world doesn't like you anymore. Not you, ma'am, but we love you. We don't love your administration, and
but
all
you don't
of them
love the
since the start.
petrodollar.
You've never been the good guys. What?
You don't love the
What you say?
petrodollar. They're switching to the petrodollar.
Fuck the petrodollar. It was, by the way, it was an Egyptian. It was an Egyptian guy who made the petrodollar. By the way, you can go check it out.
UAE had just told the U.S. administration that they will do business in yuan. They just said that, yesterday.
We're done.
So it's happening.
And
It-
land of
it's-
Z,
It has to happen.
Egypt, the UAE, all those other countries that are on their knees for Israel and the United States of Israel, you all deserve to have your comeuppance as well. Iran is right. You're their enemy because you allow them to have bases in all the places that you are.
Ma'am, we know that the people are not our
Wait
enemy.
a minute. Since you're giving us a warning, let me give you a
Sisi
warning.
is my enemy
Let
too,
me
ma'am.
give you your excuse me.
Ma'am,
Excuse me. Let me give
Trump's
you your warning.
favorite dictator
Excuse
is
me,
installed by
excuse
America,
me,
ma'am, and the Saudi
excuse
Arabian
me,
regime.
Excuse me. You
But I
gave
have
us
to
our
tell you that I am also not that person. I'm not.
Okay. Let her finish too.
Yeah,
Go
let
ahead.
me finish. You gave us our warning with glee. Let me give you your warning. You guys are on your hands and knees with knee pads. For Israel and the U.S., you're going to pay. Iran is not going to forget that you also helped to usher in this hell that's going on right now in North Africa called the Middle East. This is your fault, Egypt. This is your fault, UAE. This is your fault for all those little Qatar and all those other little greedy little bastards and that hideous kingdom of Saudi Arabia and all of that other crap. You all should pay, and you're going to get your comeuppance as well as you should.
Yeah, because they engaged in a lot of this stuff too. Z, I assume you probably don't, disagree.
Oh, I totally agree, but Egypt is too big to fall, number one. Sisi does not represent Egypt. He is a dictator. He did a coup d'etat. And the Saudis, they paid for that coup d'etat, them and the fucking UAE. And I was brought up in a UAE, and I solemnly say, what my father built, I will either acquire and take, because it was promised to me 7,000 years ago.
7,000 years.
3,000. Yeah, fucking hell. Yeah, by Ammon, not by God. By Ammon, the God at that time. And I'm gonna bring down Dubai with the Iranians. You know?
That's
I
funny.
don't care about the IRCG. I love the Iranian people. I have no problem with the Iranian people, ma'am.
Okay, Dylan had a question, and then I'm going to get to Jonathan after that. But guys, real quick, this is a pocket constitution. It is in my shop. You can go to the showcase. I think it's on my profile. Isn't that how you reach the creator showcase? It's like $9.99. You guys can get one, and
I'll buy one today.
It even separates like your amendments by page, so it makes it pretty easy for you to read it. And see how
Does it have perforated edges so you
But
can
may I just tell you something about myself? May I tell you something about
That's
myself?
funny.
And
That's a
Egypt
good
for
idea,
while?
though.
Guys,
Well, hold on. Well, Z, hold on and put a pin in that.
Okay.
First of all, you've got, I don't know if your microphone is picking up your speaker, but you got echo. But I got to go. Dylan, you had a question. Please go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to introduce Jonathan first, I can ask my question right after.
Okay, Jonathan, what's up? Welcome in. I know you usually don't stay long, but hopefully that'll be different today because
I got off.
Because we have pocket constitution.
I'm
irrelevant.
excited.
But go
Yeah,
ahead.
No, I don't work till 3 today, so I could stay on a little bit. But I wanted to tell my friend Maverick some news. I don't know if you heard about this, Maverick, but Trump supporters can't be racist because all their teeth are black.
Wow. And I'm a dentist in the house. If they need any whitening, I'm here to do it.
I love it.
That's fucking funny. That's good shit. Anyway, was that all you wanted to offer? Because otherwise, Dylan's got a question.
I'm listening. Right now. Go ahead.
That's it. You are, sir, the future
Jonathan, you can't
Dangerfield.
bring those patients from MAGA. I'm sorry, liberal. If he brings the patient to Egypt, we can fix their teeth. We can make it white again. Make MAGA teeth white again.
Make MAGA white again.
Do you think MAGA's gonna go see a brown dentist? Are you kidding me?
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Means that we sell off a little bit more of these Digimon from the trailer. We're going to Egypt.
That's funny. That is funny. Dylan, anyway, you had a question. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm just interested because I was on a panel today, a Canadian panel, and I've been seeing it definitely consistent and prominent within the past couple days here. This sort of mentality of America needs to fall. And I wanted to ask Americans how you feel when you hear international citizens saying that, especially towards people that are within the United States that don't necessarily agree with their government. How do you feel when international people say that?
It doesn't bother me at all. I totally understand it. But yeah, somebody else had was that Techno? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, it was me. Yeah, no, I totally agree. In a lot of ways, I mean, I was gonna, like I was saying a minute ago. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries even said he's not going to do anything about any of these crimes when, if we regain the House and the Senate, we're not going to even pursue any type of impeachment, any type of holding accountable. We're not going to investigate all of this. Like this shooting needs to be fully investigated. You know, and everything that he's done, he needs to be held to account for it. But
ain't gonna happen. My fear, and the reason I ask you guys that question, my fear is when I think of the term.
It will not be.
Oh yeah, he cut out. Techno, you cut out for like a long time. If you want to kind of reiterate the last maybe 15 seconds of what you were saying.
I was going to land there. Yeah, I was saying that the Democrats have already given the playbook. They're not going to pursue any type of holding to account of the other side whatsoever. So what's even the point? Why are we even going to vote? Like, yes, America needs to fall at this point because our leadership refuses to do a goddamn thing about Jack.
Okay.
So I don't like it. It doesn't sound fun. That's not going to be very fun because it's going to be disorganized and chaotic and strife. But I guess it's going to be the only way that this gets resolved. So, oh well.
Well, I mean,
I actually see a Soviet Union. I
you
see a
kind of have
Soviet
to.
Union style. Yeah, I see a Soviet Union style perestroika. You know, like the one that happened to the Soviet Union back in Gorbachev's time. That guy with the, I don't know, some Israeli flag on his head. You remember him? Gorbachev?
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, he dismantled the Soviet Union, right? So what's going to happen in America is that we don't want you guys to fall in any way, but your economy is going to collapse because what you're spending on Ukraine, you guys, you're outstretched to the world and you have nothing. So you guys are getting poor. So what will happen? You get frustrated. One militia moves and everybody moves. And then we dismantle that machine of war and mongering and we get back to reset button, you know, and it becomes Turtle Island America. I don't know. You want to call it something between that, right? Because you gotta instate a native Indian. Maybe our brother Liberal will be the president next time. You know, president maybe whatever he is in, but it's gonna be a one state presidency. Yeah, not the whole 51 states. I think.
Well, you know, somebody did come up here and call me a sleeper cell the other day, so that was interesting. But something though, if the country does collapse like that, it is important and vital for the American public to not allow these fuckers that basically have everything to take it and fill that vacuum with themselves, which is what they're going to try to do. Because to them, a collapse of our country would be an opportunity for them to take it, and we can't allow that. And so people need to really start focusing on who the problems are. And it's none of us, really, even Republicans or MAGA base. It's not even them. It's these rich fucking oligarch pieces of shit that want to control everything. So it'll be a very sensitive moment if that were to happen, because it'll be easy for the wrong people to take it back. And how you prevent that, aside from, the Molotov cocktails, at Altman's house, what do you do? Because Altman is people like him, they will do everything. And there's nothing that will keep them from doing anything to you for their ends. It's crazy.
I think it's just that we are hostages now since 2012, since Sisi came into coup d'etat, and you guys are hostages of Mr. Fattah Trump, I think. I call him Fattah Trump. Fattah Sisi and Fattah Trump. He's his favorite dictator. So you guys it's been tried on us already. This shit I've seen you guys now doing. A while ago I came in and there was USA in that conference. It just
That
reminded
fucking-
me of the trolls of Sisi who would say, Tahya Masr, Tahya Masr, Viva Egypt,
Crazy.
Viva Egypt. They do the same shit. They think that the Mr. Trump or Mr. Sisi are representative of the country. He is the country himself. He is the army. He is the medical staff of the hospitals, like the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Commerce. He's everything. He's Baba, Mama, he's Anwar Wagdi.
Yeah, well, we have to prevent that from being filled with the very people that currently fill it, or worse.
Here's the thing with a question like, should America fall? Do we want it? It's not even a matter of that. It's going. It is in the fall. The decline
That's true.
is happening. It's in the fall. And every action has an equal and opposite reaction. What do I mean by that? It's one of Newton's laws. This country has done so much evil on the globe.
It's true.
If we believe, for those of you who say you're Christian and for those of you who say you're Muslim and all that other crap that you believe in, every religion tells you, as you sow, so shall you reap. Well, it's time to reap the crap that we've sown. We must suffer because we're not learning from it by coming together collectively and looking at things and saying, well, that's wrong. G-side is wrong. The underlying about there are millions upon millions of people who don't see that for whatever reason. So we have to have a collective fall so that the pain is distributed equally. As long as some people are living on the mountaintop and others aren't, people aren't going to do anything. So it must fall and people must suffer. That's the only way human beings seem to grow, is through absolute pain and suffering.
And to add on to what Maverick says, I think people only learn when they actually feel the pain and it actually hits that the country has actually fallen. That's what I've learned in my own personal life, with my relationships. People only really give a fuck when it impacts them, especially in this country's history, right? When before, in the 1980s, no one gave a fuck about substances entering, our communities until it started impacting a lot of middle-aged white people.
Mm-hmm.
And then this country started caring about it. So she's right? Maybe we do need to fall, right? And we do need to feel it, because that's the only way people are going to wake up and want to get change.
Yeah, that's right. Just like we had that white lady ball, where the white lady up here what?
The host is speaking, Z.
Yeah,
It goes for everybody. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were speaking. I have a lag, so you bear with me. My bad internet because of the dictator I have here.
Okay,
it costs us a lot to make you to connect.
All right.
Yeah,
well, so the answer to that is to not just continue to go. Anyway, see, now I fucking forgot what I was going to say. The fucking yes, the white lady who during the shutdown, right? Yeah. Oh, Democrats have to stand tough. They got to stick to their their grounds or whatever, and hold them hostage so that we can get I think it was for Medicare or some kind of benefit or whatever. Don't give in. But her family was military family. She's a very wealthy person, right? My understanding of this person, quite wealthy. But the moment that she didn't get that first check that didn't come through, she come up from one day to the next. Oh my God, Democrats are going to have to work something out. They're going to have to work out a deal. They got to work out a deal. And I'm just like wide-eyed at this shit. Like this performative ass. You ain't gonna suffer, but you're okay with everybody else suffering until. Fuck that shit. People that are like that, I don't even want to like deal with that shit. It's so fake. It's just fake.
It's deplorable.
And people are like that, and it's usually upper middle class fucking white people.
It's true. We had a guy on a live the other day that, when Trump made that comment, he's like, we can't afford to pay for daycare, Medicare, and Medicaid because we're spending it all on this war and blah, blah, blah. We had some Trump supporter come up and say, well, I'm a little concerned about that. I mean, I don't care about Medicaid or daycare, but I'm a little bit concerned about Medicare because I'm retiring in a couple years.
Oh, wow.
We just laughed our asses off. I told him that I hope his Medicare Advantage plan that he wants to enroll in gets taken from him, and he has to go get an insurance policy off Craigslist or some shit like that. So.
Insurance policy off of Craigslist. That's funny. No, it is wild how I don't think they even understand what they're doing. Like they're just so thoughtless to everybody else around them. So we could do with a few less of those people, in my view.
But that's the American exceptionalism.
That's cultural. Yes, that's right.
You're striving. You're wonderful.
Me.
You're dynasty from the 1980s. Yeah.
Yep.
Get green.
Yeah.
That's just
What is that? Finding Nemo? Mine. Is that Finding Nemo with the fish that keep screaming mine?
No, those were the birds. Those were the birds that were screaming. Mine,
right.
mine.
Yeah. Was that Finding Nemo though?
Yes, that was Finding Nemo.
Yeah. That's what that reminds me of. That's like.
Well, Americans are just so obnoxious. You know, the Chinese people in China, they save like 30 to 40% of their income. China has a massive national savings rate. I looked up the American national savings rate. It's like 4%. Americans.
Do you know why they do that?
I read it's because they don't have a social safety net, so the citizens are paranoid that if anything happens to them, that they're not going to have anything to fall back on.
That, Sky. Once a person in China buys their property, they're not taxed to in perpetuity for the rest of their fucking life, and even after they own their things outright, so they're able to do that.
But there's just something.
If you looked at the average American who has a home, paying mortgage, taxes, property taxes, all this other shit they pile onto you to keep. It would blow your mind how obscene a lot of this shit is. Even if you buy a trailer park. Now, trailers here, we call them mobile homes. You can find $400,000 mobile homes in California.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. Are they fucking gold?
No, they look like an outhouse.
Jesus.
Because I live down you're by the marina. Oh, you got a mobile. Bitch, my forehead can't get through this door. And you want $400,000 for this motherfucker. What is my backyard?
I just want to say, but Americans are so fucking obnoxious, though. I have friends that make like $30,000 a year, and they find a way to buy the new Ford F-150 that's like $40,000 a year. Every single year they buy the new one. And I'm like, you're bashing everybody who took on debt to go to college, but you have $40,000 in debt for a fucking Ford F-150. What the hell's that about? People are so obnoxious.
Yeah, now those same F-150s are going to have cameras in them so they can take their asses to jail because he just showed us what Ford is doing.
Right. Now the cameras are going to see that none of them brush their teeth, right? Great.
Now let me show Let me show this graph real quick. I don't know if it's totally relevant, but I'd tasked this with my AI to produce this because I wanted to figure out when billionaires really started gaining assets because, a lot of wealth is stored in the stock market. So if that collapses, a lot of, millionaires are going to lose everything because it's all in paper. Right, and once that, they don't actually have assets. So billionaires started going around just buying up a bunch of fucking land and shit, like actual tangible goods that they can keep and hold on to. And so right here, you see this, the blue line is the concentration of the ultra wealthy, right? So right after the Gilded Age ended, that started tanking, and then in comes Reagan. So the green is housing and land asset, consumption. And as you can see, it's just fucking skyrocketed. Just boom. Look at that. And then this is the global billionaire number. So I think they know something is coming, and they've known for a while, probably even since Reagan came in. They were like, ooh, this is going to be nice. And they just started buying everything. Like Bill Gates with all that fucking land he bought.
That piece of shit. Think about this. They can do all of that. But if we get a regime in there, a real regime, that will take all that shit from them. Bill Gates, I don't care what this land deed says. Your ass ain't getting it. And guess what? We have a history of doing that in this country. Talk to Native and Indigenous people. Talk to Black people.
Yep.
They will take your shit, eminent domain. So the next regime that has the guts to get in there, start eminent domaining their shit, and they won't have assets anymore. That's the wonderful thing about this. That pendulum can swing all the way, unless we want to go the France route. Those motherfuckers eat cake. Shove cake down, not real cake, but a goddamn crusty ass goddamn bun and shove it in Bill Gates' mouth and say, "This is
No.
what you're going to eat."
Get the artificial Walmart cakes that taste like they have artificial.
Make them eat crusty socks, okay?
Some Campbell soup that the meat is made out of a machine. Remember, they say only poor people eat Campbell. Let them eat that.
Yeah.
But we don't have the guts right now.
Now, Aaron, welcome back. You had a little hiatus, I assume, a phone call.
Yeah,
but did
sorry
you want
about
to jump
that.
in? No, you're good. Did you want to jump in?
Sure, yeah, a couple of things. First, I was on the phone. I had my son beep in. He's in college in DC, and he was talking to me on his way to class, and he was like, "The campus is crawling with Secret Service today. There's just like Secret Service absolutely everywhere." Now, it's not unusual for them to have some Secret Service on campus. There's just he's right by the White House, and there's motorcades going through all the time. It's very normal. But he's like, "I don't know what's going on today because this is like they're everywhere." And then he walks past. He goes, "Oh, we're having an Israel fest." There's like a bunch of students in the plaza. They're having some kind of Israel celebration. Again, that's okay. Like the Jewish students can
do your thing.
They hold a lot
Right.
of events. That's cool. Why is the Secret Service the ones out protecting it rather than campus police or even DC city police? Why?
There's more
why the
Secret Service. There's more Secret Service for an Israeli celebration on a college campus than there is for the President of the United States. Is that what you're telling me?
It seems like it. It seems like it today. And I just thought that was a little unusual, so I thought I'd let you guys kind of know, and we don't have to discuss it or anything, but, there's that. And in terms of wealth disparity, though, so this is one of the reasons we have all these boomers who are not retiring is because when they had the market crash and the government bailouts and everything back in the late 2000s, early 2010, they all lost everything and they've never been able to recover it. But that's just going to keep happening again and again and again because most of the wealth in the stock market is being just absolutely hoarded by millionaires and billionaires. And then the rest of us just have our little piddly 401k sitting in there. But anytime that those big guys decide to just pull all their money, they're pulling all of ours, and everything that we have can be worth nothing in an instant. That's all.
Well, I have nothing, so nothing is worth nothing. That's about
there you
right.
go. You're safe. You're safe.
And a record number of people are even borrowing against their 401ks right now because people are so. I mean, the cost of healthcare, I'm learning, are just outrageous.
My healthcare is free.
Right. I just went to the dentist, right? I have to get a bunch of shit done, and my insurance is only paying $800, and they're sending me a $1,300 bill that I'm having to pay out of pocket. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, why don't we collectively go to Israel and pull out people's teeth like George Washington did and start using those since they have free everything and we don't?
Right. Good to me. I could use some extra teeth.
Yeah, I'm George Washington, and I've got Israeli teeth.
This is insanity. Everything we're talking about is people would think we're insane if we told people that we are supposedly the richest country on the planet, and yet the citizens have to pay out of pocket for simple services that we already invest in. That is insane.
Yeah, and let me just show, like, this is irrelevant, but I have already reached out to all my contacts in Oklahoma legislature. This is the kind of shit that appears to be acceptable in the world, in the United States. Listen to this shit. This is Wendy Suarez. She's a local Oklahoma
no idea
reporter.
Oklahoma allowed schools to put students in seclusion rooms. This came up in a story we reported earlier this week.
Children, including those with disabilities, are placed in a padded room by themselves for behavioral control.
It opens from the outside and locks as soon as it closes. Black, no colors, nothing. All black pads, top to bottom, all, nothing else is in that room. I could not imagine ever being put in something like that.
That mom in Stillwater raising alarms about how this is used in her child's school. Not every district does this, but it is allowed by law. And the school district says there's a process for how they do it, and parents are always involved. But this is what happened after that story ran. I got so many messages, emails, comments on social media of other people having issues with the way their child's school has used a so-called seclusion room, that they weren't notified, that there is no process in place to keep up with every time one is used, and if it was done properly. And while this whole topic...
They did this shit to me when I was a kid. And this fucking pisses me off. The level of ridiculous shit that has to come from a government that's doing this to children, and then you wonder why people are fucked up when they get older.
But that's child abuse.
It is child abuse, and it's state sanctioned. But
parents, pull your children out of these schools.
Fucking nuts.
It should be a mass exodus of this shit. Have
Yeah,
community-based schools
nuts.
where the people who are retired, who don't have anything else to do, that former teachers, start trying to find communities that way and pull your children out of this system and have people in your communities be able to teach your children. That would be a grassroots type movement, because this is outrageous. All of this shit is outrageous. It's insanity.
Yes, ma'am.
And I wish that something would spark where people would start
But
realizing
why don't people do anything about this though? We have all this shit going on, and the people of Oklahoma, they probably aren't going to do anything about it. They're probably going to go reelect all the people that have allowed that happening.
And I'm going to do something about it for my own self-preservation, because at some point I'll get back to Oklahoma, and if I learn that a motherfucker does that to my kid, I'll probably end up in jail, because they did this to me when I was a kid. It was so goddamn traumatic. That is one of the nightmare scenarios that I deal with as an adult.
Sure.
And to see they're still doing that shit to kids in school enrages me to no end. So I've already reached out to a Republican in the Oklahoma legislature who was like, what the fuck? And a Democrat. And now I've connected those two together, and they're going to start working on a bill to get it fixed, because that shit has to stop.
And you need to start running for office if you get back down there. It's time for you to be in office, because we really need to. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy.
Yeah, something has to be done, because
it's going to be. It's going to be. Don't forget, there is change that's going to happen, and it may not go the way the oligarchs want it to go, but there's change coming. People can't continue, especially when the pain is being felt more by the majority of the people. They're not going to continue to want to live like this. And if you have masses of people living and feeling this pinch collectively, it will change. And I still have hope and faith in that people will get so sick of this shit, even the ones who are supporting this nonsense right now, they will realize this is not working for me.
Yeah, it has to stop, but it has to be collective. People have got to, I don't know, come together and do shit, because like me doing this on my own with that, and those other people are going to be unwilling to do it, probably because they haven't built those networks, which is fucked up on its own, that you have to know these motherfuckers in order to get them to do anything for you. It's fucked up all on its own.
So basically what Oklahoma is doing is putting children in solitary confinement like they're in prison.
That's been considered a form of torture even in prisons.
Right, that's considered torture in prisons. You're absolutely right, Aaron. That's right.
Yeah, because I had this. It was in school suspension, and
I got in trouble while in school suspension. So they put a fucking three-sided cubicle in front of me at a concrete wall behind me, just enough room between the wall and the cubicle so that I could get up and go around if I needed to use the bathroom or something. But otherwise, I was not allowed to get up and go anywhere. I had to eat my lunch there. We're talking from start of school until the end. I stayed almost an entire school year there.
That's outrageous.
And yeah, and this is what they were doing to children, and this is like I mean, I would lose my fucking mind if somebody did that to my child at that school.
What kind of school is this?
It's a public school.
No, fuck that shit. No.
Well, I didn't make it too pleasant on the guy that was in there. They ended up, because I got in trouble again. That's why I didn't stay the whole year, because I got kicked out of school, and they made me do homeschool, and I had to go to the police station to do my tests and pick up my homework. Even though nothing that I got in trouble for was violent. It wasn't like fighting or anything like that. It was just, were
these indigenous people doing this to you, or were these?
Well, no. Okay. One of my worst teachers was an indigenous woman, and she fucking hated me. She used to call me names in front of the class. I mean, Marcella Morton. Marcella Morton, that bitch.
You know her, tell her she's a dirty cunt.
That's right. She's one of the fucking worst teachers I've ever come across in my life. That woman, I hope she suffers from fucking rickets or something.
So this is in Oklahoma that this was happening to you?
Yeah.
Well, Oklahoma has some issues then. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, and it's not even just secluded to Oklahoma. A lot of states still have that shit.
Outrageous.
But it just speaks to a country that is fucked up in some kind of way. Oh, remove ball top. Oh, my God. Gotta drop you.
Fuck you, TikTok, of course.
All right,
Isn't
we'll see.
Oklahoma ranked like the worst in education currently? I think that's
it is.
But
harassment, bullying.
And I'm definitely not speaking on behalf of anyone doing this to children, but also I can see why this happens in a system where we have schools and teachers that are overworked, underfunded, not paid enough, not given enough resources. And education to handle students who have behavioral issues or abnormalities. They absolutely, if we, and again, this is the kind of thing that goes away when you eliminate a Department of Education, is it takes away the federal rights of parents and children to access the resources that their kids specifically need. And they're not, these parents are not able to, wouldn't it be lovely if we could all, take our kids out of school and homeschool them or do this as a community? But that's not the reality that most parents in America face. And so we need these resources. The federal government is what both ensures the right to them and provides a lot of the necessary funding for them. And we're disposing of that. We're having no standards, and we're saying that we don't care about the education of our populace and the safety of our children.
Yeah, and that lack of funding for and the increases also, by the way, with the various ailments, take your pick, is most likely coming from this greedy diet that we eat of this ultra processed shit, so something can have a shelf life of 12,000 years. Certainly isn't doing us any favors. This whole system of greed and shit it's got to go, and it's unaliving itself at this point. But you treat kids like that in school, and then they grow up. Some of them are going to have some of the support systems that I had in place as an adult to get me out of the mindset that I came from as a child, and they're going to turn out to be crazy people.
Oh yeah, it's a school to prison pipeline, and we've been doing it for decades and decades now, and it's going to stay that way while we decide that education is not something that we care about in this country, and that private prisons and making their shareholders happy is what we do care about. So we'll keep making sure that we have a funnel of people who need to be housed for as long as possible. And that's the other sad thing. You mentioned nutrition, but for a lot of these children, especially in red states and poorer schools, school is the only meal that they get all day, is getting their school lunch. And so, the more that we take kids who are hungry can't learn. And it all comes down to poverty. The less resources you start out life with, it's very easy to track where your life is going to go. And it's not at all surprising that we have the biggest prison population in the world.
Yep.
And this right here needs to be changed, because this really speaks to probably why they have this school to prison pipeline. Section 1 of the 13th Amendment, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime, that has to be removed. Slavery and involuntary servitude should never be allowed in this nation, ever.
Exactly.
And the purpose of prison should be to rehabilitate people. Because if somebody you believe is not rehabilitatable, I mean, that's what the unalive penalty is for. You get some Dahmer in there. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, he's not coming out.
Right. And then, I guess you could rehabilitate that. I don't know, that level of psychopathy. I'm not sure you could resolve, but
I don't necessarily think you can resolve some things. I'm still personally against the death penalty, because I think that it's something that we just shouldn't be. We're like the only first world country in the world, I believe, that still uses the death penalty, and it's part of. I think we talked about this a little bit last week, but these like culture of violence that we have, and so that I think that when we have the state involved in killing people, it just, I don't know, it sets the wrong tone. I personally rather I don't want to say warehouse people, but yeah, like there are some, we should be focusing on rehabilitation for those that we can rehabilitate. And then, yeah, maybe it is kind of housing and mental health services. And, we've got a good chunk of our prisons are full of people whose issues are actually drugs or simply being unhoused or people with mental illness. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily, if those three populations really belong in a prison system. Those populations probably belong, first with, homeless people, with just providing resources to give them housing. People with drug problems should be, in programs to help them with substance issues. And then mental health is its own animal, but like the prisons are not equipped to deal with any of that stuff.
Yeah, and I bet a lot of those had those isolation events in school. I'd like to see the numbers on that, like how many of those people turn into like crazy, drug-addled fucking, mental health problem people later in life. But it's, I don't know, we live in it is a very weird culture. Now, Jonathan, in Old Wolf, did you want to weigh in on this at all?
I do actually. I've been thinking a lot about this lately, and so I live in a small town in Idaho, and it's like the same culture that I think we see a lot in Oklahoma, because the culture that we have, and this is my problem with a lot of people that have this mindset, is they think that if we're just tough on everybody, right? We have to be tough on kids in schools and punish them, right? Because kids these days are a mess. We need to be tough on criminals and, give them the unalive penalty and be as vicious as possible with how we execute them, right? They think that toughness is going to make us safer as a society, and it's going to scare people into behaving and not committing crimes. But we have so much empirical evidence that shows that being tough on people, especially being tough on kids and punishing kids, does not produce the results that we necessarily need, right? What does a much better way of keeping communities safe is when people are fed, when people are housed, when people are treated with compassion, when we have a social safety net that allows people to thrive, not just to survive. But I think the reason they do this, though, is because of this stupid-ass culture we have in this country that is all about being tough, right? You have a lot of people around here that are like, I voted for Trump because he's tough, and he's tough on crime, and he's tough on the international stage, and he's a tough man, right? What we have
Ask him to define tough.
What we have in this country is We have a massive capitalist oligarchic system, I call it capitalism, that is protected by a massive police state and a prison system. If you fall out of line and you don't submit to this capitalist system we have, your ass is getting sent right to prison, and that's only if you're poor. If you're rich, you get a little slap on the wrist, and that's it. That's my kind of analysis of this system. And this mindset of let's be tough started around the 1980s when that bitch, Ronald Reagan, and his wife came out and they said, well, we need to be tough on crime. We can't tolerate crime, right? There was a racial element to it, right? They said, oh, look at all these African Americans. They're committing all this crime. We need to lock them up. And we have never dropped the mindset. Americans have never figured out that just being tough on everything is really counterproductive in achieving what we want to achieve. So that's kind of my thoughts on the matter, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that culture is born from just pure fucking racism, trying to hold on to slavery until the fucking your dying breath. I mean, really.
It's absolutely racism, and it's also playing on people's fears. I mean, it's so funny how often that you hear these like big tough on crime narratives from politicians. But you said, Jonathan, you said you're from Idaho, right?
Oh God, yes. Unfortunately,
Idaho.
Yeah, and I get it. Like me too. I'm from Utah,
I'm not
so
the
we're
hoe.
neighbors. But like,
I'm not the hoe. I'm not the hoe. You the hoe. Don't you dare call me the hoe.
You the hoe.
But like, yeah, we hear the same thing here in Utah, and it's like, what are you even talking about? Like, yeah, crime happens, but come on, Utah, Idaho, we're not like the crime capitals of the world. But yeah, it's so popular to just like
The police
and
are so bored in this town. All they have to do is go and eat donuts at the donut shop. That's how bored the cops are around here. There's just nothing to do.
Yep.
Crazy. Yeah, Old Wolf, did you want to jump in there?
Everybody's pretty much covered the topics.
Yeah, well, okay, so back to, I guess, then maybe I put us off track with that fucking video. I've been, ever since I've seen that, it's just fucking enraged me. The assassination. What do we do with this information?
The Dog and Pony Show, you mean?
Right. What do we do with this information? Like,
realize that they don't think big enough in the Trump Republican Party. Come on, you had the Washington Hotel. Isn't that a Trump property?
I don't know. Is it?
I think it is. Like, wasn't it at a? Oh gosh, now I can't remember. I don't think it's his hotel.
One guy with the vest.
Let me look it up. Where was the?
If they really wanted to make a big splash, send the guy in with the vest.
Let's see, WHCA dinner. Washington Hotel. Okay. Is Washington Hotel a Trump hotel? Probably Hilton. It's no longer a Trump hotel. The property was sold in 2022 to CGI Merchant Group, which rebranded it as the Waldorf Astoria, Washington, D.C. The hotel is located on Pennsylvania Avenue in the historic old post office building. Having ceased operations as a Trump property in May 2022, the Trump organization sold the lease for the hotel for $375 million, and the Waldorf Astoria now manages the property. Okay. Well.
Oh, security sucks at that place. I didn't realize that's where it was. Students love to just like go up on the roof there. You can just do it. It's easy.
Crazy.
But
Well,
why would they be able to do that when the president is in there? That just doesn't.
Why would they be able to do that with the entire cabinet there?
Right. That's right. The whole cabinet was there.
And my question to what Aaron was saying, though, about Israel, right? That Israeli rally.
Yeah, get it, boy.
What the hell is this?
Are you at a rock concert or something? Jesus.
Nah, sorry about that. They're cleaning the driveways out in front of our apartments.
He's about to go on stage and be like, "My name is Kid." Okay.
That's good.
Anyway, so what you were saying about that Israel rally they were having at the school with the Secret Service. If the president is just so under threat right now, why the fuck is the Secret Service even protecting an Israeli rally? Shouldn't they be fucking paranoid and surrounding the president at all times right now if everybody's trying to unalive him? That's my question.
You know the answer to that. This
It was
is the United
staged.
States, of course. It's not. This is United States of Israel.
That's true.
Listen, if we got all Democrats in there, let's say every seat was filled with a Democrat, both House and Senate, they still wouldn't do anything because they work for another country, not us. And that's one of the greatest threats to this country. We have think about being a whale with barnacles on you. We have a huge ass barnacle that's fucking the life's blood out of us. And if we don't figure that part out first and foremost, we're doomed anyway. We're fucked. We have a host on us that is draining us dry, a succubus. And in real time, the people are starved. Let's say, think of ourselves as the internal organs that are shutting down. We the people. We're fucked in so many ways. And the only thing I can say that's beautiful about it is that we see this in real time. We're seeing this in real time. And people who want to stay in denial are still in denial. Remember, Sky, almost a year ago, I was talking about how the Democrats suck, and people were going crazy on me. Oh, don't say that. Oh, it's too late. We're fucked. They've both been playing us.
You guys know that Jack Schlossberg guy that's running for Congress in New York, the Kennedy guy?
The Kennedy boy.
He just did an interview where he was like, yeah, I'm going to keep funding the Golden Dome or the Iron, whatever it's called. He's like, I'm in support of Israel and blah, blah, blah. My question is, why the fuck does somebody like him... By the way, he has little to no experience in public office at all.
He's Schwarzenegger's child, right?
No, he's a Kennedy.
I know he's a Kennedy. Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
He's a Schloss. That's Maria.
No, he's Caroline Kennedy's son.
Caroline's son. Okay. Well, yeah. And they know that Israel did what they did to JFK. They know it. They all know this. These rich families, they all suck. And they obviously did not get the memo. If you're fucking supporting that country in any way, you will not be getting in a position to be for we the people. We need to make that loud and clear. We're not putting up with anybody who supports that demonic regime, that baby unaliving regime, that manipulative regime. We're not supporting that. And if you support it, Rap Hands Hakeem Jeffries, Cory Booker, who has a Israeli clown rabbi riding on your back while you're buck dancing, we're not doing that. You guys are out of there, and the people have to come together and let them know that, because they did not get the memo. They're still talking the same shit. That's why I believe Jasmine Crockett had a lot of problems also funding this shit.
Yeah, it'll be real interesting on this live whenever the midterms and, the next presidency are underway, because the Democrats that are usually, upper middle class Democrats are going, you can't talk shit about these candidates because we've got to get rid of Trump and you're hurting them. You're unaliving grandma. And you'll see all of these people come out of the woodwork and they'll be spewing that bullshit, and the Democratic Party will be loving those people. Any creators that are like that, their numbers will be way the fuck up, because the Democratic Party will push that shit.
I was once a blue no matter who, before this latest incarnation of this country. I was like, vote blue no matter. Now I'm like, let this bitch burn. I'd rather see some more absolute horrible fascists get in there so they can help burn this even faster. If that's what it takes for this country to rise up out of the ashes, because we can't go back to can kickers. Let's say we get Democrat and they're just kicking the can, giving us little crumbs where nothing really changes. We don't still have universal health care, paid family leave, a livable wage, free college and tuition when you're going to your local schools and things of that nature. None of that has changed. And if we continue to accept can kickers, we're going to continue to be screwed. It's time for major Real change.
Did you guys see? Did you guys see Erica Kirk leave the event, leave the White House
I
correspondence?
just want to go home. Be like, Usha's not going to let you in there, Eric. I'm sorry. I know you want to go to your home with JD Vance.
Yeah, so Maverick, there was a video of her being escorted out crying, saying, "I just want to go home."
Oh my God. Did she look like Tammy Faye Baker with her eyeliner running down her hideous face?
She looked more like Drewski.
They're going after him now.
Dude, that dude is hilarious, man. His stuff is great. His stuff is great. No, it's also cringeworthy, but it's, you know.
Oh, that look what Sky has up here. That's.
Let me see. Oh my God. Wait, okay, so is that a photoshopped where they put his picture next to hers? Because surely that isn't real. Okay.
It is Photoshop, but I still think it's funny. Just like Maverick said, they are the LGBTQ.
They are the LGBTQ.
Oh my God. I mean, sure, she probably knew about it. I imagine, or they didn't like each other.
She 100%
You don't think
knew
she has
about it.
enough? She has enough pegs to be pegging the hell out of him.
Shit.
She's a major pegger.
She's a pegger.
Oh
my God.
Listen, they are the LGBTQIA. We have Miss Drag Queen, the first vice president drag queen in America. Miss Maybelline is what I call her, Miss JD Van. We have all these, Miss Marco Rubio with her closet case self. Look at Miss JD Vance in her drag with her blonde wig on, and that is real. Right? Her lace front. We have Miss Marco Rubio. We have Miss Tim Scott with those mush mouth gums with her big childbearing hips ass. We have all these queers that call themselves conservatives, but yet every time they have a conservative movement, Grindr crashes. Why is Grindr crashing? What are you looking for? And guess what the number one downloaded coin? Look at this thing, Miss Fuentes. She's serving us. Look at her. And Jonathan, look at her serving. Look, serving us.
Oh damn!
Attitude.
Go girl.
She's giving us attitude. Look, these people are so in the closet, but they're not in the closet. Miss Lindsey Graham clutching her pearls. Every call boy knows who she is. All of these weird queers that they just can't stand. They're always in the LGBTQIA business because they want to be in the room with them. Enough is enough. Enough is, and ask Trump, why are you surrounded by all these people? With your double hand job that you're doing when you're doing Macho Man, dancing to a LGBTQ theme song that's iconic.
Or blowing a microphone.
Or blowing a microphone, beautifully, I might add. Showing us that you have no gag reflexes.
Like damn Trump, I almost finished.
It's insane.
Get it, boy.
This is insane. And don't let me get on Miss Jared Kushner sounding like Michael Jackson. And you know that's That's soft-spoken.
Oh my God.
Has been bent over in many bathhouses in the Middle East. Come on.
She's such a Miss Jared Kushner is such a flamer. She lighted up. She lit up the Apollo spaceship. Miss Jared Kushner. That's right.
No,
look at this photo of Miss JD Vance I found. Look at her.
Well, guys, I'm sure Jackson was actually getting those kids out of that island. I'm actually getting, we have a whole theory about it. Have you heard about it? And there's also the fact that there was, I want to tell you something else also. You know, the Zayos are very worried because the Egyptian army is making a practice right at the border in Gaza. I don't know what the hell they're doing. We have a puppet government. We know that. I don't know. It seems like it's a stage. What do you think?
What that Egypt? I don't understand. What do you mean? That Egypt is doing what?
Egyptian army at the border, right at the border, and the Knesset now are discussing it, and people are concerned because the Egyptians are having some kind of drill, like mockery war, not real
war
war,
exercise.
But practice at the borders. Yeah.
To go against Israel?
They're just defensive exercises.
No, not necessarily. Anybody stupid enough to come from across that border, mainly. Anybody. I hope it's not
So you
against
mean they're threatening
Hamas, you know.
Palestine? They're
But
threatening. They're
they will
threatening
do
innocent.
like
So
exercise.
they're threatening people who want to escape to some
No,
kind of
they will
sanity.
not threaten Palestinians. Palestinians are unable to get out. No, we let them through anyways. If the Israelis let them through, and then we take handsome money. So
I'm
it's
not
for
thrilled
us.
with
We don't want to go
Egypt
to war with
until they
Palestinians.
attack Israel. I'm not thrilled with Egypt right this
Yeah,
minute.
I'm saying that Egypt is giving Israel a bit of a pamper, pooty, because
Just
Yeah,
sending
well then they're on
signals.
the wrong side of history. So I'm not thrilled with any of the Muslim states that are taking the knee and bending over for Israel and the U.S. I'm not.
Yeah, because those
If it
countries
was for
have.
me, I would have. Sorry.
Well, go ahead and finish, Z. I thought you were done.
Okay, basically, I wouldn't have thought twice about attacking Israel on the 7th of October alongside those guys from H Group, by the way.
No, yeah, I didn't understand. Say what?
Me either.
Basically, as an Egyptian from Alexandria, my name is Kareem. I would have, they told me, if I was the president, I wouldn't think twice of going through the border and attacking Israel on that day, the 7th of October. We are able, yeah, we would. I know my army. If we have the right faith and the right, incentive, and inside us we are believing in our God and our Prophet, we will go until we reach Constantinople, what's currently Istanbul. We're not just going to finish at Tel Aviv.
Well, Egypt has been propped up and basically paid off to be friendly with Israel for a long time now, and so I understand it, but when you're engaging with the devil, you're going to get burned, and that's what's about to happen. I guess I can't. I'm not going to feel sorry for them any more than I feel sorry for my own country.
Nope. And Iran has come out about you all, Egypt, Qatar, all those other hideous, countries that are on their knees for the U.S. They've come out and said you're the enemy. If anything pops off where Trump decides that he's going to end civilizations, you all will be attacked viciously because you helped them to bring that in. You're the one who's letting bases be put on your land so that they can get to Iran. You're their enemy. Tell your government to grow a backbone.
Ma'am, I tell you something. Iran has no good for her to have enemies of the Egyptian people, because Egypt, we are able. I'm not gonna bluff here or anything, but we have actually, in prehistoric time when the Persians tried to attack Egypt, you know what happened to them? Have you heard? Because you gotta search this. One of our Bedouins took them to the great sand dune, the sea, what we call Al-Bahr al-Rimal al-A'zam. It's like the great sea of sand dunes. And they're lost there till now, ma'am. So they cannot attack us except with S-400s. We can protect ourselves. We have very good defense systems, ma'am. But what I wanted to express
they
here,
got those new hypersonics too, bro.
Did you say prehistoric?
We don't want to go against anybody in the Middle East, ma'am, except Israel. We don't have any
when
enemy.
the dinosaurs still roamed the earth.
Did you say prehistoric time? I don't understand what you're talking. Did you say prehistoric time?
Like prehistory or present history. I'm talking present history. No, the old history, ancient history. Persian armies have come to Egypt
you're
to
not
attack
the
us.
ancient. You're not from the ancient Egyptians.
I know. No, we are descendants of, but regardless, I'm just saying that we don't attack each other now.
You're not descendants of those ancient Africans. You're not the descendants of those ancient Africans. The modern day Egyptians.
Ma'am, you can look it up, ma'am. You can find Egyptians. I can show you if you want.
Not the descendants
hold on.
of the ancient Africans.
Just one second. I will show you something. Okay, we can talk about it after I show you the picture.
Listen, you're colonizers. You're like the Jews who claim to be
No, we're not colonizers. We're Egyptians, man. No, we are Egyptians.
You're not original. You're not even descendants of those ancient.
This is Afrocentric, ma'am. This is another topic. But anyways, I can prove to you we are original.
You're not
original.
No,
we are. My father is dark enough to be of the Egyptian race. Ma'am, I know what I'm talking about.
Okay. You're sounding like the Jews.
I will show you with photos. I'll show you an example of one of our singers
Does he have an
dressed
afro
in
does he have an
ancient
afro
Egyptian
and a
attire.
spear in his nose?
No. I had an afro when I was 14.
Okay.
When I was becoming
you said your
in
Wi-Fi was
puberty.
bad. Tell your cousin King Tut to get your Wi-Fi fixed, okay? But I just find it curious that a lot of people of modern day will harken back to thousands of years ago. Like, who's that?
He gets his Wi-Fi
He's
from
got echo. It's echo.
Maverick, he gets his Wi-Fi from the pyramid. From the pyramid.
Who is that? Who is that? Who's that supposed? Now that's
Basically, let me explain. Baltok, first, ma'am, I want to land on a right leg with you. Are you? I hope there's nothing personal because I have nothing against you either. You know. Did you name yourself Paltok, like Paltok, Baltok? So like Bal as
well, TikTok definitely didn't pick that name for her. I can guarantee you that much.
That's a jab at the demonic state that we're talking about. You understand, right?
This is an Egyptian actor, ma'am. This is an Egyptian actor called Ali Haggar. And if you go look up, I want you to take a screenshot of him and look at Echnaton. You will have no difference between them. They look nearly the same. And I'll tell you something else. The guy who keeps
you want an afro? You talking about afros?
Oh my God, you look so cute.
That's me.
Cute, man. So cute.
That was all natural, baby. I fucking look like Marge Simpson, y'all. I could hide shit up in that bitch. Where'd you put my car?
You probably could, yeah.
That's darling. I love that. But no, sir. First of all, that skin tone is way too light. You need to darken that up and make it very deep chocolate, and stop with the lightening up of people in the hot.
By the way, Baltok, my children are darker than I. My father is darker than I. I just happen to have a mother who comes from the Levant, who became Egyptian by overtime citizen, like birthright. But she is Egyptian now. But previous to that, she was originally from like the Syrian area, Levant. So we are white because of that. My grandfather is dark as any Egyptian from Upper Egypt. He's as dark as them, and you will not be able to distinguish them. Okay, he's not Nubian, but he's dark, right?
Well, ancient Egyptians were very dark, Nubian dark, Ethiopian dark, and all of that. So a lot of you people with all you're mixed, basically. And so please don't keep telling people.
We ruled the area from, you look at Ramses II's ruling lands. He ruled from West Libya, like the eastern part of Libya, to Egypt, of course, down to Uganda, ma'am, up to the Levant. So we had different colors of Egyptians. Egyptians were having, Ramses' territory was 3 million square kilometers, or even more, rather. So we are now currently 1 million square kilometers. We haven't taken anybody's land, ma'am. We are living on the same land for centuries. Nobody came into this land. Only some Arabs who are Arabized Arabs, who are the sons of Hajar that went under Ibrahim. Ma'am, let me finish, please. Let me finish. Let me land. I'm landing quickly. So what happened is that Hajar, the mother of all Arabized Arabs, is coming from Egypt. So you cannot claim anything regarding Kush or anything. There was dynasties where they're Kush. The nation had different colors of pharaonic or whatever you want to call them, ancient Egyptian kings. But we are different. Like we don't designate ourselves black and white, ma'am. We are not from the Europe. You know what I mean?
That's how the erasure happens. Because you all look beige. Okay.
Let me show you what time does to people, though. So I mean, we could end up looking all kinds of different whenever we get older. So we start out like this, right? We start out like this, you know, so cute. And then when we get older, we look like this. I don't even like. Who is this guy?
It's
like,
the Joker.
What happened to me? What happened to me?
You look like Black Jack's twin. Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I've been putting those together. That was when I worked at Avis Budget, by the way. That second picture.
That's hilarious.
You guys, so I just wanted to say that I'm learning how abhorrent insurance is now because I was all excited. I was like, I have my own insurance now. Well, my work decided just to change companies in the middle of in the middle of the month. They decided to change health insurance companies. Now I have to change all my providers, my counselor, my doctor, my pharmacy, because they're not in network with the new insurance company. We're going with United Healthcare, the last
Oh
fucking
no,
company we
that's
should
the
be going
worst.
with. Someone said online that they're the Auschwitz of health insurance companies. United Healthcare is.
Brian Thompson figured that out real quick.
Right.
Well, listen, just get your dirty sock and a tree stump, a twig to bite on when you have surgery. So because they're going to cut off your anesthesia.
Right. Well, after that happened, they backed out of that one. They'll probably figure out another way to slide it in later. But yeah, no. And here's the thing, like you're pointing out, because all my life I kept hearing from Republicans, but if we go to socialized healthcare, we can't pick our doctors. And like, bitch, you can't pick your doctor right now anyway. What are you
can't
talking
pick my
about?
doctor right now anyway at all.
Right.
It's ridiculous. And not to mention the fact that we call this a free market is a joke because is it really a free market if I can't even choose the goddamn insurance company that I want to go through?
You're free to die.
And think about this: the doctor they choose for you that's in network. Sometimes you go in those offices and that fucker has got a goddamn cigarette in his mouth talking to you about health care.
Like,
the weirdest
"You having
doctors
headaches?"
in those networks. It's crazy.
Right.
You take a drag off of this.
Take a drag.
Guys, I was doing medical transcription for a guy in Palo Alto Veterans Hospital. He practically spoke like this: both arms are bleeding and the patient is coming over concussion. I swear to God, I don't know how the heck he got to America.
That's funny. Well, I'll tell you what, I haven't encountered any, since I got on private insurance, I haven't encountered any crazy providers out here in Idaho. But when I was on Medicaid, I was seeing that provider that's now going to jail or prison, actually.
You told me that.
Yeah, he fled to California with an ankle bracelet on. He took his ankle bracelet off and fled to California.
Wait, is that the one who was doing things to the women?
Yeah, his patients. He was doing things to his patients.
My God.
His whole clinic was shut down, and he was a published
While
author.
they were under anesthesia.
No, not under anesthesia. He was a psychiatrist. He was the one that was prescribing me all those meds. Yeah.
Oh, the medication. Yeah.
Yeah, and so he was on the news, by the way. He was a published author on the news. He was on the Young Turks. He was brought on. I was like, what the fuck is my doctor doing on TV?
Doing
what?
To people? What was he doing to people?
He was essaying his clients.
What? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like while they were on medication, or
Yeah. No. He was essaying them during the session, essentially, and like harassing, getting all touchy with them and stuff. And then
I've got a new.
Guess where his residence? Guess where his
touch therapy.
Right. Guess where his residency was, though? Tel Aviv University. I looked it up.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
But listen, did you guys hear about this pastor who was telling people if they suck on his wiggly worm that the spirit of Jesus would go in? It was insanity.
I've got the seed of God within me.
That's what he was telling them. And men and women were doing that shit. You know what?
Wow.
Dumb people need to be treated like they're dumb. Because some things you just know, this shit is not true. He was literally doing that to people and telling them to put their mouth and they were doing that shit. And I'm going to find that article, that video for you. It's going to make you just look at it with your mouth wide open.
Oh, dear.
Probably not.
Okay, so, he tells them this and they suck on it.
Yes.
Like, is that even rape? Because I like, okay, I'm trying to formulate this so it doesn't sound bad, because you've got a regular, reasonable adult doing something like that.
Yeah.
Based off of that, how do you, like, what's the crime, Aaron? can you speak to this maybe? How do you, what's criminal about that?
Oh my God.
Aaron?
Hey, yeah. So I would say there's a massive power imbalance going on there that is like not okay. So you could start with that. I don't know. I mean, like, it's wild the things that people will do when they're put on the spot in a weird situation with a person in authority or who they decide is in authority. So it's like, yeah, I mean, like, I get it calling people dumb, but like just coming from, like a high demand cult like religious background, like it's crazy the things that people will do that and they're like, I get it, but trust me, there are so many people who are like, I would never be in that situation. I would never, listen to someone who said these things. But like even some very smart people have been vulnerable to that sort of manipulation. And so, I mean, like that what you're describing is like wild. Like who could
look it up?
Who could culprit? Yeah. Oh, I know.
Right.
The men that did it.
Right. I was getting the seed of God inside of me. It was the salt of the earth.
Do you remember this documentary that came out like back during COVID? I think it was on Netflix, but it was like the guy who I think it was called like Kidnapped in Plain Sight. It was the guy who like he kidnapped this teenager. It was in Idaho, and it happened in the 70s. Oh my God, kidnapped this teenager like twice, essayed her. But on top of that, he also he was having sex with her mother and her father. Like
he got the dad.
It was,
this was in Pocatello, Maverick. This is where I lived last year for a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he got the dad. He not only did he essay the kid, he had sexual relations with the mom, and then he got the dad. He got the dad to whack him off too.
Oh Jesus, Mary!
Yeah, he got the dad to like give him a handy. It's wild.
Okay,
there's a Netflix documentary on it.
Wait. Okay. Let me. What?
Oh, you found it, Mill?
Oral sex, Timo. You see oral sex? Look, oral sex. Look. You oral sex. Use oral sex. Let that sperm of that man out. Out, you Timo.
What the fuck? Okay. I don't think that was the. I don't think.
That's not the one, but
no,
that happens in Africa, where they do that type of stuff. They'll tell her that she has a sex demon in her mouth and things of that nature, and one of them had a sex demon between her legs, so he grabs between her legs and casts out the sex demon while he's jugging her ass with that handheld machine you should be selling. But these people are wild. It's insanity. But I want you to find the one where the pastor was having his congregation suck his wiggly worm to get to the what do they call it? The juice of Christ, or
I think it was to suck demons.
No, but he was releasing God into them.
Who's Donkey of the Day today?
Here, let me.
Well, Ed Sheeran, Donkey of the Day for Monday, July 29th goes to a pastor in Linden, New Jersey named Reverend Dr. William Weaver. He is a 69-year-old Presbyterian minister who is being accused of sexual assault. He was accused of sexually assaulting 3 male members of the church. Now, we couldn't find a news report for this situation, so I will be referencing Yahoo News when it comes to this story. I just have to tell you what happened, all right? Dr. William Weaver was accused of sexual assault. Now, what kind of sexual assault? How is this pastor convincing these young men to give him some action? Well, Dr. William Weaver was telling these young men, and I'm quoting Yahoo News, and I'm quoting the actual criminal report, he needed to suck the demons out of their bodies. Yes.
So the pastor was sucking on them, but this is the pastor that was having his congregation suck on him.
Oh my God.
And these were not teenage boys, they were adults, men and women. all this sucking going on in church. So now we
But
got to
that,
equate church.
that guy was doing mitzvah. They do it mitzvah. It's actually a Jewish thing. Yeah. They suck a little bitties after they circumcise.
Okay, so like so the power imbalance, like I understand the problems there, Aaron, but like criminally, you know what I'm saying? Like what? Because you're not forcing it on them. You're misleading. But can you even prove that you're misleading? Because how do you prove that there are no demons in dude's dick?
Good call. I mean, I think that if I were the attorney on it, I would probably go with some sort of quid pro quo situation where, that he's promising to get the demons out of you that way, and in exchange for your salvation. So if you're someone who literally believes that the only way that you're not going to hell is if you let your pastor suck your dick, then I guess you kind of have to do it, right? Like, if you're of that mindset. I have a theory that I've been running with for a few years now, and I swear I'm going to write a book on it someday. But my theory is all cults are sex cults. And everything that I've encountered has some kind of someone decides they're the prophet or they're Jesus or they're whatever. Like,
I gotta
sooner
make
or
babies.
later, all of a sudden, they've got to have sex with everybody God told them to.
Right.
Or the inverse, even when you don't have that, when you have celibate cults like the Shakers or the Heaven's Gate cult, the ones who all committed back in the 90s, it's still about control of sexuality. Even when you demand that its adherents have no sex, it's still about controlling people's sexuality. And so I don't know if any of you want to, we've really gone on a different path, but if anyone wants to run with that, that's my theory. All cults are sex cults.
I mean, I don't think you can actually rebut that, right? I mean, but what if that's not necessarily the function of it, but because it's such an ingrained part of humans, that it always exists there, right? Maybe, you know what I mean? Like, one doesn't exist explicitly for that, but because it's such a big part of our lives, well, some of our lives, that it just exists.
Yeah, it's just in nearly everything I have found, it happens. I can't think of one where it doesn't. Honestly, it's
Actually, I agree with you, Erin. Erin, I think because in Islam we have nobody tells you what to do. Like, we can go to the sheikh, right? But if he does something wrong, we have already found people doing the same shit. Okay, even though, in the name of Islam or in the name of Christianity or in the name of Judaism, So basically, I just want to differentiate, because I've just seen social experiments where we have asked people to worship the God Allah, and they were from different faiths, and they agreed for about $100 or $1,000. But if you do it with a Muslim, he will never agree. But basically, it's a cult everywhere else. So I have in Islam, we don't obey nobody. We obey only God and His Prophet. Okay, so we could go to a scholar and ask him what it means. This is the part, we're not even allowed to obey without questioning the scholars. So we can defy, and there's nothing to make us abide. The problem in the churches, and I think in the synagogues as well, that the rabbis and the priests have kind of a spiritual authority, correct? But in Islam, you don't have more than you tell me the knowledge. That's all I need to know. Yeah.
It always goes back to sex. I'm intrigued by this idea, Aaron. I hope to read that book someday.
I'll get working on it. But I haven't.
That's what the pastor said.
In terms of in terms of Islam, do you guys end up having people, decide that they are Mohammed reincarnate or something like that and start their own little offshoot groups?
Not
Does that
necessarily. No,
ever
no,
happen?
not in that manner. No, no, not in that manner. What
Okay.
happens is that you let someone, for example, you bring a man to the house to give recitation for the kid to teach him proper Quran, right? So he can recite properly. And we teach from very young age the Quran, right? The scriptures, right? So it's kind of like it's tough and it needs someone who is very well. So sometimes these guys they go berserk, but it's not in the name of God or in the name of Muhammad alayhi salam, peace be upon him. No, we don't. Like it's have never been observed except in cults that are within Islam that we don't actually recognize as Muslims, like medical or Muslim, like the 2 billion that are on earth, like right now. Yeah.
So similar to the way that the Catholic Church has problems with like priests and their relationship with altar boys, is that it's not necessary. It's just that power situation and maybe
You
being
would say-
one-on-one
you-
with
yeah,
someone,
something
you know.
similar. Not necessarily with authority of the. He takes the authority of like a tutor, but not as a figure that represents the. For example, I'm not exclusive. I had a girlfriend. I sin. Okay, so I'm not supposed to have a girlfriend. But when we are whitewashed a bit, you know, we're modernized. I was living in Abu Dhabi, so I come here and I get a girlfriend. She was actually a Christian lady. She was telling me that the masjid, the guy who makes the sheikh in the masjid is actually harassing her. Okay, so I took it upon myself to find out what the heck is she talking about. So we passed by one day in that area. I'm dropping her, and she points him out. So I told her, this is not the sheikh. This is the guy who makes the azan. He's the one who rings the bell. He's not the priest, right? So I approached this idiot. And he's smoking. He was sitting smoking. He's not. So if he's a sheikh, he would not smoke. He would not be even having that habit. So, anyways, this dude, I brought him into the car. He thought I was an authority. He thought I was a policeman. And I took him for a round, and I gave him a piece of my mind and made him an offer he would not refuse. And he left the car, and he never did it again. He told me his reason was that he was, he's sent to work in this area, and his family is far away. And shit happens and stuff like this. I told him, if I ever see you again making a mockery of her, because you are the masjid servant, you're not allowed to, you are supposed to be very careful where you tread. And this is not acceptable. And if I see it again, I'm going to take very severe action against you. And he refrained of ever doing that again. And I don't know if he'd done it to any other ladies, but I gave him enough, fear, and I bluffed him enough so that he would be scared and in and around the neighborhood at least.
So
you know what I mean?
Can you enlighten us about the patriarchy that's in your cultures, where a lot of your different cultures that are Muslim, the men take on boys, and they're involved with them physically until about a certain age, and that happens in a lot of your culture. Can you tell us what that's about?
I'm sorry, explain again.
A lot of them say that they're Muslim. Some in Afghanistan, some in all those types of countries where the men have relations with young boys. One of them's called Bachi boys, where the boys are dancing and all these Arab men are sitting around and they're gawking
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
And they do this as a ritual, but until the boys get a certain age, then they go on and they have their wives, and the boys will but they'll take on a boy. So that's something cultural. I don't know if it's cultural. I don't know if it's within the religion. I don't know that. I know that it's not supposed to be happening, but it is the norm, and it's not the exception.
Probably just that power dynamic, You
heard about Sharia law, right? So the law, it's just Sharia, right? It's like the law of Islam. If somebody does this to your boy, you need to unalive him, okay? We unalive that person who would take such a thing. What happens in Afghanistan is a cultural thing that they develop. You see, when you don't speak the language of the Islam, you sometimes, because Islam did not come to change your whole culture. It just came to make the makarim al-akhlaq, I don't know how to, it's just to make ethics, our Prophet was sent to better the ethics of the Arabs, that tribes, and the whole earth, okay? So that's what we believe. So we, in Islam, having any relation with a same gender is forbidden completely. And it will lead to a lot of, I don't know if there is a clear, I need to ask one of our sheikhs, our scholars, what is the because we don't do it anymore. Like we don't implement it to the word, right? And that's why we are not even Islamic states. The only Islamic state that's named Islamic state used to be Saudi Arabia, and they're not. That even name is for a person and a family. And that Iran that we have now, and which I believe is actually the made of the Americans and the British and even the French.
No.
So they installed Khomeini, and before that Pahlavi. But to cut it short, Afghanistan is not a measure for us. In Egypt, we don't have this completely, and if we have it, we had a recent issue with some Christian dude in a school who actually SA'd a lot of boys, little boys, and we had public outrage about it. Yeah, go ahead.
In most of this patriarchy, where women are confined to houses, where if they show their ankles, they'll be beaten until a pulp. Where it's a lot of these men who cannot have access to women, they're using little boys. That is not just
I don't come from any place like that, ma'am. I'm sorry, Paltok. I don't want to cut you out, but I don't come from any place like that, so I can.
I imagine,
information
though.
About it,
I imagine that where they do that, where older men will, prey on little boys or little girls. I assume that exists in probably every culture. It's just, as a domination issue, you know what I mean? Like the power dynamic where,
No, sorry. I have to say something. In Pashtun and the ones they do in Afghanistan is not common practice in Egypt or any of the Arab states around us. Except for, let me finish.
It happens.
Except Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has a lot of this incidents too. I've witnessed it.
So does Egypt.
Ma'am, I don't know.
And
Egypt,
America.
We have a lot of people, so we might have an incident or two, but we don't accept it culturally. We don't accept it socially. We don't accept it religiously.
Well, sure.
There is nobody, not even the Orthodox Church or anyone, any minority in Egypt that can actually claim that they can practice this like a common practice and not be punished for it.
She wasn't.
In Afghanistan, they don't accept it. It's
right,
but it's still being done widespreadly. So in Egypt, I'm sure it's
I agree.
being done as well.
It might be done in Kurdistan, like underground. I understand. I tell you, I don't know. I have not been in a society where women are not allowed to go out or show their ankles. My sister used to wear a bikini, so I don't know what you're talking about. For me, so I don't know. Maybe I come from a different. Maybe I come from a privileged family, but most of the Egyptians are like middle class, mediocre. I'm just explaining to you why I don't know about the patriarchal whatever. It's in Saudi Arabia.
I think you answered the question. You answered the question. But I don't think that Ball was saying that it's acceptable. But Aaron, you had a question, and then I'd like to get to bipolar.
Absolutely, Lan. So I don't want you to feel piled on personally or as a Muslim or as an Egyptian, but following up on what Ball said, are you aware of the reputation that Egypt specifically has in the United States? And if you're not, I'd love to let you know.
Let them know, honey.
I know that we are being sold as body parts in Europe. Actually, number one body part would be from Egypt. So I know this regarding how they are plundering us. But regarding what you think of the Egyptians or what you think of the government, I'm sorry, ma'am, you need to be clear.
The Egyptians. Yeah, I will. I'm just asking, first of all, if you're aware. But Egypt, I love to travel. Egypt is a place that, as long as things are the way they are, I am never going. They have a reputation in the United States, and I think even around the world, for how dangerous it is for women. And I'm not saying that women are controlled there, but I'm saying that all but one woman that I know who's gone to visit Egypt has said that it was terrifying, that they felt at risk for SA, that they were, leered at, just made to feel very, very uncomfortable when they were there. So when Ball is asking you about, patriarchy within your faith or within your culture, I'm just letting you know that that's what I think of when I think of Egypt. And is that warranted? How do you feel about that?
Ma'am, I'm a 52-year-old man. I've lived in Egypt since 1990. I've visited Egypt regularly during previous to that. So just for you to know, I lived in the UAE and I lived elsewhere. I know it's not so safe on the streets if you are in like public areas. Sometimes, not all the time. Like this would be like maybe 6 to 7 out of 10 would say that you'll be feeling maybe a little bit harassed, like maybe by looks. Maybe, I don't know, how, it depends on your culture. If you like people looking at you or you don't like people looking at you. But otherwise, like physical assault, it only happened during the time when it happens, of course, like abruptly, sometimes like, from time to time. But we have now like CCTVs, mostly of Cairo. All shops are required to have it. And we do have a less prevalent amount of SAing, whatever, sexual, from just touching or even verbal or looks till the extreme of SAing, So basically, it happened maybe in the 2011 during the revolution that
Arab
one of the
Spring.
CNN, she was actually, some group mobbed her, they attacked her. There was no sexual assault like rape, I think, raping rather, but there was like the part that you really don't want to get to anyways. I mean, even if it's not raping, okay? So I basically understand where this reputation comes from. What?
A little bit harassed
Sorry.
is still being harassed. It's like being a little bit pregnant.
I understand. I'm just giving you the
all
whole
have
range of the
degrees
rainbow.
harassment.
Well, let me read this real quick. This is interesting. So right here, this is Euromed writes, according to a study conducted by UN Women published April 2013, 99.3% of Egyptian women explained they had been sexually harassed, 91% of them admitting they did not feel safe on the streets. In 2008, another study by the Egyptian Center for Women's Rights pointed out that 86% of the men interviewed admitted they had already sexually harassed women. That's a pretty fucking high number.
That's very high, and he's in denial. Unless you've been born in a bubble.
No, because this is 2013, ma'am. I'm not in denial or anything. I'm just telling you the statistics that I know. I have no statistics.
Do you think it's been fixed?
2013 to now, they have all been awakened by Muhammad and Allah.
It's not been fixed. It's getting worse, actually, because of the dictatorship we have, and people are actually. We have a lot of people like what you have in Seattle, guys, in the streets where people are doing these DRUGs, that make them out of sync. Careful. I said, these things that make them go crazy,
No,
so
no,
we have
I'm just
a lot
saying,
of that being sensitized.
careful generalizing the streets of Seattle because I live out here. So be really careful.
I don't know, man. I
There's
saw
a
it on
difference.
TV,
There's
man.
a difference.
Wait a minute.
I saw it on
land.
TV.
Hold on,
That's
hold
all.
on.
I
I live out here,
Yeah.
so there's a real difference between what the TV shows you and what's actually happening on the streets. And you're qualifying SA in it sounds like a spectrum, kind of like this is a little bit and this is a lot. Like it reeks of when people talk about the e-files that and they say young woman when they're talking about a 15-year-old. That's a girl. That's not a young
You're
woman.
gonna go on for
That's
nothing.
a girl.
Because I have two young ladies.
It
I
was
have
only
two
one
ladies
finger.
of my own.
It was only one finger.
What are you talking
Exactly
about, man?
right. Essay is essay.
I
There
just
is
wanna
no
say
spectrum.
That bro, okay. That echo is it is pretty. Yeah, it's pretty bad. If you've got like a speaker that is playing into your microphone, you might fix that. I don't know what your setup looks like.
I lowered it, bro.
Okay.
I can hear
Okay,
Landon Z
yeah,
I can hear Landon Z saying that he only stuck half his tongue in her, and that's just a little bit.
Oh
harassment.
God!
Come on, let's 93% is enormous. That's a cultural thing, Z, in Egypt. That's cultural.
Yeah. Now, look, if we didn't do anything about it in the U.S., it would probably look that way. Right? It's a matter of not enforcing, and making men like stop.
But look, we're protecting a whole ring of this. This government is protecting it.
Yeah.
We're
Crazy.
worse.
Can I
So
just
crazy.
give one more statement? I just want to
Sure.
understand. I want Pyre. Where did I trigger you? I don't mean the Seattle is so all of it like that. I just saw something I wanted to take as an analog. That's all. As a
Okay,
example.
I'll tell
okay?
you.
So
I'll
basically,
tell you
that's
why it
it.
triggered me.
I don't
I'll
know.
tell you
You
why it
know
triggered
better.
me.
You live there, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with you.
Right.
I agree with you.
I'll tell you why it triggered
I have
me.
no stigma. I'm not making a
Okay.
stigma about it. You know what
Okay,
I'm
well, you
trying to
asked me a
explain here
question.
to
Can I
Dalton
answer?
because
Yeah.
I haven't finished my. I want to
Oh,
land my
sorry.
line because they came at me and I want to have to answer back. Okay, so basically, I didn't mean that SA is something light. I have a daughter, two daughters. I have a son, and I always keep them together. Even when they go out in groups. We know how to handle ourselves here. Some areas and some people are, you will identify. But as I told you, ma'am, we have CCTV everywhere now, and we have modern cities where people live, and they are quite safe. And if anybody incident like this happens, we actually record it and we put it online. We do the exact same that you guys do. So pretty much we all react in the same way when it comes to such nefarious activities. We don't believe. I don't want to have my kids being harassed. I have two daughters. I have a wife or ex-wife. I have a mother and a sister. So, ma'am, it's not for me. It's not my culture. Okay, I would never harass someone. It's the total opposite. You know what's good in Egypt? If somebody harass you, you call it out. Most people will come at you, and we go further. The people sometimes they just try to put two parties away from each other, but we try to like real men and real situations. We have actually taken them and made them very accountable. So every time such a thing happens, we do take severe action against it, and all our community is holding the government accountable to fix this shit, even though we have a lot of other issues that causes this, what I mentioned, Seattle, that we have a lot of young men unemployed and they have nothing to do better than to do what they do, what I mentioned about Seattle. And I really apologize, Pat, if I instigated any
No. And
I'm not rage baiting it at all.
Oh, okay. All right. The only reason why it triggers me is because it's such easy trope that the right uses in America, and I don't know where else in the rest of the world, but definitely in America. They point to cities like Seattle and Portland. I'm surprised they haven't focused in on Eugene because we also have a problem. And they only show the streets with beat down RVs lining sides of the streets and tents and all that. But if you zoom out, there is very little crime actually going on. Like I've walked around with my 11-year-old daughter and I never once felt unsafe. So yeah, it's just an easy trope that I push back on when I hear people say things like, "Oh, look at the streets of Seattle, look at the streets of Portland, look at the streets of Birmingham." You want to see something bad? Go look at the streets. Go to the South and look at those big city streets. Look at the streets of New Orleans.
Missouri. Don't have to go to big cities to see it that bad in the South.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So anyway, that's why I push back. It's because it's easy trope, and it bothers me because I live out here, and it's not what you see on TV.
But you're also a man.
Yeah.
Oh, well, no. I'm just talking about no. Okay, no. I'm just talking about. He was talking about recreational use of extracurricular things. He did not reference Seattle when it came to SA. He specifically pulled out the D-Rugs to point out Seattle, and that's all I was addressing in the Seattle comment. In the Seattle comment. Yeah.
Oh, wait, you got triggered because of D-Rugs?
I got triggered because of the misrepresentation of the cities out here in the Pacific Northwest.
Then maybe I missed that because I don't like. What was your point to bring up Rugs land in Seattle? What was your point?
I meant that people are actually like out of their mind. So I have a lot of young men who might indulge in SAing or doing such problems that she mentioned that the tourists are talking about, and that this reputation. I know also that there is a lot of hustlers in Egypt, like a lot of them stand at the pyramids and areas where there is tourists, and they try to hustle people. And basically, our middle class who are, well, maybe some people who have English skills, they're bilingual, and mostly you'll find very sincere people, but you don't have to trust anybody. You come with your, let's say you come as a tourist, you come with your company or whatever, the touristic company, they will take you around, they'll designate people for you. You might be, unless you want to live like the real life of the Egyptians, then you're just coming as a tourist. So I'd always recommend you to have some kind of guide or something, because we have this all exclusive for all, anybody can come and, book and take a trip around Egypt, right? And they even used to do it like to the occupied territory of Palestine, what they call falsely Israel, and they come to Egypt for one day and go back, and this is the propaganda they try to make stick to your head. Egypt is much more diversified and there's a lot of different communities. So Egypt is, as I told you before, it's a nation. It's similar to America. It's like, you can imagine it's 28 governorates. They're like 28 states, but smaller. Okay, so that's basically it. So I'm trying to just talk about the DRUG.
But do you actually believe that? Do you believe that rug users are going around graping people? Do you believe that?
These people, we find them. They're always on these things. Okay, they're always. It's never been like, unless that guy was in school for the little boys, and he was actually one of the keepers of the school. He was doing like the bookkeeping there, and he was making the whole staff work for him to bring him more than a number of kids. Man, I think the school now is under the authority of the government, and they're controlling. This guy's been imprisoned. So we've had incidents like this, but we can't be like famous for it. It's much more safer than anywhere in the Europe, sometimes, and America even. You can come to Egypt. It's alive 24 hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know about this. Rug use leads to graping and sexual assault. I don't. That doesn't really track for me.
I had to pull out the old laptop because I hear a lot of.
Well, why didn't you get a new one? Why did you have to get the old one?
Actually, what's funny it is new. All right, so commentators say the attacks reflect a misogynistic attitude among Egyptian society that penalizes women for leaving the house, seeks to terrorize them out of public life, and views violence as a source of shame for the victim. That is Egypt. So all the excuses that Land is making ring hollow.
Yeah, that's.
I don't know. I'm not going to defend them, guys. I don't feel like I should defend anybody. They should defend themselves. You think I'm going to defend the whole nation? I'm not going to do that. So,
but you kind of have, though.
You have a donkey shot here. I'm sorry, liberal loudmouth, Mr. Parr is taking a donkey shot quest. I am not going to be sitting here trying to defend SARs in any way. Okay, I agree totally that it might be from some, but we put them in check. The most of our population don't accept
like
this
you
shit.
though.
And even if some of them do it,
sound like
we penalize them.
Look,
we penalize them.
Listen, we come up here as Americans and we criticize every fucking bad thing about our country. And you come up here and criticize every bad thing about our country as well, and that's fine. And then you come up here and you act like ain't nothing wrong with your country.
Hello.
No, I said it's wrong.
Breaking news.
It's wrong, and I said I'm not going to defend them. I cannot defend these guys SAing. Fuck them, man. I don't care about them.
93%
if they're doing it,
of you.
It's crazy.
It's
ma'am, it's not me, at least. I know myself, so I agree with you. I agree with you.
Land, hold on.
Everywhere we have shit governments and we have shitty people. I agree totally. I have no. I'm not even challenging it. You understand? Okay. I said exactly what you said. I agree with you. Okay? And I don't have any defense for those SAers, man. I want to defend an SA if you give me the money that Trump has been squandering us for.
Okay, so Ball Talk just made a really good point in that the essay really comes down to the religion that is predominantly practiced in that area. It is acceptable. The Prophet Muhammad was married to a girl, and so the whole religion is based on.
You are taking the propaganda of a Zionist, brother. You are very misled because
I'm
basically
atheist.
Arabs. Arabs in the Arab
you talk
Peninsula.
so
Now I have to
much.
answer you because you
You
are
talk so
talking about my
much.
prophet, and if you don't give me the chance to talk, I will leave.
I already
okay?
know.
So basically,
Wait. Hold on.
let me
Land,
tell
hold
you,
on,
I will
hold
have
on.
to answer.
Well,
I
Okay,
don't
I'm
need
holding.
to listen. Wait.
You interrupted him when he was talking. Let him finish, and then you can respond.
Right. So first of all, you don't need to explain your religion to me. I've done all of the research. I'm an atheist. I'm not a Zionist. I'm an anti-theist. So I actually try to convince people to stop believing in their God. You don't need to explain your God to me. You don't need to explain your religion to me. I get it. I've read it. I've seen it. So you can save your breath. You don't have to explain it. I'm just pointing out the facts that your prophet Muhammad is married to a girl. So it's right up there at the base of your religion is the whole subject of SA. And I landed my plane.
Yeah, go ahead, Land.
Okay, so basically, what we have here is failure to research properly. And what I could tell you is that all your research is bluff until you read and you learn from the Muslims. So the Muslims will tell you that our Prophet, peace be upon him, was a man of who married to earlier before Aisha. He was married to Khadija, who was of a 40-year-old, and plus she was older than he was. And he wasn't actually, when he married, look, Arabs, you have to learn the culture so you can understand Islam. So basically, in Arabia, they hardly know when he was born. Muhammad himself, he was 40 years old when he became a prophet. So 40 years passed, nobody's keeping time. Only the reason they remember his date of birth is because that particular year, there was an elephant coming with Abraha from Ethiopia, and he wanted to bring down the Kaaba, that cube that you think we worship. Okay, so basically, when the Kaaba was there before, because it's since Ibrahim, okay, Ibrahim, yani, alayhi salam. So basically, what happened is that they don't keep time. So basically, when they tell you 9 years old, it's after puberty, meaning. Also, Aisha, we have a lot of evidence about her. Listen to the end.
I'm so
I did
sorry.
not. You didn't like me interrupting you. Okay,
I
let
know,
me finish.
but I've got to correct
And
you on one thing.
basically,
You just
Aisha
said-
was engaged before
I know, but man,
being married to Sayyidina Muhammad, our Prophet Muhammad. She was engaged previous to that, and during that time, she was. And after that, she was also serving in the conquest and the army when they were fighting. So she was there. You'd imagine a 9-year-old to be there. You used to hallucinating like all the Zionists, and I don't really care if you're atheist, bro, but the Zionists have this playbook. They always do this. We have clear indication. We don't marry kids at all, okay, at all, unless it's happening out of the system and we don't know about it, okay. And I would never let my kids be married at any age. Let me finish, ma'am. Let me finish. I need to finish, Paltok, please. I apologize, if you don't mind.
Go ahead and finish. But
Okay,
land it.
so
I mean, because it's
I keep losing my train of thought, man. I don't want to lose my train of thought. So basically, my grandma I have a photo of my grandma who was in. My grandma. I'm 52, so you can imagine. Okay, my father was born in 35 or 38. 38, I think. Okay, 35. No, 35. I'm sorry. And my grandma. I have a picture of my father standing beside his mother, and she is 28 and he is 14. What do you think?
Okay, all right, right quick. I got to point something out. So you just made the statement that the people, I think you're saying the people that wrote the Quran didn't keep time. You literally said they didn't keep time. So we don't know how old his wife
Not
was.
write the Quran, man. Nobody wrote the Quran. The Quran is a verbal, memorized book. It's a verbal memorized book. We wrote it in later time after the revelation.
And this is why you won't learn anything, because you just talk over it. So in the same breath, you said we don't know how old Muhammad's wife was because they didn't keep time. But you kept saying Muhammad was 40. So so did they just not keep track of how old the girl was?
Because we know the date that the elephant came to the Kaaba. If they didn't know the date, if nothing happened, no event happened in that year, nobody would have known how old he is.
You specifically said they don't keep time. We don't know how old his wife was, but he was 40. Do you see the disconnect there?
They measure the rings on the penis like a tree, and then they can determine the age of the male. But the same is
then
not
I'm
true.
jealous. I gotta say that I'm jealous.
Liberal, this
He's
is
got
not
40
joking
rings.
matter, brother. I'm sorry. I need to put in check one thing, man. I know you're liberal, but you can't come liberal on me, brother. Listen. Ma'am, let me just say something.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. No. You said that this isn't a joking matter, and then you said that I can't be a liberal.
Talking about our prophet in that manner, brother, is degrading.
Fuck your
I would
prophet,
never talk about
bro.
anybody's holy
Fuck
book.
your prophet, bitch.
Man,
I don't
would never
give.
talk about
Listen, there ain't nobody you can talk to about me except Mother Earth. I don't give a fuck about your prophet. I don't give a fuck about Allah. I don't care about God. I don't give a shit about any of that. If that makes you uncomfortable, I don't give a shit. I'm an atheist too. I don't believe it. I think it's all bullshit. Personally. So don't come up here and demand that I respect something that I don't even fucking believe.
I don't want
I
you
will
to
respect.
but I don't
Listen.
insult
I will
you,
listen.
brother. I don't
Listen.
insult you. You're insulting
No, I'm
me.
not insulting you. I'm not insulting you. You don't come up here and demand that I believe and or placate to your fantasies. I'm not going to do it. I will respect the fact that you have a right to believe whatever you want to believe, but do not shove that shit down my throat.
I wish you a better life, man.
Yeah, but when you were up here shitting on our country, you thought that shit was cute.
I'm sorry.
Telling us you're going to give us a warning.
Listen, I respect everybody's right to believe whatever the fuck they want to, but don't come up here and demand that I engage in that. And then like criticize me for making a joke. I don't even remember what I fucking said, but I've got this here. This is, I don't know what this is. I assume this comes from the Quran. It says that the prophet married her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old. Hisham said, I've been informed that Aisha remains with the prophet for 9 years till his death. I don't know. I don't know what's true. These are stories. Who fucking knows? She could have been fucking 90 years old and they forgot the zero.
No,
I
she
don't
wasn't
know.
90.
And I can tell you this.
Her name was Aisha. And
Yeah.
she was a sister. And why is he doing all this bullshit? He knows what the deal is. He knows that a lot of them marry very young girls. Some are 5 and 6. They have video of them girls crying and screaming because their Muslim families are turning them over to some old fuck because he brought them 12 cows or 2 or 1 or 3 eggs or whatever the fuck it is. But you come up here and shit on America and tell us how we're doomed. But you want to talk about how fabulous Egypt is. Fuck that.
Egypt benefits from $1 billion annually in aid from the United States, just so everybody knows. Yeah.
Which is tied to what we give to Israel.
The last thing I care about is whether or not you're offended. If what I say offends you, I don't give a shit. Like, that's the hiding place of people who don't want to actually have a conversation. Oh, that offends me. I don't care.
And look, like that's the line I draw. Like, I will respect and even defend your ability to believe that shit, but don't demand that I engage with you in that way as if it's true. It's not. None of it's true to me. None of it is. It's all bullshit stories that they told long time ago. In my opinion, that like.
But here's the thing: they take that very seriously about you offending their prophet, but yet they suck Israel's ass. Because they don't believe in your prophet either. How come you're sucking their ass, Egypt?
Well, they do it because we fucking. It's like where you have to tie a stake around the kid's neck to get the dogs to play with them. That's basically what we did with Egypt.
Well, sure.
Is we were like, we know that Egypt's going to hate Israel, so we're going to have to tie a fucking pork chop around their neck so that they'll play with each other.
They're so moral that they stand on the Quran. They're so moral, but yet you can give them $1 billion to acquiesce and dance with the devil, so to speak. Give me a break.
Yeah,
when
it's
he was shitting on America and then coming up here. He loved it when we were talking about Israel. He loved it when we were talking about the Zionists. As soon as
Did you guys hear the
shit, that's why I said to him, "You got some karma coming to you, Egypt."
I'm equal opportunity. Like, look, I actually defend the Muslim people more than any other religious group because I think the flack that they get is shit. I think it's unreasonable. I think Christians just do it because it's religious bullshit. But like, I'm really irritated by this notion that
Excuse me.
I should be
Nobody's
offended
targeting
by.
him. Bring this person up in the comments. We're not fucking attacking a religion.
Target him, not what he represents. Nobody. I didn't target him.
That guy
or
probably
what he
gets his
represents.
Wi-Fi. He gets his Wi-Fi from the Great Pyramid of Giza. That's where his
Because
Wi-Fi comes from.
I don't know if Fight missed the part where he demanded that I not make a joke about his prophet.
Right.
Which I didn't actually do, but doesn't matter. It's the same thing either way.
Breaking news, everybody. Zorhan Mamdani has forced negligent landlords to pay over $34 million in repairs to NYC tenants.
I'm loving him.
Why does every Democrat in office say, we can't get anything done, it's so hard, and then within like a month.
You know what else, Zoran? You know what else he did? He cracked down on those filthy Zionists coming and stealing your deeds and claiming your property. This is what they're doing in New York. Widespread. They're going in, they're doing some paperwork and stealing people's deeds who've been in their homes generationally, and they're coming in and claiming the home with these false deeds. So he's put a stop, or he's doing something with that as well. So look that part up too.
Oh, I will. Yeah.
This is, it's great to me because he's making the DNC look like the bullshit that they've been forever. Just can kickers. And it's funny because I've called them that for years. That's what they do. They kick this can down the road. They're like, well.
Did you guys?
They also collect donations. They collect a lot of donations.
Did you notice the propaganda when they sent Obama in to read to the children with Mandani? They were reading with the children. Did you see that?
I did see that.
I think I saw it, but I'm not sure.
That was cute. That was cute. Yeah.
But they sent, but Obama's one of the big players in the Democratic
Party.
I
see what you're saying. Trying to
soften Mandani up and make okay, we're playing with you. We're sending Obama to you when they really don't like him.
Right.
They really don't like him.
Trump is looking to use taxpayer money to buy Spirit Airlines, which is going bankrupt, just so everybody knows.
Yeah, I saw that, and I'm like, these motherfuckers.
Somebody I follow who's like this Wall Street girly says on TikTok, she goes, but if Spirit Airlines goes away, then flying is going to become more expensive for everybody else because it takes away available flights, right? But that's just, I don't know.
Bullshit.
It just amazes me how we seem to have so much money to start wars and to save Spirit Airlines and to go get the president of Venezuela and give $40 billion to the guy in Argentina, but we can't seem to find any money to extend the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act.
We're in a lot of debt.
By design.
Right. It really is just so. And
please.
Here's what I really don't understand. The Republican Party versus the Democratic Party. In Baltic, I realize that the Democratic Party has problems.
Yeah.
But it should be like 90%, 10%. I do not understand this 51-49 bullshit that we keep finding ourselves in. How in the world, does half the population not realize they're having their wealth stolen from them and given away to Spirit Airlines in Argentina and the war machine? How do they not see that?
Let me tell you why. Because we are a very racist country. A lot of the people that you're talking about are people who look like you, who do not want to vote with black people and people of color and other marginalized communities because they feel white and they feel like they're going to be like childbearing hips Elon Musk one day and be in the billionaire class. Even though they have one right in front of their mouth and that's how they can eat corn, they still believe, at least I'm not like those people. And they will continue to vote this way and continue to bring this garbage in. Listen, there was a YT woman down in the South who had a cancer diagnosis, and she was able to get health care. And she said on a television interview, I hate that I was able to get cured by Obamacare. I wish it wasn't him. This is how much hate is in the heart of people, that she would rather unalive if it wasn't a black man's name on something.
That's
crazy. This is the stupidity they're dealing with. The sadness is that.
The only reason Obama's
Amateur.
name on that is because of Fox fucking News, by the way. It's not like when you sign up for the Affordable Care Act, it says Obamacare on the website or anything.
Right.
It says healthcaremarketplace.gov. And
Well,
she's like, oh,
If Trump had done it, it would have said trumpmarketplace.gov.
right. If
And-
Trump
and
had
not
done
only
it, she'd
that-
be taking. If Trump had done it, she'd be taking her laptop and rubbing against her cunt. Like,
But not, hey, Jonathan, not only that, but there was a survey that was done, and I don't remember the numbers, but there was a shockingly large number of people who did not realize that that Obamacare was the Affordable Care Act. They were like, we hate Obamacare, but then they were asked, but do you use the Affordable Care Act? And they're like, well, of course we do. And then they were asked, do you know that that's the same thing, right? And they were like, no, it's not. So there was there was a survey that was done amongst the right that they just didn't even realize that Affordable Care Act and Obamacare were the same thing.
So think about what you just
Cognitive
said.
dissonance.
Think about that.
Yep.
If you know that a group of people, no matter what, will hate something just because a black face or name is attached to it, you know you got a lot of people. These people knew that this Affordable Care Act helped them. We know that, like Jonathan said, Fox News came up with this racist propaganda because they knew people would be turned off by something just because there's stereotypes out there.
Yep.
And this sickness is the one that's bringing this country down. The reason why we don't have universal health care is because people didn't want black people to get it. And Sky can give you the dates and reasons for that.
Hold on.
Might not be you. Might not be you. But there is
Historically, the reason why most of Europe has universal health care is because during World War II, everything got destroyed. Every hospital, every bridge, everything got destroyed. So when they rebuilt their healthcare system is when it became universal.
Wait a second, though.
What's your point? You're not making
Wait a second, though.
Wait. Europe.
Yeah, my point is America didn't suffer that. America didn't suffer.
No, sweetie, no. The reason we don't have
please. Hey, Ball Talk, please don't call me sweetie.
Listen, Pyre, don't tell me
Thank
what
you.
not to call you. I'm not calling you. I could call you a lot
I
worse.
said please. I'm 51 years old. I don't like sweetie.
What I'm saying to you is you need to do some more research. You need to do a lot of research. No,
I love history. That's why I know this.
You would know. Then if you love history, you would know that the reason why this country suffers a lot is because they didn't want legislation that would also include black people. Jonathan, take this. Maybe you'll understand white talk.
In 1945, in 1945, as soon as World War II was closing up, Harry Truman already proposed a plan for national health care funded by payroll taxes that would have been added onto the Social Security Administration. And in 1946, there was a massive conservative backlash because the Democrats had held power for about 20 years at this point. And the argument against national health care in the United States was that, number one, it was socialized medicine, and we were in the middle of the Cold War, so everybody was paranoid about communism. And number two, they got the Southern Democrats in the South all against it by telling them that they would end up having to pay for black people's health care and that they would have to attend hospitals that were integrated and that weren't segregated. So the bill never passed. It never made it out of committee.
For facts.
Now, did white talk help you?
Well, so what was the disagreement exactly? Like, what did
He was
Pyre say? I
basically-
think
he
I
was
missed it because
basically
I'm still stuck in Muhammad.
He was basically saying that it had nothing to do with racism in this country. That the reason why we didn't have universal health care. And Jonathan White talked to him, and I hope that got through to his wife.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because he was in
Yeah,
total
man.
denial. That's why
the
that's why he brought up
backlash
Europe.
on every piece of progress has happened every goddamn time. Civil rights, war on drugs.
That's where the
it's
that's
just
where the
every
modern
fucking
conservative
time.
the modern conservative movement comes from the backlash on civil rights in the year 1960. That was the year that the organization Young Americans for Freedom formed because they were trying to mobilize against the Kennedy administration, who they felt were complicit in not only communism but also civil rights at home, which was promoting communism, and they also hated the Brown v. Board of education decision. That was really the turning point, was Brown v. Board. They hated Brown v. Board of Education that decision.
We can't give Negroes fourth-hand books.
So did White Talk help you, Pyre?
Do what?
Did White Talk help you understand? Did the white whisperer help you? Because you were in total denial when I said it. So did the white whisperer explanation help you?
Jonathan, you got to change your name today. WW
White Whisperer
or YTW, either one.
That's who Sky is. Sky and I used to rumble in these streets a long time. And whenever my black talk, my Aunt your mama black talk offended these snowflakes, Jonathan would come in with his white whisperer history, and they go, "Oh, okay." So did that help you, Pyre?
Or they just call me the F slur like they do on Slayer's Live.
That's right.
Yeah.
But did that help you, Pyre? Do you understand how everything
Hey,
in this
Ball
country?
Talk. You know what? You and I have gone back and forth in the comments before. I really don't appreciate that condescending tone.
Oh, now you're sounding like land. Are you offended?
What I said? No, I don't give a shit about being offended. What I was talking about was the difference.
You're sounding like a snowflake.
What I was talking about was the difference in healthcare systems in Europe versus in America.
Why are we talking about Europe? Why are we doing that?
I specifically brought up Europe in my. Did you not catch the first 3/4 of what I was saying? That Europe, the reason why they have universal healthcare is because their entire healthcare industry and system was destroyed.
Why
and when
are we
they
talking
rebuilt
about
it,
Europe once again?
that's exactly what I'm re-quoting what I said. And then I said the reason why America's healthcare system is the way it is because it didn't get destroyed during World War II. Now, are there racial components? Are there racial components? Absolutely. But if Germany had made it to America and bombed all of our hospitals, we might have an entirely different healthcare system right now.
True.
But that didn't happen.
You're playing down the racial component.
All right.
You're playing down the racial
component.
Right.
You're so mad at me, and I don't even know why. That you're not listening. So that's why I muted myself because I don't want to do this.
Well, I think you need to. I think you need to go to do some more unpacking onto why you're refusing to see the truth.
Ball Talk. Wait. I think you need to take that hypersensitive microscope you're using and turn it around on yourself. I think you need to do a little bit of learning as well.
And tell me what I need to learn.
I can't possibly tell you what you need to learn. I'm just saying that you're awfully critical of other people, but you're not 100% right 100% of the time. So take it easy.
When we're talking about America, you go to Europe. Why? Why did you do that?
We were talking about healthcare systems.
We were talking about the American healthcare system.
We were talking about healthcare systems.
Why did you go? No, we were talking about why
we were talking about Obamacare and
we don't have
and the Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to argue with. I'm not going to argue. Nope, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to get
your little white self to Europe. Why? Why did you go to a homogenized, basically at that time, a homogenized place when we're talking about universal health care here? You pivoted to Europe. Why? Is that your comfort zone?
It's called using an example, Ball Talk. I was using Europe as an example and comparing it to our healthcare system. It's a form of conversation and it's a way to talk about things. So I don't know why you're fixated on that, but this is the last thing I'm going to say about it. Okay, I'm done. I'm not going to answer any of your questions. That's the last I'm going to say about it.
You're crashing out, and you're coming across as a racist, as far as I'm concerned. Are you that? That you don't want to have these hard conversations without crashing out? And like I said, the white whisperer just explained to you what the major reasons were. Whisperer. And you're still in denial about that. You have to face the truth. Just like you wanted Land to face the truth. When you gave him truth, we were on your side for that truth. You need to face the truth.
Yeah.
This country is steeped in racism and white supremacy.
I'm 25, by the way.
What's up, Gonzo?
What's going on, dude? I'm 25.
Okay. It'd be nice to be 25, still knowing what I know today.
I just didn't know if you needed my age or not.
Nah, if you sound like a child, then I'll ask, but you don't sound like a child. Well, you don't sound like a minor. You still sound like a child.
Fair enough. So, can I introduce myself, give some background?
Sure.
So along with like studying theology and philosophy in college, I also studied journalism and politics, and also rhetoric. And not rhetoric, propaganda, political propaganda. So, and also on top of it, I take a lot of my inspiration for my political science and political ideology from Hunter Thompson, for when he ran, and a lot of his journalism and everything. So that's why I like to talk to people, because I don't really care what they call me. I'm going to say what I want to say. But
Okay.
yeah,
So relating to this conversation, what brought you up here? What would you?
I just think that comparing the U.S. to Europe is a fairly good option. I mean, Bernie Sanders, right? It doesn't matter like if it's racially homogenous or primarily white. That's just a talking point that's used to push away from the actual subject that's actually trying to be compared to. When you compare a governmental system to another one, for example, if I was to take Norway and say, hey, the Scandinavian model for democratic socialism or social democracy has been working, and then you look at Bernie Sanders and his 200-page paper that he wrote for how he would transfer the U.S. from the current governmental system that is capitalistic over to a social democracy, it would have worked. Problem is he was cheated by the Democrats.
Well, I mean, he was cheated by the Democrats. I'm not sure how that relates to the conversation. The fact of the matter is
they were upset that he was talking about free healthcare.
He was relating the reason that we don't have universal healthcare as, pointing to Europe and saying that they were destroyed. But the fact of the matter is that our healthcare system has been segregated. Always. They used to use different ambulances. A lot of hospitals, especially in the South, wouldn't allow black people to come and be patients. So even if we had been destroyed, people wouldn't just overnight just stop being racist, and want to be around them. And then when the federal money, like when federal dollars started going into these hospitals, that was a huge factor for them not wanting that. Because I'd rather hurt myself than to help that black person. Like that was and sadly it's a fact of the matter. So I don't think it's unfair to point that out as to the reason.
That is really what it is. That is really what it is. That is what it is, though.
I think there's nuances too. So, and if we look at the current system in the U.S., yes, there's systematic racism. However, like nobody's gonna just wake up and stop being racist. So at the end of the day, if nobody's going to wake up and stop being racist, you have to use the beast tools against them. And what I mean by that is you have to use their types of propaganda and the ways in which they funnel information into the psyche of the American public to brainwash them to not be racist anymore. Like, you can do this through media over the course of 3 generations. All you have to do is brainwash.
Do you think we should?
Well, yeah, I do think that we should. I mean, you have to use the beast tools against them because they clearly work.
If that's true, then why did you come up and call it just a talking point when we were pointing out the history of like racism as it relates to the healthcare? Because that's almost the antithesis of what you're saying that you would like to do.
Well, sure. I mean, I was saying it's a talking point in reference to when comparing Europe to the U.S. is brought up. Because people don't like to compare governmental systems from overseas sometimes to the U.S. And then they just say, well, they're racially homogenous, so they're racist. No, you're just trying to push away from the actual subject.
Right. You were saying that that's a talking point, but that's very dismissive of a fact in the United States that, like, it is racist. And we see this. Even still, like the lady that they were talking about, saying, I hate using it because it was Obama's, even though it was, the U.S. government's. But
I voted for Obama,
and it still sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I voted for Obama. I liked him. I didn't. I voted third. I voted green tent this time around because I didn't like Kamala or Trump. I thought they were both buffoons. I thought they were both
one of
idiots.
One of those.
So you voted for
any.
Could I ask?
Well, Kamala didn't have any policy, and then Trump was just a fascist.
How exactly is Kamala a buffoon?
Well, the reason why I say that is because she didn't have any of her own ideas. There was nothing original.
Oh, here we go. I could tell from the the cadence.
Yep.
But that's okay. I mean, that's okay.
Filter my words.
So
I didn't say your words. I said your cadence. Do you know what that means?
Did you read Kamala Harris's 100-page policy brief of policies that her and her campaign released?
Hold on. I don't know if you guys. You said you voted for Obama. You can't vote until you're 18.
Yeah.
So how did you vote for Obama?
I just wrote my name in. Had my mom write my name in.
You're an idiot. You're just a fucking idiot.
Okay.
Am I? But because I studied poli-sci.
I knew he was a fucking joke.
I mean, math. The math ain't math in there,
I studied poli-sci.
I was still in my daddy's ball sack, and I'm like, I love that guy so much. I'm going to vote for him. Slap them balls up on that ballot box, sir.
Maverick, where is Jill Stein right now, Maverick? Can you tell
Jill
me?
Stein is in a Russian cave playing with her 3 twat hairs. That's
But yeah,
right.
I didn't like Kamala. So. I didn't like Kamala or Trump. Trump was a fascist. Kamala was an idiot.
So let me ask you this, Gonzo. Do you think that this administration is doing a bang-up job, don't you?
I don't like Trump or his admin. I wouldn't like Kamala's either.
Okay, hold on. All right, hold on, because I just have to put this reminder up there. Kamala Harris was the district attorney of San Francisco. She was the attorney general of California. She was a U.S. senator for California, and she was the vice president of the United States. Now tell me again how she's a buffoon?
Yeah, those are... So the president and those jobs are 2 different jobs.
Well, if
no.
If she'd been the host of The Apprentice, do you think she would have been more qualified?
No, I don't think Trump was qualified either.
Okay, but you just dodged my question.
Again,
Stop. Listen to my very specific question.
Oh,
I just listed off all of her accomplishments, and I said, how does that make her a buffoon? So please explain how those things that she accomplished makes her a buffoon. Also, I'm not even listing her education. I'm just listing her jobs. So how does that make her a buffoon?
Yeah, I'll answer. But first, I studied rhetoric and political.
I don't care.
Stuff in college.
I really don't care.
So. Okay, cool. So yeah, again, like I said, I mean, it makes her a buffoon because I read her policy brief, and everything I read was just a build off of what Biden already had,
and what's wrong with
party
that?
had given her.
What's wrong with
because
building
it's
off what
not
Biden
original. She has no original thoughts.
What's wrong with building off what we currently have instead of just
that's the whole point?
Because she's still a Democrat. So
But
you don't
voted for Obama,
right?
In the ball sack of your daddy,
right? But
I liked him. I didn't.
He had his mom. He had his mom. And then his name on the ballot.
And then in 2016, he was a fetus.
I'm
25. I want you. Wait.
I was born in 2000.
Gonzo, did you just admit that your mother performed voter fraud by putting your name on her ballot?
You can't verify it.
But I'm just saying, is that what you're saying?
If that's what you want me to be
Guys,
saying.
do we have our first ever case of voter fraud in American history?
I think
that's
so.
actually real?
And it's a Republican. Once again,
I'm not
it's
a Republican. I'm third party. I'm an independent.
You know what third party is, Gonzo? Third party is Republican.
I'm not
back
a
under
troll,
the bridge,
dude.
sir.
I'm not a troll.
Someone call Trump. We have our first case of voter fraud.
Okay.
Wah.
I prefer Bernie when he ran. Like, I enjoyed his policy.
What's his
prefer
policy?
Bernie too.
Gonzo, what's his policy?
Yeah, so Bernie was socialist primarily. He wrote a 200-page paper on how he would transfer the U.S. to a social democracy framework, and it was going to work. The problem is he got cheated by the Democrats, and he had to donate and endorse Hillary in order to get any traction.
Could I just ask? So you said that Kamala Harris's policies were just building off of Biden's. What were those policies that she released?
Yeah, so she was just going to continue doing what we've been doing with the border. She was just going to tweak it a small amount.
Hey, Gonzo, do you see that when you're being asked a specific question, you're answering with generalities? Do you
I was trained
recognize that that's what you're doing?
Yeah, it was.
I mean, he had a pretty good answer to your first question. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but
No, he didn't. He didn't answer my first question at
like
all.
I said, I was trained to do that. So
he literally gave
I said
you
those are
legislation
two
and
different
everything.
jobs.
He literally didn't. I
He
don't.
just didn't
I
like
don't
my
know.
answer,
Now
and
I'm
that's
starting to
okay.
wonder
He
if you
also
know what the
didn't
definition of the
explain
word answer
how
is.
it made her a buffoon.
Yeah, so I said that his accomplishments that he listed when she was in San Francisco and all those things, that that the president and those jobs are two different jobs, so it's not relevant.
But it's still. You
We're
still
talking
didn't
about her
answer the
presidency.
question.
We're talking
You still
about her
didn't answer the
presidency.
question.
Yeah, I did. I answered
No,
it
you
without
didn't.
answering.
Kamala didn't do a good enough job getting her message across.
I
Period.
answered it without answering it. That's the point. That's the entire point.
Yeah, that's called that. I call that jellyfish answering.
Yeah,
That
sure. I was
right.
trained to do this.
You'll
dude.
never ever right, which is terrible. Then why are you having conversations to begin with?
Because
If you're
usually
trained,
Why are you so upset,
if you're
dude?
trained to not answer the question, why have conversations?
Usually I run across people who are casuals. That's why. But anyway, so
The tone. I can't stand the fucking tone.
okay, that's fine. Anyway,
And I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. So I mean, they're Republicans and Democrats are just as bad in both ways to me. Like if a Republican got a lobbyist or a lobbyer who offered them enough fucking money, you know what they would do? If they offered Kamala enough money to make cannabis illegal again, right? Or if they offered her enough money to weaponize the police force or to weaponize ICE like they are now, and they lobbied to have her do that, if it was enough money, she'd do it. All the Democrats would do that. And same thing with Republicans. If enough lobbyists got together and said, hey, Trump, stop doing this, and it was something that he was already doing, he would stop doing it if it was enough money. The good thing about third party and Bernie is because he didn't have a lot of backers. He didn't accept many backers. He didn't like lobbying because social democracy doesn't allow lobbying. So, you know, like either you guys want to sell yourselves out to the same exact people, just with a different fucking title, who all shake hands and sit at the same tables, and then pretend to hate each other on television to get your
all right,
vote.
cool, Gonzo.
Like,
So what's your solution then? What's
my
your
solution?
Yeah.
Okay, again, like I said, if you were listening,
made that very clear.
I said my solution. I've already made it clear, but apparently you can't track. So what I said was go read Bernie's 200-page paper on how he would transfer the U.S. into a social democracy framework of governmental rule, because it works in Scandinavia, it works in Europe, and it can be scaled up. It's fairly simple. All you would have to do is pay a higher tax rate. That's it. But for some reason, Americans are afraid to pay taxes. So if you listen really close, you can hear my solution, but you're a casual, so I don't expect you to.
So your solution is socialism.
Democratic socialism. Do you know the difference
Okay.
between socialism and democratic socialism? Do you know-
Dude, let me tell you something.
You know the
You
difference?
said you're something like
Yes.
24. I'm
Do you know the
51 years
difference?
old.
I don't
know
want to do the
there's a difference.
ageism.
I
don't want
I
to
know
do the
what you're-
ageism. That's
Dude,
cool.
you're so fucking
Age,
condescending.
age,
Drives me
brings
fucking crazy.
age brings wisdom, not knowledge, bud.
Ageism, that's cute, dude.
Hey, thanks, Captain. Thanks for that little quip. That was really
How many
cute.
years did you study?
I mean, that's the
poli-sci
truth.
in
It
college?
brings
How
wisdom,
many
not
years did you
knowledge.
study poli-sci
Just because
in
you're
college?
51 doesn't mean you're a fucking genius, dude.
I didn't say I was a genius, but I
This is
have
the
been
same
involved in
guy.
politics since I was 18.
You might know how to tighten
Well,
the bolt.
actually,
all right.
Age-
I'm not sure why.
That doesn't mean you know politics.
This is the same guy who admitted that he was an alcoholic to me.
Age will bring knowledge if you actually research and
course.
study and read. You can read more over time than you can up to the year 25, right?
Of course. I just find it funny when people say, well, I'm 50, I'm 60, I'm 70, I know what I'm talking about. You might know what you're talking about around the house, but if you don't study politics, you don't know what you're talking about. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
it
I
brings
think that's
wisdom,
fair.
not knowledge. You might have at that age, you know how to solve solutions better on the spot. It doesn't mean you're a genius.
Shoot, I'm a genius. What are you talking about? Anyway, sorry, I'm not sure what we're arguing at this point. I had to step away for a second, but can somebody fill me in?
Well, we're just basically arguing about the radicalization of both parties and how we need
Yeah,
a
so what I
third-party
said,
system. And
let me
agree with Ron.
restate, because I kind of like you, but I don't want to dislike you because if you accidentally straw man my argument. So what I said was, if you guys want to sell yourselves out to the same people who sit at the same tables at these banquets and gatherings and shake hands and exchange money, if the Democrats were given enough money to do exactly what Trump is doing right now by a lobbyist, if Kamala was in, they would do it. If the Republicans were given and Trump was given enough money by a lobbyist to do something that the Democrats would usually do, he would do it. So,
yeah, I agree.
And that's my problem. And the reason why I enjoyed Bernie's policy and his paper is because he didn't accept a lot of, because social democracy happens over in Europe and works very well, doesn't allow for lobbying. It doesn't allow for lobbying or large amounts of money in governmental structures or within the government at all. And then tax allocation is prioritized, not privatized, it's prioritized. And you can see all the checks and balances, public information. So you know where your money's going and the taxes you're paying to your government to be taken care of. We are sitting here with this two-party system with our thumbs in our ass for no reason. There's no reason for it. That's my only argument.
Say something I disagree with.
Yeah, so that, I don't know why Pyre is having such an issue. Maybe it's because of the way I talk, and that's fine. This is the same guy who admitted he was an alcoholic. Yeah.
Was there something specific that you wanted to address? Because I agree with what he just said.
We did already. We already talked about it. So Gonzo seems to be he claimed to be a person that just basically likes to argue, and that was where I was having a problem. I was trying to sit him down. And wait, Gonzo, I don't even really want to go. I don't even really want to rewind the tape. I want to keep moving forward. Can you give me the name of that Bernie Sanders paper that you're talking about? Because I'm trying to find it online and I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it, and I followed Bernie quite.
Yeah, I've literally Googled Bernie Sanders 200-page paper and nothing comes up. So can you give me a name?
Grab it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Also, before I teacup, I want to say this to everybody that's in here. Usually when I first come into a room, I'm not received well, which is normal. I'd rather be not received well and be heard than to be received well and not heard. So, that was like that.
Well, I give everybody a chance, even bridge trolls.
Well, I'm not even saying a lot of the stuff he's saying makes perfect sense to me, and I completely agree. But there was just a few things that I had some questions about. So.
Yeah, and Ball Talk got dropped, unfortunately. I didn't see it because I stepped away.
I saw
for
that.
Harassment and bullying. This fucking app, man. Oh, and for the record, Ball Talk, I tried to send you a message, share a video with you or whatever, and it says you're suspended from messages. So I can't even send you one.
So I misspoke. It's not a paper. I'm sorry. So there's a 2015 speech at a university, and then there's a 2019 speech at Georgetown University where he talked about for a couple hours in a lecture how he would transfer the U.S. over to this framework and what it would have to look like.
Are the two lectures the same, or are they different lectures?
Two different lectures, and his framework changes and his plan changes a little bit over both, but both of them are super coherent.
Yeah, I've been following Bernie since Air America was on Sirius X. Well, it was just XM at the time till it got bought up by a fucking Republican Clear Channel.
Yeah, I mean, my only thing, I mean, and back to Kamala, I just didn't. I saw her as just another Democrat. Literally just another Democrat. That's all she was to me. I didn't. I think that it would have been.
I don't disagree to a projector.
But it would have been light years better than what we're going through right now. It would have been light years better.
Sure, but I think
it also, however, wouldn't have been as revealing to as many people in the world the fucked up shit that goes on in this country.
Yeah, I mean, also this too. I want to say this really quick, before I go help my kid. Kamala also, I think she would have been good as a symbol to have get elected, right? like having a black woman president would have been a fantastic leap forward for the U.S. in terms of telling an entire ethnic and group of people and class of people that it's possible for them, like Obama did. That would have been good, right? I fully support having a black woman president. But in terms of her and policy and actually being president, and if it would have looked any different, yeah, maybe in terms of like in your face different, but at the framework and at the foundation, they'd still be lobbying and like having deals with Israel and causing another war to help the economy. Like, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't think she would have gone along with the Iran shit. I just don't, because all previous presidents hadn't, even the can kickers. So I don't think she would have done that, but I also don't think she would have fundamentally changed the system either.
Right. And just to be clear, so there is no. I don't believe that there's any way that we're going to make a gigantic leap from the system we have now to a democratic socialist system. It's too big of a leap. And I also want to say this, that Kamala Harris's planks on her platform were to build 3 million new houses, to provide $25,000 in down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's pretty cool. Increase the startup expense deduction tenfold from $5,000 to $50,000. Raise corporate taxes to 35% and taxing higher earners. She wanted to expand the Affordable Health Care Act, capping insulin at $35 a month. She wanted to advocates for federal legalization of MJ, eliminating mandatory minimum sentences, and banning the death penalty.
I don't
those
think
are all
okay.
good.
I
Stop.
don't
Those
think
are all. Stop. No, I'm not done. Those are all good things. Those are all good, solid things. Was there corporate money involved? Yes. Is there all kinds of political scheming going on? Yes. But those are good things.
Yeah,
That's worth voting for.
Can I respond to you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't think that federally legalizing cannabis would be a good thing at all. Primarily because when it was decriminalized, one, they weren't able to rig the market on it. Once you federally legalize something, like tobacco, right? Tobacco is federally legal, right? And it's produced by federal farms. If they were to federally legalize
it's not produced by federal farms.
It's okay, so it's funded by and subsidized by the federal government.
No, it's not.
Through taxes. Yes, it is. I'll literally pull a stat up. I'll literally pull a source.
It's no more subsidized than any other farm in the country.
Yeah. So my problem is, if you'd let me finish, and then you can point out where I'm wrong.
Would you agree that it's no more subsidized than any other farm in the country?
I didn't interrupt you, did I?
But would you agree with that?
I'll answer that when I'm done.
All right.
Yeah, let him go ahead and
Yeah,
land your
so
plane.
if they federalize cannabis, first of all, then they're able to grow it and make it so regular citizens cannot. So like they could say, well, you can have 2 plants in your backyard, right? Well, I use it for CPTSD and anxiety personally, right? I have to have a consistent flow of flower all the time and medicine all the time. If I grow 2 plants, I have to have another 2 that's already ready for harvest. And I have to have another 2 that are already growing. So I have to have 8 plants constantly in different stages of growth. So they're able to regulate who can have it and who can't and in what amount. I'd rather have it be illegal, personally. Because then it can't be written.
That's spoken like a person.
That you can go to jail over it?
That's spoken like a person who's never been in jail before.
In total, I've done 4 years.
And actually, let me, like when Trump signed that to move the schedule for medical marijuana, I was like, can this motherfucker just do something right? Why you gotta half-ass this shit? Why you gotta say only medical marijuana? If marijuana should be on Schedule 3 or 4, whatever the fuck, it shouldn't matter if it's medical. It's the same fucking shit.
Yeah. I mean, I have my card. Isn't
that weird?
It's not hard to get a card though. That's
It's hey, liberal. It's the same tactic that they used when they came up with the idea for the no tax on tips, and what was the other thing?
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter.
He can't ever just do the right thing.
Right. It
what
sounds
he's saying
great.
he'll do.
It sounds great for the cameras, but in actuality, it doesn't do a.
I hate
damn
Trump
thing.
just as much as you guys do.
Right.
But, like, my other thing is insulin is free in Europe. Kamala capping
should be
it.
here.
Dude, Kamala capping it is still prioritizing corporations to make money off of people being sick.
Yeah, but it's a step in the
Yes.
right direction.
Here's the
Bro,
thing
look,
with
just
the
saying-
establishment,
I'm sorry, Loudmouth.
Democrats. They will be going in the right direction, but they're tiptoeing across. I'd rather be tiptoeing than going the other direction backwards.
I
right?
think
So I'd certainly rather do it.
I mean, I
However,
think personally.
and now we have an opportunity that Trump has spotlighted all the shit to fix it once
Sure.
and for all. We'll see how
Sure,
that
man.
plays out.
I mean, I think this is this was supposed to happen to the U.S. personally, and the reason why I say this is because every world power has a lifespan. You can look this up, and if you compare this to the fall of the Roman Empire, what's happening to the U.S., this is the same exact thing. You know, and I'm not going to say what I want to say about Russia and Trump's relationship with them because that'll get your life taken down. Because he's had connections to the proletariat since the 80s when he was a real estate mogul, but we'll stop that there. This is supposed to happen. The U.S. is going to fall after this admin. And I think the U.S. will still be around and involved in geopolitical relations, but I think China or Russia is next.
China!
And for the people that are still in the country at that time who don't have a dual citizenship or an EU passport like I do, they're unfortunately going to have to, I hate to say this, they're going to have to deal with the fall and then the rebuild afterwards. Because people are going to get sick and tired eventually. Like, Trump's own party and all of his fucking talking head stuff turned against him. So, you know.
Fingers crossed. I mean,
Tucker Carlson, that fucking crazy lady who would show up to, like, meet, like professional meetings in, like, Trump hats and underwear and T-shirts, like, full American flag shoes and shit. You know, like, I forget her name. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she turned against him. Like, all of his major talking heads for his shit are gone. And once they're gone, his base will eventually be like, oh shit, nobody's feeding us propaganda. Maybe this is fucked up. And then everything's going to fall apart. The economy will crash because he's going to crash it. And then,
You have too
there'll
much
be-
faith, man.
I don't have
You
any
have way
faith in the
too
U.S. I don't.
I'm not saying faith in the U.S. I'm saying you have too much faith that these people are still sane enough to stay balanced enough to lose their shit when they lose their feed. They've got
Republican
Newsmax. They've got
Party-
OAN. They've got more feeds than Carter's got liver pills, and more of them are starting to take that hardline slant.
Welcome back,
So-
Ball Talk.
I hate to say this, but the Republican Party has the most firearms per
she
capita.
has risen.
The Republican Party has the most firearms per capita, and the Republican Party has the most people
How many
on
hands you
FBI
got,
watch
man?
list.
They also have
Hold
the
up.
most blue pills per capita. Just saying.
Well, yeah, sure, but like I own firearms too, as somebody who like
Old
hates
Wolf,
those
wait a minute, Agonga. Oh, Wolf, we can barely hear you. That's why every time you try to get in, no one can hear you. Your mic is really low.
Sorry about that.
But yeah, but Gonzo, real quick, yeah, let's let Old Wolf go because Old Wolf has been up here for a minute and he hasn't said a whole lot. So
that I haven't been able to hear him.
yeah, no, go ahead, Old Wolf. Everybody, shh.
Talking about Republicans have guns. How many hands you got?
Shh. I got 2 guns right here. What are you talking about?
I got 4. I can use my feet.
No, you can't. Not in control
I can use
recoil
my
to
feet.
any way, but you're actually having any sort of chance of either hurting or unaliving something. So you got
Sure.
2 hands. I don't give a damn how many guns they got. What are they going to do with them? They ain't done shit so far. These people run around saying save the children. Let me finish, God bless it, because I've listened to everybody else. Run around saying save the children. Kind of funny when a thousand survivors come out
those self-same red-blooded, two-fisted, double gun, gonna go hunt me down on a pedophile motherfuckers, all of a sudden lose their balls. I ain't worried about the Republican Party. I mean the Trump Party. I ain't worried about those loud talking Pomeranians. Well,
Pomeranians.
Can I say something again, or are you good?
Well, I mean, his cadence is a little slower, so you might not have been finished. Wolf, did you have more you wanted to add?
That's what I was asking.
Got plenty more, but I'm halfway walking to the house, so y'all go ahead and finish up. I'll holler back in a sec.
Bravo, Wolf. Bravo.
Yeah. I mean, just scream into your mic, "Hey!" when you're ready to talk. I'll get back to you.
All right.
Yeah. I know. Like, I'm aware. I'm aware of the party switch, right? I'm aware of the party switch, but I just can't get past this in my head, right? The Democrats were the ones at the DNC, I forget what year it was, who had the Triple K at their DNC.
72.
Like, I just can't get past that in my head.
72. Did you hear me, son?
I know. I heard you. Thank you.
Good. Very good. Now we know what time the party switch was. Can we move on from past history to what's going on in the future?
And there were laggers. There were laggers. There were people that still were registered Democrat but were voting Republican who were racist as fuck.
The reason why I say that in reference back to that and their involvement with the Triple K back then is because if we don't pay attention to history, it'll happen again. Once the Democrat Party realizes that they're not going to win anymore, which way are they going to go? They're going to flip-flop to the side that is winning. That's what they always do. But politicians flip-flop to where they can make the most money.
I wouldn't say they were winning. I'd say the Epstein class is fucking up enough that even the Klansman and Tater in his three-bedroom mobile home really ain't liking what's going on. What we can pray is Tater and PP and the rest of them decide they actually want to be a part of the human race instead of white or whatever they want to fucking refer their mayonnaise asses these days, and we can actually move forward. It's not going to happen.
I think both parties represent everything that's wrong with this country.
Parties, just not parties, just people, young man.
Yeah, the parties themselves are the establishment. Yeah. That's. I don't think any of us are disagreeing with that necessarily.
Right, but Gonzo, the difference that I see is that one party is actively hurting the majority of Americans with their policies by taking the wealth and security from those people and giving it to the 1%. And the other party is at least tiptoeing towards progress. So there is this whole two sides thing drives me bonkers because yes, both parties have corruption in them, but one of them is out to actively harm the majority of Americans, and the other one is not.
Yeah, so here's my response.
We now know that the other party is not actively doing anything to stop the Republican Party. I used to be vote blue no matter who, but the Democrats sat down, did nothing. They're allowing this to happen, and we were just informed today that Hakeem's rap hands Jeffrey, like he's in a rap video, bought and sold by Israel, said that if the Democrats got the majority, they would do nothing to go after the corruption in this administration. That is unacceptable. We don't have anybody fighting for us.
Yep, that's true. And then we get these fake people who, it kind of reminds me of the pastors, like, I'm Christian, so people are going to accept me as a good person. And then they go in there and they start diddling your kids and then turn around to you and you're like, no, I'm a moral, righteous person. Because look, I believe in God. We got Democrats who put their blinders on to other Democrats that, they're not racist because the Democrats aren't racist. And yet there are racist Democrats that still exist there, pretend they're not, and then slyly do shit that harms individuals of color, right? And we're seeing this over and over again. And so, like, what's worse, the guy that tells you he's a racist or the one that pretends to not be a racist?
and yet still does racist shit.
I like my racists with their robes and their hoods on.
Okay, I put my hand up in the comments. I ask people to do this before I leave spaces because I'm gonna head out in a second because somebody else is live that I want to argue with. It's a Trumpy. If you guys would be so kind as to look into this, if you want to, and then I'll come back another day and ask you about it. Look up Hunter S. Thompson when he ran for president, and what his platform was. I'm telling you right now, if we had a candidate like that in office, or at least running, we would absolutely have a much better governmental system on our hands. So look up Hunter S. Thompson and his campaign and his policies that he proposed.
How is that possible? If he's running, he's running.
Hunter S. Thompson's dead.
Running and governing are two different things.
Hunter S. Thompson's dead.
Yeah,
So
well, I mean,
asking.
Hunter. I know about Hunter Thompson. I think he wrote the Hell's
He
Angels.
wrote Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
I've read
right.
all of his books,
and very anti-authoritarian, very
He's
anti-police state.
His stuff, if we applied that to a candidate today, and this is why I studied poli-sci, because I have a face tattoo, so I probably wouldn't win anyway. But I think if we were to take a candidate and apply what he had to them, and get them feed them a little bit of LSD, and to get them to have the same mindset that he did, and then put him up on a stage, I think that if we had a candidate like that run, if they didn't wind up dead,
on a line,
it would be great.
On a line.
Hey, Gonzo.
Well, for anybody he's basically like me in a lot of ways. That'll give you an idea of what his politics were about.
Have you read Howard Zinn's The People's History of the United States?
Yes, I have.
That is a fantastic book. That blew my
I've read
socks
all
off.
of Thompson's work. I read it. I did my dissertation. I know it's not Thompson, but I did my dissertation on Thompson and poli-sci. So, I'm gonna head out though. But if you guys who aren't aware, look into that, and I'll come back and ask you about it tomorrow, something like that, or the day after.
Okay.
Thanks, teacher.
I'll be around. I mean, you can come back or don't come back. That's up to you, man. Appreciate it. I'm glad you voted for Obama, though. Thanks. I'll never forget that, for the record, as this person talks to me.
I think he hit he hit a tote a little too long today because
he said. Sorry, I just want to say that he said that Bernie Sanders had some policy brief, and then he ended up saying, he's like, oh, I misread or I misspoke. He didn't have a policy brief. And I'm like, wow, you're so knowledgeable.
Well, I mean, I actually agreed with quite a bit of what he said, but I don't know that he's being, forthright necessarily. He may just throw shit on the wall to see what sticks in different spaces. He might be over there on a fucking Triple K live later, be like, well, So I don't know. If he comes back and he says the same stuff, okay, maybe. But when the first thing that comes out of your mouth is a lie, it's hard to believe what you say after that.
Yeah, but listen, even you agree with what he says, but we're still not talking about the fact that we can't do that in this system that we have now. Everything that everybody comes up with, that's for the betterment of we the people. This system is going to fight against that because this system is about tearing us down, not building us up so that we can go to Disneyland without selling kidneys and lungs and shit. This system wants us to be enslaved, and people aren't getting that.
Yep.
We need to take this bitch and do something about it.
Yep, and if you make criminals out of everybody, now the 13th Amendment applies.
That's right.
Yep. Now we're all slaves. It's legal because you had committed a crime, and this is your punishment. I'm going to give you probation, but you have to go and work for this corporation and this corporation. I mean, it's coming. It'll be AI companies or something. Like, go out there, you got to throw water on the GPUs. Start chucking buckets, okay?
Was it you who posted or somebody posted uh, figures in history, notorious. They had Al Capone, they had some other ones, and showed all of their felony counts. And guess who beat them all out at the top of the list?
Kango's
Donald
McTaco.
Trump.
Kango's McTaco tips. Right. I think if you have more felonies than Al Capone,
That's fucking funny.
Isn't that funny?
Doesn't surprise me. And then there were 3 guys. I just realized there's 3 of us. I don't include myself in that, so. Because I'm always here. I'm like fucking herpes, y'all. You can't get rid of me. What? I'm down to like I haven't filled a gifting goal, not one. I've made less
So
on this
Mondays
live.
usually like this?
Yeah, Mondays are usually not the greatest days, but I've made less gifts on this live, I think, than any live
Crazy.
ever.
Well, you know, this app has been glitching. I don't know if it's been glitching.
It's been bad, really bad.
I was on some page, and it just kicked me over to people selling fucking bed mats and shit. Like, what is going on? And I couldn't. It was buffering, and I thought, this is crazy.
I keep getting lingerie ads.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, we know you're big fans of you. We know you want to wear that, Lynn.
Well,
Trust me.
you look for one thing for your wife, and now the rest of your life is.
Wait a minute. Maybe TikTok saw you in your pink lipstick.
That might have been what it was.
So I have a professor from my university, by the way, who is my literal advisor for history, and she just won a $10 million lawsuit against a TikToker who defamed her for doing the Idaho 4 murders in Moscow, Idaho. And she was like a tarot card reader, and she went on TikTok and she's like, Rebecca Schofield, she was the one that did it. Like, I'm a tarot card reader and all of that. Well, she got her lawyers involved, and it was just settled. That TikTok star has to pay her $10 million now.
She'll never see it. She'll never see it. If that's
what I was gonna.
Wow.
Worth is not that. Then they will garnish her shit if she does make some money, but she can claim poverty for the
rest of her life.
Right, but she was saying that she said in her testimony, my professor, and I actually felt bad that the amount of death threats she was getting, her anxiety got so bad, she now has a chronic pain condition too.
Are you talking about the lady that the tarot card lady was like accusing?
No, my professor. No, my professor. She has a chronic pain condition now because of all she had so much anxiety from the harassment, the death threats, and just the stress and whatnot. She has a chronic she has a chronic pain condition now.
Why was she getting unalive threats?
Because when that tarot card reader went on the internet and said that she was the one that did the Idaho
said that your professor was the one that did. Oh, okay. I didn't make that connection.
Oh,
that's
no, you're
fucking.
good.
That's crazy. That's like Alex Jones level shit right there. But look at this. You go after a person for $10 million, or in the case of Alex Jones, for $1 billion, and they can't do this. They can't even, like, they cap their statutory limits or whatever to, like, hospitals that fucking chop off the wrong arm.
Right. That's right.
You're capped at what they can pay, and yet you can go after an individual for $10 million?
Yeah, crazy.
That don't make any sense to me.
Crazy, but it's happening.
And I'm not saying that your professor doesn't deserve the money, because, like, if that's, like, God, that would suck. But what the fuck? You ain't going to get nothing out of them. No.
And I have a lot of respect for that professor because she graduated from my high school. So she's an alumni from my high school. And she also went from, she graduated from a rural high school and she went to Harvard, right? That's like very, very rare that you could go from a rural fucking high school with 2,000 people and go on to Harvard University and get your PhD. But the fact that somebody came in there and basically, just ruined a lot of shit for her. It pisses me off.
But the professor also
that's crazy.
A lawsuit with the money is to shut this person down, that they're never to mention their name, take away their platform. She could have asked for all of that.
She did. That also, I believe that was also another.
Damn it, Pyre.
Really wanted. Yeah.
damn it, Pyre, you didn't have to go. Because you're about the only damn liberal that will engage in arguments with me and not get really butthurt about it. And I appreciate that. Right, but he sticks with it, and I appreciate that. You know, because that's like whenever the midterms come around or the presidential election, guys, it's going to get crazy. All those Democrats are going to come up here, and I will pull no punches for these fuckers, just like Mr. Muhammad earlier. I don't like. I'm sorry. Like a part of me, like a little bitty part, feels bad, but it's like, bro, you're in my space, and you're coming over here, like, you know, being condescending to me because I was offensive about your whatever. I made a joke in proximity to this conversation. Fuck that shit. Yeah, it's like, because I give so much grace to people that I don't even believe what they believe, but they have a right to believe
on America, you gave him grace for telling us the calamity. That's why I had to go after Egypt, because he was doing that Canadian shit by telling us how bad America is.
I was literally thinking the same shitball talk when he was doing that, when I called him out on it. I'm like, you can come up here and bitch while we're bitching at our own place. Okay, sure, but then don't turn around and act like your shit don't stink, bro.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And I just want to add that I don't know. It's that guy was just so like, he just would not. First of all, he would not shut the fuck up. I was like, bitch, you need to go worry about climbing a goddamn pyramid. Right, land. I'm like, land, you need to go on a tourist trip and go climb the goddamn pyramid of Giza or something and stop being on here and yapping your mouth. It's so annoying.
Wait a minute, what was that joke? What was that joke about the MAGA again? I love that.
I ain't racist. Look at my teeth; they're all black.
Yeah, did you know I've been going to lives lately, and I've been going on the panels and saying that and making everybody laugh.
Wait, you gotta get a ChatGPT image of that lib.
That's it may not. Okay, I'm gonna have to be very clever with my wording here. So, I can't produce. I mean, ChatGPT is so taken by this shit, and I've so canceled sensitive. It. I've canceled it, but I'm until my shit is over. Because I'm, the other ones are better. Like Claude is. Claude is.
Has a blue and white flag now. You know that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
I just wanted to say
from its inception.
Yeah.
Grok is now a conservative apologist too, is a big MAGA apologist. Really? I was at the dentist messaging Grok, asking him, right, how it feels like a lot of the anti-LGBTQ rhetoric is now putting people's lives at risk because of all the harassment that's going on in the state of Idaho. And Grok was like, I do want to challenge what you're saying and just say that some people are just worried about their kids and their way of living, and they think it's, and I was like, oh no. So I'm canceling Grok. Bye, Grok. Go elsewhere.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah,
it would have been funny if Brock would have said, we don't believe that men should be in women's restrooms.
They brought that up. He was like, the bathroom thing is a legitimate concern. Some conservative families in Idaho have. And I said, please, I'm like, how many transgenders are in Idaho? Right?
Number
like
two.
One.
Number two.
There's two.
And I want to say this for the record. I want to say this for all the LGBTQs who try to come after me. If you have a motherfucking full-ass Grizzly Adams beard and you sound like Barry White and you're in the ladies' restroom with no breasts and you're shaving your legs, you should not be in there. Period. Full stop. Stop that, because you're hurting the trans community. If you are not trying to at least present as the gender that you say you are, then you are doing harm if you're going into bathrooms looking like with full-on beards, mustaches, and voices that sound like Barrett. No, that's not acceptable. I know it's wrong for me to say this according to the LGBTQ community, but y'all better wake up and stop that bullshit.
And I actually agree with Siren or Maverick on that, because I'm going to tell you something right now. When people do that, it actually makes the community look really, really bad, number one. It gives ammunition to the right-wing media, because then they can go on the internet and create this mass outrage. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And not to mention, just have some basic decency. If you're like, or if you're just about to start transitioning, for example, right? Maybe maybe just for the public safety and for the public good, for the common good, and for peace, maybe just don't use those types of bathrooms in public. You know what I mean? It's not hard. That's my idea. Just be decent.
And what I've noticed Because I think a lot of them are ops trying to really further, like you said, so they can get a photo op of somebody looking like he just got finished lifting up boulders in a women's bathroom. Like this one woman was in the gym and she came out screaming because this fucking idiot is looking like Bruce Jenner before Bruce Jenner became Caitlyn and still looks like Bruce. Was in there in the sink, guys. The sink.
Like
With his
pissing
big
in the
ass-
sink?
No, his big ass size, 95 feet on the sink, shaving his big manly ass legs. Don't do that.
Oh,
Why
God.
do you do why? And woman was
This
like,
was at a gym, though?
and a bald head. Yeah, I forgot what the gym. They got on her, and I'm usually not on the side of Karens, but this person was definitely not even trying to look like they were transitioning. I don't think it was even a beginning. It was just one. It was just too weird. My thing is this: most, like we said, 1% of the population is trans. You're likely to see Mickey Mouse riding a fucking unicorn. Oh my god.
There we go. That's good.
Oh my god.
Can you, I'm not going to steal it from you, but could you put
You can steal it from him.
Yeah,
could you
let me-
put your logo on the bottom so I can credit you with it and send it to me? That would be amazing.
Oh my god. Wait, Sky, how many followers do you have now? You're like going up there.
No, I haven't posted in a long ass time because I've been fucking grieving and shit, but I only have 22,000. Yeah.
How much? 42,000?
No, 22,000.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay, say, god damn. Okay, I remember. That's still a lot.
Yeah, I haven't been posting. I've been busy. I just clocked 60 hours of work last week too. So, which is nice because the overtime, I'm making
glad
pretty
you're
good
okay,
money.
though. I'm glad I didn't know how your situation was going to be with all the craziness.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
I can't believe it's letting me create these. I picked the right prompt. T-Beans was tapping. Oh, okay. I was like, where'd she go?
But I think you know, though, Maverick, that grieving takes a long time. So I did get into counseling and stuff, and that's just been kind of helping.
It
Yeah.
takes for the rest of your life. Even
Yeah.
when one day you'll be walking down the street thinking you're over, and you'll break out in tears. But that's a part of living longer. And the longer you live, unfortunately, the more you'll see people you love go. And that's
Right.
That's the issue. But no, it never leaves you. And with each one that you like get connection with that passes, you feel less of a reason to live. So basically, I'm saying to you, I should have been at that White House's correspondence dinner.
No.
We need you
I'm
here.
in my-
We need you here, Ball Talk.
Okay.
I'm still in my early stages of life where I'm like, life is just so great and it's daisies and rainbows and
But that's the way you're supposed to be. Because when you get older, you'll think back on when your wiggly worm was the hardest, when you had all these exciting things that your body is able to do without you thinking about it. When you wake up one day, you know how when you play football or basketball and you hurt yourself and the next day you're back normal? Well, some people in my age group can roll over in bed and be in traction for 3 weeks. So your body will betray you. So this is the time to be excited about everything. This is the time to dream that you can change this country. This is, in fact, this is your country. You're at the age where you guys have to step up to the plate. People like Lib, and I'm older than Lib, who should be in politics, and he needs to get into that Oklahoma, and people with that mindset. You guys need to start making some moves because
Maverick, good luck with Oklahoma. Oklahoma was one of the few red states where every county was red in Oklahoma.
Wow.
Well,
Yes.
it used to be, maybe it'll surprise you, it used to be a Democratic supermajority.
I believe that. I actually believe that West Virginia used to. You know what's so interesting? When did a lot of these states vote Democrat? They voted Democrat during the Great Depression with FDR. Idaho did. They voted Democrat for Lyndon Baines Johnson and whatnot.
Yeah.
So it's just like, what the fuck happened? Why? Racism, obviously, but it's so sad. It's so sad that people still continue to vote against their own interests.
Yep. And when they were blue, because it's only been, I think, 15 years of Republican supermajority. When they were blue, the education system in Oklahoma is one of the better education systems in the country. And then
Same
they're
with
like,
Texas.
they bitch about the education system, and then they're like, oh, I'm gonna go vote for Dusty Devers, the guy that wants to put a fucking Bible in everybody's butthole.
And they want you to marry children at 11 years old. That's why they're uneducated, because they're home having babies.
All right, here we go. I readjusted it. Although these teeth aren't as black, I don't know. Tell me which one.
We need.
Okay, I'm going again. Here we go
Wait,
again.
let me see the caption. What's the caption?
Well, it
Guy,
just says MAGA isn't racist. They have black teeth. We love Trump and black teeth. That's what the sign says at the bottom.
No, I like the other one better. Let me see the other one.
Yeah, let me pull that back up.
Sky, which one do you like better?
I like that one better. You should also do another one that says do another one that says I ordered a MAGA off Amazon and it stated teeth sold separately.
Oh my God! Here, let's see.
That makes me dizzy.
That's great.
That makes me dizzy. Are there any still? Look, is Twisted Mouth Lady still there? Are there any still hardcore MAGA out there?
Yeah, dude, Maverick. Did you hear the drama about MAGA lip curl girl?
Dating a black guy?
Yes, she was. Yes, and they broke up, and she exposed
Wait, who
him
is
for
this?
being a fraud.
If we're gonna do a drama on the panel, I need to know all about it.
Her name is MAGA. I call her MAGA Twisted Lip.
Her name is Texas for Trump. Her name is MAGA Lip Curl Girl, and she's the lady with the big forehead that you could put all the Israelis.
A Telosian. I'm
You
familiar.
could put all the You could put all the Israelis on her forehead, and she does those videos where she dances.
Sky, show Lib a picture of her without her hat on.
Oh God.
She's a Telosian. And she
Oh,
talks
dear.
like this, and she walks around with a tight outfit on. And honey, I was on her panel for 3 minutes. Them bitches dropped me so fast. This is when Sky used to have me come to all these MAGA panels. I'm like, oh my God. I used to go, it was hideous.
Oh man, TikTok is such a weird place, y'all. It really is. Weird. I don't know. Let me share this video. I'll just explain it.
Send that image to Sky so he can.
Well, I'm trying to get one that is per. Oh, this is gross.
Make them fatter. Make them fatter.
Let's see. Okay, so this one, yeah, here we go.
Have some of them have donuts in their hand.
There we go.
Oh my God.
That's so funny.
Oh my God.
We love Trump.
Oh my God. MAGA dentist sold separately.
Now, how you gonna do that one?
All right, let me see.
They have to have no teeth in their mouth, and you got to show a little teeth that you buy like batteries, like you're buying a separate pack. Sky must be looking through his whole arsenal of pictures. MAGA Twisted Lip Slut. Oh my God, dating a black man. What the hell? These people are weird.
I still can't believe that it's allowing me to get these fucking prompts through.
Time I was telling you, we can't do that.
Right.
That's racist.
They have restricted this shit so fucking much. And this is why people really need to learn how to deploy AI systems on their local computer.
Then that's what you need to be teaching us on some of these lives.
Yeah.
That's what you can be doing because you're very good at that.
Yeah, well, the game I'm about to, because I've got to deploy a server on my computer to test it. I have to do like a bunch of back end work for that game that I'm building, so that people can like play with each other, on the internet. But I don't know a lot about that stuff. But I'm gonna have to figure it out.
You learn all that shit. You know how to do all that computer.
I know how to figure out how to do it. If that makes sense.
I don't even know how to figure out the damn symbols like play. I'm like, bitch, why
play.
don't you just have PLAY? Why I gotta look at a goddamn symbol?
So like this is the game I've been working on, since we're not really talking about a whole lot. So like I'll pick a name, a class, and
is this your game?
Yes. Oh no, this is the wrong one. This is a different version.
So you make your money off of it. You have to protect that, right?
Hold on. What do you mean?
That's intellectual property, isn't it considered?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, well, it's I'm not going to publish it publicly until it's ready. Currently, it's just a.
Right.
It's just a. Here we go. This is the one.
Now, is this one of those fighting games where you're shooting zombies and all that shit?
No. It's text based. It's kind of a throwback to the old MUDs. It will be anyway. Yeah, here it is. This is the updated version. I'm also going to change the name. The name will be different, so I'll choose Rogue. That's what I always go with. So
This is MAGA lip curl girl right here. Texas for Trump.
oh, let me
Where's her
see.
forehead? Show her the picture without her forehead.
I don't think I have that photo actually.
She's
Oh,
nutty.
actually,
Okay.
I like the pigtails.
Do you know her?
I don't, No,
You,
but
you haven't seen her live? She does lives.
is that Cash
does live
Patel's
every
sister? With those,
No. So she dated that guy named Jammin Lou, who's like a black MAGA Trump supporter on here. And they got into a nasty breakup, and they're going to be doing lawsuits against each other for defamation. And she had all these text messages she read out, and everybody was like, "Go girl!" I just avoid that live. I avoid that live now because it's just nut jobbery. I can't stand it.
Well, she's been a nut. She's been a nut job.
Right. She sold T-shirts. She posted videos saying that
Somebody
she's
said,
proud.
out of all the MAGA, she's the most tolerable. Oh my God. Okay.
Oh. She posted a video saying that she was proud to be white.
He's Canadian, so you know.
Yeah, so she posted a video saying, "I'm proud to be white." She posted a video with Mr. Maduro. It's like, Trump, go and get Mr. Maduro. Ugh. She's just weird.
I'm proud to be a sunburn factory.
I wish you could find one without her hat with that.
I actually like it, strange as it may seem, but it doesn't bother me when a white person says they're proud to be, who
It
they
doesn't
are.
bother me either. Millie, she said Millie is worse. I like Millie actually, and I let Millie have it before. Sky, you were on that live, weren't you?
That was crazy.
Yeah, I like Millie. She's I don't really like her politics. I wouldn't.
Nobody likes her. I don't like her politics.
I wouldn't vote for her for president. But
She's more real than a lot of these white liberal women were. That's what my thing is.
Right. Yeah. She doesn't come across like fake as fuck.
Right.
Millie said that we should bring back insane asylums for people. I heard her in her live saying that. I was like, I don't know about that.
She'll be the what do they call the person that runs it? Here we go. I made this one for you, Jonathan. Buy a MAGA. Teeth sold separately.
He's got to have no teeth in his mouth. It has to be completely no teeth.
That's so funny.
Includes red hat, flag jacket, freedom chain, unwavering confidence, selective facts, assembly required.
Runs on gas and outrage. That's funny.
As seen on reality TV.
You know what? You should have a Trump medallion instead of the USA.
That's
and
pretty
no
good.
Teeth sold separately.
That's pretty good.
Too bad they can't put it in a bag next, like where they have the batteries. When batteries sold separate, and they show you a picture of what batteries look like. That's insane.
That's pretty funny.
Did you guys see Melania? Did you guys see Melania Trump's recent tweet that she tweeted out 3 hours ago?
No, what?
She tweeted out calling Jimmy Kimmel and his attacks on her family disgusting, saying that ABC should do the right thing and take him down and stuff. She put out this long ass tweet and it's blowing up.
Fucking cunt. And watch the TikTok get mad. And we're talking about a public figure. She hasn't said anything in 40 years. And all of a sudden she's on doing a damn she did a press conference, and now she's there it is.
Flotus.
Kimmel's hateful and violent rhetoric is intended to divide our country. His monologue about my family isn't comedy. His words are corrosive and deepens the political sickness within America. No, bitch, please give me a break. Give me who's telling her to do this? Is her husband putting her up to this?
Well, she could have her citizenship revoked at any time. Trump has probably told her that. If you don't do what I tell you, I'm going to revoke your citizenship and deport you. God, could you imagine if he did that?
She's happy. They said that they have raked in $6 to $9 billion. Can you check that, Lib? $6 to $9 billion from his racket.
I think that's what I heard, and they should lose every fucking dime.
Every fucking dime. They should Bernie Madoff his ass, and don't leave them with $2 million.
Let's see here. The New Yorker in January said $4 billion.
Wait, somebody said there is a guy on Eric's live eating raw chicken. Oh, gross. Ugh.
Well. That's a good way to get your live shut down. And if they don't,
salmonella.
I mean, because think about that. Like, you'll drop somebody for saying, the K word or whatever, but you're like, oh, eat raw chicken. Oh, that's perfectly acceptable.
Right.
It's okay. Harmful to the public. Gonna unalive kids that are watching. I mean, geez. TikTok's like, wow.
Your live is being watched for sure, because they snatched me twice, and then when I peeled it, that's when I peeled it, and I was shocked that it was gone through. So they're watching you. I found out that even though you see 19 people in here, you could have as much as hundreds of 1,000 people watching you offline. Did you know that?
Well, the ones that report, they have to be in the live, I think, to report the live. I'm pretty sure.
Pyra was reporting me after he got his butt hurt. Pyra was reporting some of those.
Well, we got somebody in here who's been watching for 3 hours. No likes, no comments, no shares.
Wow.
And
IDF soldier. Are you IDF soldier?
Let's see. We got.
Or are you one of the MAGA with no teeth in your mouth and teeth sold separately?
This one's over 3 hours. Another one, no likes, no comments, no shares.
That's weird. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Maybe
I think that person just left. Actually,
maybe they're at work.
right when I said that. Yeah. No, I think that person bounced. Both of them did. Oh no, the other one's still here.
You definitely have people watching. Oh, maybe one of them was the Telosian. I know that bitch is in here watching under another name.
Oh, I'm sure she's probably the only one that's bought that device.
Idiot. Which device are you talking about? I had never seen it.
Here, let me do a PSA. Shall I?
Is it in your store? Is it in your TikTok store?
It's coming to my TikTok shop.
So Scott, Jonathan, this is
post haste.
Lib has a new product that he's selling in his TikTok store.
Oh, I'm excited.
Oh yes. It's for all the liberal YT women.
They love me. They absolutely.
Said they may have been her because she's cleaning her yard. Nikki online said Lib might be her.
Nope.
Not you, Nikki, baby.
Nope.
Not you.
Let's see. It's been a while, so I've got to find it, but it's coming. Yes. And that's what she said.
A product that will be very useful for a lot of liberal YT women.
Oh, here we go.
For their hysteria. Yeah.
All right, let me pull this up here. Here we go.
For all the females that hate watch me, and I know you love me, that's a great Christmas gift for you, so you can use that while you watch the show and hate me. Oh, liberal, I can't stand you anymore, liberal. Oh.
So ugly.
That's funny.
That's so funny.
Miss Chaos.
Sky, you haven't been around, but his videos have been vicious. He has been tearing up alliances with his videos, with his putting out videos that was just calling people out. It's been hilarious.
It's been a minute. It's been interesting.
I've been blocked from your video. I'm seeing old videos of yours. I don't even know when you're making them. They don't even show me the date.
Oh, and that one person did leave.
Look, Nikki said, haha, I don't hate watch, so that's not me.
Oh, and then they came back. For the record, leaving and coming back does not reset your time watched.
You're a Telosian. That's the Telosian. Maybe they went to your store to try to buy the product.
And I'm not going to say who it is because...
No, don't say who it is. Don't say it.
I imagine, though, like that being a thing that you like need to do.
Well, maybe they enjoy the show. They hate watch. They don't want to support you, but they hate watch and enjoy it. Oh, Sky, did you get your $7,000 check yet?
Oh no.
Are you on the payroll of Israel?
Oh no, not yet. Not yet. We'll see it. They haven't reached out quite yet.
$7,000 a week. Oh wait, that's right. They're not paying anybody. They're stiffing people. That's right. Creators have been trying to lawsuit them. Did you hear that?
I did not hear that. That's crazy, though.
Trying to suing Israel because they're not getting their money.
They're not
Right.
paying them. They're not getting their $7,000.
Well, the one lawsuit that I saw, it was an Israeli that they stiffed.
Wow.
Yeah, even though he's literally in the country,
Oh wow.
that's crazy.
Maybe it was that. What was that guy that used to come on your panel? And he was the IDF soldier. What was his name? Damn. Maybe it was him because he was supposed to be in Israel.
Connor. Yeah, he hadn't been around for a while. I think they try different tactics to see what works, and they may have just given up on me. And they're like, people don't like him anyway.
Well, fuck that. Just send him a check, and you guys got a quiet mouth.
Yeah.
Check. That's what you do with everybody in Congress.
Well, look, they may be confused because I told somebody to fuck Muhammad, and they'll be like, wait, I thought we hated this guy. He doesn't like Muhammad either.
That guy was about to lose his shit when you said fuck Muhammad. He was about to go ape shit. They do not remember when somebody put Muhammad in a dress and they put a jihad or whatever the hell they put on those people. They don't play with that shit.
Right.
They don't play with that. That's why Trump, when he wrote his letter, said praise Allah.
I'll end up getting Pepe Le Frogged or whatever the fuck it was.
Oh God.
But I mean, look, like I don't know.
Remember Charlie Hebdo? Charlie Hebdo.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. Right, yeah. They'll fucking, but look, don't. I will respect your ability to believe any of that stuff, and I'll defend you, which I do all the time. Sure. But don't fucking turn around and demand that I don't know.
Reverence.
Yeah, I got nothing. Like, you ain't gonna sit up here and fucking browbeat me for making a joke, because that's what I do. I'm a fucking idiot.
You didn't say F Muhammad at first.
No.
You said that after he was the man. I don't know what you said that triggered him.
I don't either. It was like a dad joke, and it wasn't even towards the religion at all. It was just a joke in the situation, which he was offended by because to him the conversation was very serious. And so when I made the joke, it was, oh, you need to take this seriously. You need to stop. And I'm like, bitch, no, fuck that shit.
After he came up here telling us how bad America is and all that bullshit.
Which I agree with.
Egypt is.
Largely.
With it, but he's not going to come up here and do that and then talk about how fabulous Egypt is. That's why I let him know that you all have your comeuppance. And your comment is coming.
And I've said it about Christian God too, to people that come up here doing that stuff. I
said you were an atheist. That's
right.
Oh, you got a new person, Black Wing Zero.
Black Wing, welcome aboard. Good to see you back. It's been a while, I think, since you've been up.
It has been a while, but I want to talk about this unaliving attempt again.
You mean the theatrical, the third?
Oh yeah. Oh,
I just want to go home.
This was so theatrical, it wasn't even remotely funny. I'm going with this. First of all, how is a man going to basically get past four select for security details? But here's the weird part: a man of color,
a black man, right? Right. We said that earlier. I said he goes to Walmart and we're followed around. And now he gets to go into a black tie dinner And come on, it's a joke. Andy was a nerd with a degree.
Right.
You
And
didn't pick
notice-
boys in the hood. He didn't pick boys in the hood to do it. They picked a nerd with a degree. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, he should have been playing the saxophone during all that.
Show him the video. Show Black
the
Wing's video.
The Debo video.
How they're all connected. How this kid was with you just showed it earlier. How the black guy who knew JD Vance's wife and all that shit.
Let's see. God, but there were so many fucking videos. I got to find it again. Let me see.
No, the one where it left us agog because he was literally on film promoting something at a fair or whatever. But they're all connected.
Oh, right. I don't think that I. Oh, here it is. No, I got it.
Hold on. So the Trump suspect, Cole Allen, and Usha Vance, JD Vance's wife, were actually in a video in a competition together in 2017, and it was in the news. What is happening? Look at this video. You're going to see both in there. This is at this tech conference where they're trying to get funding. Just look.
College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
And there he is.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this
is interesting.
Is to prevent it from moving at all.
Recent
This seems
Aging into
nice.
the Future conference held by St. Barnabas Senior Services and the Eisner Foundation
You'll see Usha.
offered a test run on products that have the potential to enrich the lives of
There
seniors.
she is.
14 different tech startups
Y'all
got
see
to
her?
present.
How much of a coincidence is this? Is it just me, or does it seem like we're living in a clown world and they're all laughing in our faces allegedly? Or is this just one big coincidence and we should all shut up? Hold on. So the Trump.
Yeah.
I love her voice. I love her voice too.
Now, by popular demand, Jonathan, have you seen my Debo video by chance?
No, I have not. No.
Oh, okay. Well,
Jonathan's been in mourning.
we're gonna haze you because
boy.
in order to properly get the liberal loudmouth experience, one has to watch this video right here.
Go take your shirt off and record yourself posting a video that nobody cares about.
That's Debo.
Okay. I can do that.
Oh dear. Oh, here we go.
We could do it, man. Now that I know we can have that RNC vibe going on. Yeah. Do you think I'm ready?
This makes me glad I'm straight.
Go take your shirt off.
Oh, funny.
Debo did that video, and I'm like, before I even finished, he's like, go do a video with your shirt off. And I'm like, I'm doing a video. I don't know what I'm going to say, but it's going to be without my shirt.
Nikki said that shade of pink looks great on you.
Oh, thank you.
But what I wanted you to do is grab your nipple and lick at it while you were doing it too. I'm surprised nobody said that you were making fun of the trans community.
Oh my God! Don't get me started on that. I had
People have no sense of humor.
Yeah.
Did that video get a lot of likes?
Not really.
Well, they probably banned Shadow Banana did.
Well, it is weird because it's something like that seems like it would do well on TikTok, but no. Let's see.
I only saw it when you play it on here. It doesn't even come across
76 likes, 33 comments, and 980 views.
Yeah, but I don't even see it.
It's still funny though.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
I think it's funny.
So he hasn't fucked with you since then, huh?
No, I don't think he responded. Oh no, he put a comment in on that video. He said, what did he say? He said, "Told you nobody would care."
That's fucking funny.
Who's the
It's
one that
always
told
good
us?
fun.
Who's the one that told us that they were being hit on by a certain flotilla because they're a good-looking guy or something? Who was that? Was that the same person?
Yep, same guy.
Okay. Yeah, he's an idiot. You're an idiot.
Yeah,
You're an
no,
idiot.
you know, they I guess kind of come after him after he said that or was ragging on him and
And so he
kind of
got
fucked up that
scared.
relationship, I guess. But
Crazy.
either way,
I have never heard of so many snowflakey people who listen and believe other people's bullshit before they are grown enough to investigate for themselves. Crazy. It's crazy. But somebody
oh,
else
Mrs.
suggested,
Chaos wants me to do a series.
yes, a series of what?
The lipstick videos, get different
that would be
shades.
so funny.
Shit, that stuff was like 2 days. It was still on my fucking lips.
Why don't you call Christy Gnome's husband and borrow his boobs?
No, if I do that, they'll say I'm doing trans face. I literally had a video where I was defending the trans community by a fucking MAGA bigot piece of crap.
Yeah.
And they called me a transphobe doing trans face.
Fucking trans face. Well, you know, with the trans having a beard now, maybe you are. I don't know. I've never heard of such a thing. And that's a conversation to have with people. Why are you walking around looking like Grizzly Adams, bitch, and going into the ladies' room? Not doing it. I'm not going to say, oh, that's something that we should just. No. We have to be sensible. That's why people think we're crazy as Democrats, because you want King Kong to play in women's sports. If you're looking like you can pick up a house with one of your arms because of the muscle mass, and you still think that you should be, no, that is unacceptable. We have to start saying that so they won't keep saying that we're nut job. They like the fact that happens when something.
And see, I don't really mind about the bathrooms, because if you're going to go in and take a shit, go take a shit and then leave.
But no,
ain't nobody hanging out in the damn bathroom.
But it's not about that. It's about if a man is a person who presents as a man is in the ladies' room, and that person who presents as a man says that they're trans, that takes the trans community all the way back, because now you want people to present, who are presenting. I'm not talking about who tries to look like, but they still look man. I'm about somebody with a full fucking beard and mustache, you know, very white sounding.
Right.
Going into it, no, that's unacceptable. No, if you, and for the person who's trans, if you are transitioning and you still look like that, you've been going to the men's bathroom that long, you can keep doing it until you get your look together, baby.
Well, here there was a story I seen. It was a trans man, and I think it was in Kansas or some state where they had passed, you know, where you had to use the bathroom of your you know, birth sex or whatever. But this biological woman looked like a dude. Looked like a dude. And so this woman, this trans man, if you will, goes to the woman's restroom because that's what the law states. Right. And somebody freaked the fuck out on her or, him because he looked like a dude.
A man in a woman's bathroom.
And yet, so now you've got this conversation where you're having to tell them why are we bothering people in that way where you have to worry about what's between their legs or not?
They're stupid. And look, there's another trend. There's another trend of trans women who are gorgeous. Boobs, the whole look. And they're going into the men's room together. And when men walk in, they're like shocked, scared, shocked, also thrilled at the same time. And so they're starting to do so to show how ridiculous it is that you're making people go into these rooms of their assigned birth when these women were, and they were gorgeous. Some of them were gorgeous, and I just laughed my ass off. So it's to prove a point that this is what you say you want. And then one trans girl said, "Just letting you know, I'm in the bathroom with your husbands." And the bitch was full on fatness. I'm in the bathroom with your husband.
That's funny. And
You
the,
may
the
not come
dudes
out
are in there like, I can't pee when I got an erection. You got to get out of here.
It's crazy.
Now we got Omar in the house. Omar, what's up?
Omar in the house.
Omar. Okay, Omar. Oh,
Omar is in
well,
the
hello,
house.
Omar.
أهلا وسهلا فيكم.
Come again? You don't speak English?
No, عربي.
Arabic.
Okay. Well, I if I can't understand you, I don't have anybody up here to translate. I apologize. This is an English panel, English speaking anyway. Not that English, not the pinky English. Anyway, Jonathan, welcome back.
Welcome. Sorry, I was just dealing with some work stuff, but I'm back.
Anyway, what say you about the the trans man going into the woman's bathroom,
That's the
getting
problem.
shit on?
That really highlights the problem with these stringent bathroom bans. Is there's some trans men that literally look like you would never be able to tell that they're biological women, right? And that's because testosterone's a really powerful chemical. Once the women get on it, they immediately it's not immediate, but over time they look very, like they're
And have
cisgender.
beards.
Right? They have,
Look at somebody named Laith Ashley. Stunningly gorgeous trans man.
yeah,
Absolutely beautiful.
and
Never be able to tell.
And then they go into the woman's bathroom because of these laws, and all the women are like, "What the fuck's going on?" And they're just trying to follow the law. It's just really dumb. And
It's stupid. It's
this-
dangerous. It's
we
dangerous.
have a family in Idaho who's leading the state of Idaho because they just passed one of the strictest bans in the country, where you can now face prison time. Actually, now if you. So basically, you'll get fined, or you'll get a citation during the first offense of using the bathroom that is opposite of your biological sex, and then you'll get prison time the second offense. And so there was a young trans girl, and her dad's like a physical therapist who ran a business, and they're picking up their business and they're leaving because of it, because it's really making their life harder, and the discrimination that comes from it as well. So
Yeah, it's stupid. It's real stupid. It's real stupid. They'll find out the hard way when a great tragedy happens, like especially for trans men. If you're going into the women's room and say somebody's husband is waiting, and they see you come out of the women's room and they attack you. Let's say that happens over and over again.
yeah.
Now, what do we have?
Well, and even the police union was against the bill in the state of Idaho. They testified saying it's going to be very hard for them to enforce such a bill when it comes to people's genitals and whatnot. You know what I don't understand? Everything was fine in the United States before we had all of this. Everything was literally fine. I remember that period from 2010 to 2016 when it felt like trans rights were more accepted and they were more embraced and whatnot. Everything was literally fine. There was no issues. And then for political reasons during the Biden administration, the Republicans and the right-wing media machine starts fucking running this massive smear campaign against the trans community. Now we have all these ridiculous laws that are coming out. It's just
They do that
stupid.
with everything. They take an issue, race, gender, the AB situation. They turned it. They overturned it. This is what they do.
Yeah.
They make chaos where there was no chaos before.
And now they're going to surveil everything, even your genitalia.
Yep.
I saw you come out of that bathroom. You're going to have to pull it out or let me put it in.
Right. I love it when Trump supporters are like, my life was so bad under Obama and Biden. It's like, how? What was so bad that was happening under Obama?
Because every time I turned on my TV to watch politics, I saw a black person. That's, I mean, really.
And listen, the name that Trump gave Biden's a Sleepy Joe, that bitch needs to eat those words, because they have so many pictures and videos of him nodding and drooling while they're having full
Could be the opiate nods, too. This dude's like...
Right, that's right.
He's fucking
And the reason
drooling
why-
his chin.
and the reason why I struggle feeling bad for people right now, especially with the high gas prices, is
love it.
now I'm seeing a poll come out where people are saying that they wish we had Biden's economy back. That's what polls are now saying. People want to go back. You know what I say to that? First of all, we are literally a year and a half into this man's presidency, and you guys already are regretting. You guys are already regretting it. You say you want to go back. No, you don't get it. You don't get to get out of this that quickly. Number one, right? Right. You don't get to backtrack that quickly. You guys voted for this for 4 years. You said $40 an hour factory jobs are coming back to America. No new wars, right? This is exactly what you guys voted for. And now that you're not getting
$2
it,
billion a day.
Right.
That's what they voted to spend on a war.
right? And we fucking warned them too. We were on here warning them.
We were warning
said,
them forever, Sky. You know it. Liberal knows that we were telling these dumb fucks, don't believe this fuck.
And we were literally so we were like, listen, we get that Biden is not perfect, but Trump doesn't even believe in elections or democracy, right? Trump thinks he won the 2020 election. How could you guys vote for somebody like that? And they just didn't care. They said, well, the tax breaks and my factory jobs and I want to work for Ford.
It's those black jobs. It's the black jobs.
I was on a Black Live the other night, and these fucking idiots are FBAs, Foundational Black Americans. A lot of them voted for Trump. And their whole single goal was, he gonna deport these immigrants. I said, listen, jigaboos. You are at the bottom of the totem pole. Whenever there's hate to be put on people in marginalized, we are still at the bottom. And the only thing that stops me is because the Latino community voted for this shit themselves. Now, they showed a woman who was a staunch MAGA Trump supporter with a tattoo on her face or her arm. That bitch has now been deported. See, I like those types of things. I like that karma that comes back to them. But when you are a person in the marginalized community celebrating other marginalized communities being harmed, that's not good either.
Right, and
understand to the point where you'll vote for that. See, I didn't vote for Latinos to be harmed. I voted for them not to be harmed. So I get to brag about and be happy when I see those who voted for this shit. I only get happy when a MAGA supporter who's Latino gets their shit handed to them, just like Blaga and just like the other.
Well, it's weird because for foundational Black Americans to have issue with immigrants from south of the border, considering those people been coming up in this bitch for thousands of years. So it's like, those people are not it's not like we're all separate. This is all one, it's one big fucking neighborhood here. Except for the people to the north. They done got rid of those people.
I mean, would a Black American want a police officer to have qualified immunity so they in Mavericks where they can get bit boppity booped upside the head by a cop and not get held accountable?
Right, but you know what? A lot of them need to be bip bop skippity scopped upside their fucking heads. Because a lot of these Blaga, they are disgusting to me. I mean,
they are repulsive human beings. I used to believe the Bernie Sanders camp of, MAGA voters are just disaffected poor people. No. And if the Democrats just, ended poverty, MAGA would not exist. I don't fucking believe that shit anymore. I don't. These people are just horrible people.
Now, where did you come up with the bip bop skippity scopped upside your head? I got to know the origin of this.
One day we were in a live, it just came up off the top. I don't know from.
So I've tasked my AI. Find a hilarious other way to say bip bop skippity scopped upside your head, and it comes up with bing bong boomerang the bucket of nonsense right off your forehead. Flim flammed a whole cartoon anvil into your thought process. Skippity bapped your brain pan with a jazz hands haymaker. Jazz hands haymaker. What the fuck? Boppa doodled you straight into next Tuesday. Womp womp walloped your noggin with premium grade foolishness. Whatever the fuck that was. Bibbity bonked the Wi-Fi out of your skull. Love it.
I love it.
That's funny as fuck.
That's
well, on the
pretty
good
good.
news, I guess in the good news, I do think the Democrats will take the House. A lot of Democrats are being delusional right now. They're like, we're going to take the Senate. I don't believe that's the case. I think that even with how crazy Trump is being, I think a lot of people still support this, and that's what's sad. And that's why this country needs to learn a big lesson someday.
And like Lib said, a lot of these Democrats support this goddamn attacking Iran because they buy into the same rhetoric.
A lot of them.
A lot of them.
My problem with American politics and a lot of these Democrats that are now running is that there's no substance to anything they're saying. They're they run on slogans, affordability, right? Okay, great. But they don't run on any substance. I guess I could just be one of those few voters that cares about substance, right? But all they have to do to come out and say, I want affordability, right? But they don't give any fucking specifics. And it's like, how the fuck can I get behind that, you know?
Listen, did any of you find that Rap Hands Hakeem Jeffries really did say that if they took the House and the Senate that they still wouldn't do anything? Because that doesn't sound like something a politician would say. So did he really say that, or were we techno pulling our legs?
That probably is true. I don't know.
But
I don't know.
Worm. He's such a worm, Hakeem Jeffries. He's such a sneaky little worm. I can't imagine him coming out and saying, oh no, we're not going to prosecute anybody.
He was on The View, and he was like, yeah, that Medicare and Social Security, we're going to protect that because that's the good life right there. Getting Medicare and Social Security, that's the good life. And I'm like, what the fuck are you saying, bro? Can we talk about
life?
Yeah, he's like, that's a good life. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
They don't even know what the fuck they're saying.
It's the good life for those in Curious Joel or Lakewood, New Jersey. For that
right. Wow. It's the good life for all the people that live in the villages and stuff, not the rest of the country.
Let's just say those people got some skills to be able to go like their whole life in the way that they do, and then take over the public schools to get the taxpayers to pay to bus your fucking kids somewhere else to a private religious school. That's impressive. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty fucking impressive. That's right.
Separately, girls in one bus, boys in another bus. To get their funky asses
wild.
Because they're supposed to only be studying all day, but they're able to be on the school board and take that over. I thought you were supposed to be studying all day, the Talmud.
All day.
Time for the school.
And how they've been reading that shit for hundreds of years, I imagine. Yeah. At what point does somebody actually understand it to where they don't need to just sit there and read it all day? I don't get it.
That's part of the grift.
It's fucking. I don't. And see, this is why I don't really engage in religion, because it causes people to act in strange ways. To me, that's strange.
We talked about some of the stranger ones today. It's just it's insane. It's insanity. We are in an insane. I mean, we're in the guys. We're living the H cost. We live in the 1940s because we have a G sites happening all over the world. We're living in watching the evil be supreme and be protected. We're living in watching those who are mediocre rise to the top. We're watching all of this and living it when we've been told all of our lives, you must strive for the best, be moral, be decent. None of those people make it. Everybody who's in positions of power are anti all of the things that we've been taught to be. Honest, truthful,
sharing.
They're none of that.
That's another thing that always boggles my mind about some of these Republicans is that are you really teaching your children that you get to take all of the toys?
Yeah.
You can take all the toys and none of them, because you got to it first.
Yeah.
You don't have to share it with anybody. Fucking nobody does that.
Nope.
Nobody does that. That's ridiculous. So applying that, you don't apply that logic to other people, but to your kids.
So now when you tell your kids things like that, share your toys, be kind to people, be honest, that's a bunch of bullshit. That doesn't get you anywhere in this life, in this system.
Yeah.
And so we're doing a disservice to your own children. Be ruthless. Be ruthless. Think about only
Right.
yourself.
It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
right.
And look, they're eating all the dogs and the cats too.
That's right.
I mean, they took that shit literally, didn't they? Dog-eat-dog world. Like that, them damn Haitians be doing
And
that.
I don't, and this is why I find people like that disgusting, is when it's so obvious that something like that is not true, and they will try to do anything to make it true almost, right? They'll jump through hoops and they'll make up stories. They'll find stories and articles from like 20 years ago, and they'll be like, see, right, it's true, they are eating the dogs and the cats. And it's like, this has been debunked 1,000. I can't stand people that do that. I can't.
Yeah, there was one person, look, that makes all of the accusations true.
But
Dumbass.
listen, we had on front page news in this in Long Beach, on the front page, where they was basically telling this certain community that we do not eat our dogs and cats. This is our pet, and that's where it stopped. Nobody attacked that community. It was a Southeast Asian Asian community, and people were getting their animals and their pets snatched, because a lot of I guess they eat dog in their own countries, and like Vietnam and Cambodia and all that stuff. But they didn't demonize and vilify these people. But it's just crazy.
Hold on.
Yeah, Maverick, let me show you a photo of the building I had to drop my client off the other day. You're going to just be shocked.
Oh, God.
Okay, so remember that video I played earlier? I've got it. I'm going to let it play. Hold on. I saw like halfway through this, and I'm like, this is crazy. All right, here we go.
Look at him. Oh, my God.
Look at Demo.
Okay.
Look,
Just-
oral sex. Oral sex,
what?
Demo. You see oral sex. Look, oral sex. Look. You oral sex. Use oral sex. Let that sperm of that man out. Out, you Demo. Out. Let go.
This way.
Delivered me 2 Sundays back. Then a demon came with his penis and put it in my mouth. and then he came again and he slept with me last week, and I told the pastor that I need deliverance again, and since then my private part has been itching.
It's been itching.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Wait for it. Just watch. Watch how he fixes her private parts.
Speak. Who are you? Check. Who are you? Look at that demo.
She's the
Look at that
demon
demo.
now.
Look at that demo. Look at that demo. Look at that demo. Look at that demo. Who are you? Who are you? Speak. Speak out. Who are you?
This
So
way.
is she the demon, or is the demon coming out of her?
It's coming. Well, it came into her, and then now it's coming out of her. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Of course they would after the.
Look
Of
at
course
this.
they would.
This
Of
is
course
what
they
I
would after the poor little black lady.
Look at
Fire! Fire! Come out from the private! Come out from the private! Come out from the private! Come out!
I can't.
Finger.
From the private! Go!
Oh, he's
Go!
spraying
Go!
her twat.
Go!
Is she giving birth? She falls over at the end.
Oh, God. This is so fake.
So she fell over at the end. Now she's just giving an interview like it's normal.
No, now the demon's out of her. They got it out of her. He sprayed her twat. He sprayed her twat with demon removal juice.
So it slid out easier. Got it.
Oh, come on, son.
And then look. This is why I'm an atheist.
I love these, but wait a minute. There's so many of these from the African country. It will have you on the floor.
So, and this comes from colonizers, by the way.
Yep.
I wanna show you guys. I dropped my client off in Letha, Idaho yesterday, and I
Look at this picture, Lib, that Jonathan has.
put it on the screen. You should see what's in the
let me see.
background.
It'll get cut off. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
This is in Letha, Idaho.
Oh, wow.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
Damn.
I saw that and I was like, I want to get out of Idaho even more now. This is horrible.
Well, in a house that I used to live at, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, I went back, just kind of going over all the, because we were going we lived by a bridge on the river when we're living on the river. And so we went down there, well, in Oklahoma. Okay. And so we were just taking a trip going around in one of the old houses that we lived at. It was a fucking wreck. And dude had on all of his windows the Confederate flag on that same house that we had lived in before. I'm like, I wouldn't want to be living next to that motherfucker. I know what
house not to go to.
That's right.
My car broke. Shit.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
Well, first of all, it's like we're in Idaho. We're not even in the South, you dumbass. That's my thing. Right? Why the fuck are you flying that? Right.
Right here. It's like the South will rise again in the North.
But have you guys noticed that with all the demon removal, all the exorcism from her demons, her wig did not shift once?
Right. All I can say is that must have been some good dick to get her a dick.
He said he came in he put it in my mouth. And
he came again.
My question is, now that the demon's out of her, what did she do to begin with for the demon to get inside her? That's my question.
Well, the demon is very
hair?
charming.
She got that hairstyle.
He's very charming.
That hairstyle, and the demon decided to slide right in there with that hair she had. Is that what it was?
Wait,
I liked her hair. I liked her hair. What?
Well, she can take it off and give it to you. But Lib, find the one where this pastor had them sucking his fucking wiggly worm, and these people were doing interviews about sucking it. It was insane.
Oh my God, pastor getting. From congregation. Oh my God, I'm glad I didn't have my screen up, because what I wrote was pastor getting B job from congregation, and safe search is not on, and therefore I can't even go to those websites because I'm in Mississippi. Getting head in church by the pastor. Nope, that is okay. I'm gonna have to reword that. Apparently, that is a corn type. I can't imagine who's watching that. Let's see. Okay,
I have that.
I'm gonna go to news. Yeah, there we go. News. Okay, say it again. Go ahead.
Wait, no, that's a different one. That's a pastor wrestling women in church. These people are freaks.
Let's see. Pastor told congregation to suck demon out
of him. Yeah, the pastor was, I forgot, it was a news reporter too. Pastor.
Let's see. Here's Threads. Queerty.com. Have you heard of that? Queerty? Free of an agenda.
No. Maverick's just asking me that because it says queer tea, so she's asking me.
Well, it's LGBTQ outpost. You
gotta ask Lindsey Graham or JD Vaughn.
That's true.
Right.
Or Usha. Usha probably knows more than, because she's used to catching him. It's like, oh my God, I had to see his browser history.
You know she's pregnant. She's pregnant, right?
Yeah.
Usha Kusha's having another baby.
So basically, when they did it, she dressed up as a couch to try to get him.
Oh my God.
You're on tonight. You're on Boom Boom.
Oh. Speaking of which.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, The Independent. Here we go. Pastor
What
accused.
are you doing in Mississippi? That's the last place I'd want you to be.
I'm exorcising the demons.
He said it was lovely there.
I hated it when I first got here. And I mean, there's still a lot of fucked up shit about it. Don't get me wrong, but the education system here is fucking phenomenal.
It is phenomenal. Yeah, Mississippi fixed their. Oh, thank God, guys! My credit score went up 12 points. Thank God. Sorry.
Yay! Now you can
thank
get
God.
DoorDash on credit.
Oh, right.
These motherfuckers. They're sending my minor child credit card deals. Crazy. Fucking already, not even fucking, well, I ain't gonna say how old he is or isn't. Okay, here we go. Pastor accused of sexually assaulting parishioners said he was sucking demons out of them. Allegedly told victims he needed to exorcise their evil spirits through their semen.
That might be it.
Dr. William Weaver, Presbyterian minister working in Linden, New Jersey, is said he probably got this from the Jewish community.
Yeah.
It's like, you guys are focused on the babies. I'm going to do it to adults. Is said to have performed sex acts on the men under the guise of exorcising evil spirits. 69-year-old ordered his victims to place angel coins on their head and balance stones on their hands before he got to work extracting demons through their semen. All of them had gone to him for private counseling. The alleged assaults came to light after the men, as well as one woman, came forward to report Dr. Weaver to the church's governing body. Subsequent investigation by ecclesiastical authorities found credible evidence of, quote, multiple acts of idolatry and sexual misconduct. The four accusers have now filed a civil lawsuit at Middlesex County Superior Court. In addition, they're suing Linden Presbyterian Church. I refuse to stay silent any longer. I need to make sure that never happens again. How Dr. Weaver had, quote, lifted my head up and looked into my eyes and said, "You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm your protector now." He then kissed the man. Wow.
Oh, dear.
Audrey Pereira, representative for the chapter, what the fuck, described Dr. Weaver as a Jekyll and Hyde character. He did good on one hand. Oh, I'm sure he did good on one hand. He was like, well, I'm hoping that I can find one where I can do good on both hands.
Oh, dear.
Sick bastard.
No, not a drag queen. Not a drag queen, but a pastor, yeah.
On the other hand, not a drag queen. Oh, did somebody? Oh, right. Still not your mom.
So
That's
not a
right.
drag queen.
All right. What is? Let's see here. What is this? What is this stupid
UN released
shit?
one of its first comprehensive reports on climate change, and they said that we are the last generation.
Why the fuck are they adding a climate change video into the middle of this? Has renounced, and notice, criminal charges.
Nope.
No, that's why I asked earlier when we got into that. I don't know that there is a crime, because if you're like saying this is what you got to do to get the demons out, and they're like, okay,
yep,
prove to me that the demons aren't coming out with the seed, right? How do you do that?
And you taking the pastor's head and smashing it closer and closer to you.
Right.
Crazy.
And it's like, but I did good on one hand. I hate to laugh because that's terrible, but
Come on. These are grown-ass men and women. Get out of here.
Right, like, what is the balance there, do you think, Jonathan? Because, like...
There is no balance. That's the thing.
Well, I mean, because, like, you're dealing with adults, These were all adults. You would assume reasonable adults. What's the... Yeah, I don't even know what I'm trying to say because it's so ridiculous.
With the black pastors telling people to take out credit cards.
Sell your house. I seen one of them telling somebody.
Yeah.
You have 90 days.
And turn in all your tithing of that credit card and go bankrupt for the church. These people are doing that. They're fucking stupid. I don't feel sorry for them. If you're that deranged and it's crazy. Crazy to me.
God, I don't even know what the message is because I can't fathom an adult believing for a moment that might work.
Right. Something's not adding. Notice they haven't shown the men that he did this to. I want to see these men. What men were that vulnerable?
Still not your mom said Ohio passed a law that prevents actors from cross-dressing for a play. What the fuck?
Ohio
I'm
passed
pretty
a law
sure
that
that will
prevents
not hold up to constitutional scrutiny.
please, that's bullshit. Yeah, they've been doing it. Then they need to take all. Then Ohio has to. What they have to do next is remove all their Shakespeare plays from their libraries. And
Yeah, because they used to use all dudes for even the chick parts.
That's right. That's right.
Speaking of that, I want to find a local, like, theater club or something and get into a play.
You should. Well, I have one here, but I'm so tired. I have one here, but yeah, you can do on your auditions and do your things, and that creative outlet is wonderful.
Yeah, because I was part of a play in college, Queerly Educated.
Yeah.
It was written by, he was a gay guy, but he was I think he was in Iraq whenever we did the play. He wrote it for his capstone.
Oh, really?
It was a great fucking
You should
play.
get into indie films too. Get into independent films where you go on. I think back here it used to be called Backstage West. Now that's 30 years.
Well, that's what my OnlyFans account is for, Ball Talk.
Oh, that's why we had that talk on the men's panel with the OnlyFans.
Do you want to make some extra money? Do you want to make some extra money, Maverick? OnlyFans is a great way to go.
Listen. Unless OnlyFans want to see me eat boxes of donuts off my belly, honey. That's the only action OnlyFans get it.
That's crazy.
That's funny. Oh, great, guys.
People look down on the OnlyFans people. I don't look down on those children. They are making money because what I know now is they're young and vibrant. A lot of these kids, they have no shame. But now it's a big shame. They're trying to shame them for making their money that way. But listen, he said he bought 2 houses. And he loves what he does. He said, I don't have any shame in what I'm doing. Look, if you got that bravery to do that, then do what you do you, boo-boo.
Oh, great, guys. With my new score, I was offered a credit card with a 35% APR. Wow. So generous.
That's most of them, honey.
Yeah.
See, that is ridiculous.
Yep.
That is absolutely fucking ridiculous.
It's evil. It's predatory.
It is. It's very predatory. And then you get roped into it and you never pay it off. You can never pay it off.
But especially in the climate that we're in now, where they say people are using their credit cards now to buy groceries.
That's true.
Jesus. Yeah, like DoorDash is offering that shit. Oh, you can get it on credit. What the fuck?
But you know what? Those DoorDash people and those people who deliver for Amazon those are absolutely our heroes. Because when you think of all the shut-ins and they bring, because I ordered from one of these fuckers that I shouldn't have been, but for my dumpling, and they come to the door and leave the packages there. That is remarkable for people who don't drive at night or can't get out.
That's right.
So those are angels. Those are first responders as far as I'm concerned. And the fact that these companies are trying to cheat them out of the fucking money I always give them a $20 tip. Always.
That's really nice. Oh damn. I need to go be a DoorDash where Maverick lives then. She's been 20.
Listen, when I'm at a restaurant, I'm a huge tipper. Because I say I'm fat and old now, but that's me. I'm a working class person. That's who we must make sure that this is what they and I always try to keep cash because when I used to take Uber, when my truck was in the shop or something, they have a place where you can tip them on the app. I didn't trust that because a lot of times they would switch it and not give the drivers their tip from the app. So I always tip them cash and let them know. And I sat in an Uber car. I said, I'm gonna tip you from this app right here. I did the smallest tip, and in real time he's supposed to get where it bings, where he cancels my ride or ends my ride, and it took some time, and then it finally binged up. Uber was getting the 60% and was giving him the 40. This was a while ago, or whatever the fuck it was. He said they're not supposed to be doing that. I said somebody else told me that they never got a tip from me on the app. So that's why I started being very cautious about those apps where they tell you to tip 10% or 15 or whatever the hell it is. And I just give them cash, and they're very appreciative of it because a lot of that shit they're monitored. They are monitored when you tip them on those goddamn apps and stuff.
Yep.
It's not fair.
Nope, it ain't. And then, of course, Biden, he was like, if you do more than $600 in transactions, we're going to be forcing Cash App to report that to the government.
I didn't know he said, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what he did for Venmo. Yeah. I mean, I can only understand that.
So wait. So if somebody sends you $500, they'll tax you?
Yeah, basically, I think the reason they were doing that, though, I can sort of understand it, was because there's a lot of businesses that now they don't really take cash, so you can pay them through Venmo and stuff. So I think some businesses were using that to get around reporting that on their taxes and whatnot. But that being said, I don't think we should go after the small people.
Well, that's what we do. Fuck that shit. I don't want to pay taxes ever again. So we can send it to some other fucking country. I don't think
right.
so.
But see,
here's the thing with my taxes, right? Because I'm making good money now. Like, I've never made much money before in my life. And that's because I get really good overtime, right? And yeah, it's immediate time and a half and stuff. But I see what they take out of my taxes. And what they take out for federal income taxes, I think, is bullshit. Because it's like, I don't want to send my money to the government to use for fucking wars and shit. But I have no problem paying for things like Social Security and Medicare because that's the people's money, in my opinion.
You're not going to get it by the time you retire. You're not going to have. It's not even going to be around for you.
Right.
I don't think that's the case. I think as long as Congress extends the Social Security program by 2035, as long as they act before then, like they did in the 1980s, I think it'll.
2035.
Well, I'm only in 2035. I'll be 34 years old, right? But I'll still be my prime working
30,
ages.
40 more years after that, and you still think this shit's gonna be in place?
I don't think that Congress is going to let it just fall away at all. I think they'll do the necessary adjustments to fix the program. I do. What's even better is there's a million things I can write off my taxes as well. So my automatic federal income tax contributions go down because of my health insurance premiums and my 401k that I now have as well. So that's all deducted from my taxes, which is nice.
Listen to me though. I want you, because you're still a laborer. There are three types of people. I told you about this before.
Yes, absolutely.
You're still a laborer, which means they get to take up to 33% of without you even telling them they can. Establish a small business or home-based business. Let's say you're selling Rabbi Shmuley dildos, okay? Write that off. You can be able to have that as your small home-based business, and then you can write off stuff like going to lunch, going to dinner,
Vegas
put down
trips,
your card, trips. But you get to tell the government who wants to take your taxes, so wait a minute, but I have expenditures. I did this, and that, and I drove my car here, and that way you will start becoming a person who can tell them what to take from you.
Exactly, and that's what I want to do actually. So my sister works for a caregiving company like the one I work for. She works for one in town, and she noticed that the owners of the company are always going on fucking vacation. Right? They're never there. They always go to the Oregon Coast because they have a beach house there.
Vacation.
The reason why is because all of that is a tax write-off for them.
I played that game for years, baby. And
it's fucking stupid.
Put a sign on your car for whatever business you have, even when you're a DoorDasher, and you can get all your mileage. Don't try to get repairs and stuff. Go by mileage. And I had a medical grade machine, was a alkaline water machine, and I wrote that shit off, and they paid for my $5,000 machine. I had to learn how to play their game. It's a game.
Oh, it is. I can write off my student loan interest off my taxes now as well, which is really nice. So. And I don't know, it's just really nice. But my question though is because I'm probably going to be renting in the next year now when my credit score gets up there. Do you guys think is like $1,200 a month for rent? Do you guys think that's pretty fucking expensive for a one bedroom still, or do you think that's relatively better?
Talking about for a person in California, bitch, you wouldn't
get that's probably good.
In an alley with the homeless for that.
I found rooms for rent in California that were like $2,000 a month. Like fuck that.
Yeah. Move to Mississippi.
$1 million homes in California or condos. When you look out the window, you're seeing the homeless shitting in the alley for $1 million. That's what your view
Jesus
is.
Christ.
It's
That's
insanity.
insane.
So one
It's fertilizer.
for for
Just helping the
1,200
crops.
for a 1 bedroom in Idaho. I don't know what the median, rents and things are around that area.
It's going up because everyone's moving here like crazy. Everyone from California is coming here, apparently.
Yeah,
I'm
they
like,
say
Jesus
that they're
Christ.
gonna run all that shit up. Somebody said they
Right.
pay a little over 1,000. Oh, she's in Arizona.
That's
Sadly,
not bad for
1,000.
Arizona.
She says, she's in West Virginia. She says, sadly, 1,200 is going rate in West Virginia as well. But no, in California, they have studios here, and they start at 3,500.
In my fucking dreams. Yeah, no
But
thank you.
but the local people aren't living in those places. They're
No.
building buildings everywhere, and this one place is called the whatever the fuck it's called, but it's like a really obscenely high-storied building that's next to a fucking historic post office. And I went in there to look just to see, because I own I went in there to see what a fucking studio was at. I think at that building it was 2,800 for a studio.
Wow.
Some places are just so obscene. Like if you go to Malibu and you going up, you can forget it.
I found the public records online for when my grandma bought her house in California, and it was on December 31st, 2008 that she bought it in Riverside County. It was $297,000. That's how much it costed.
Cheap as hell. And that same house, you should have looked and see, that same house will be worth over. They're starting at 1 point. How many bedrooms was that?
That house was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bedroom. It was 5 bedroom.
Wow.
Yeah, it was 3 bath.
That would be over $1 million today.
Yeah, there was nice palm trees outside. It was next to a really good school. It was a beautiful home.
You can't find You can't find a 2 bedroom. Lib just went online and was looking at real estate here and was like looking at all how expensive this shit is. It's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
You could buy those houses for $170,000. And now they're starting at 1 point. They say, "Oh, this is a fixer-upper at 1.3 million." Fuck you. A fixer-upper, guys.
Right, you can go get yourself a little box.
In the 1940s, what?
You can go get yourself a box at this point in California. Yeah, one of those.
It's insane.
Did you see the California's governor race debate, Maverick? At all? The California governor's race debate that they're having for the California governor election.
I never knew they had a debate. Who was debating?
Yeah. Katie Porter was there. Tom Steyer was there. They had Republicans there too. It was really interesting. But honestly,
what? I never even heard of it.
Yeah, my impression from the California governor's race is that no matter who gets in there, I don't think much is going to change, to tell you the truth, in that state. I think things are going to kind of just stay the same as they are. I don't like everyone's. I don't like it either. Yeah.
I don't like Steyer. That you got $1 billion and you talking about the billionaire class. Come on. I definitely don't like Gavin Newsom, but he's not running. And who else is supposed to be running here? Some silly, they always have silly celebrities. Like Gary Coleman ran one time. There's a woman who was in Hollywood.
I remember that.
Her big boobs in a pink Cadillac she used to ride around. Of course, she was old and decrepit by that time, but she would run. They had porn stars, and it was ridiculous.
Arnold Schwarzenegger ran and won.
That idiot, yeah, him, Arnold.
Yeah. I just so strange. And you know what's so interesting? All the candidates are running on Make California Affordable again. And I don't buy it.
And none of them will do anything to stop it.
None of them.
Right.
Keeps the riffraff out.
Well, and did you hear about the Governor Gavin Newsom scandal with PGE too? Because there's a utility company in California named PGE. I don't know if you know about that, Maverick. And they're notorious for causing fires, and Gavin Newsom bailed them out, not the people who lost their homes from the fires that the company caused.
PG&E was that company that Aaron Brockovich in sued, that Julie Roberts played that, and that PG&E out here in Hinckley, California, that was a massive company, and they sued them for $400-500 million. They've always been problematic with poisoning people and having them get cancer and all that stuff. So they're still at it, huh? Obviously.
Yeah, well,
always will be.
When Gavin Newsom was caught during C-19 out at that dinner, and Republicans made a big deal out of it, that dinner he was meeting with an executive from PG&E. That's literally what he was doing.
He's a slime ball. He is fucking. He's so fucking. And The person who now his name is oh shit, he's a senator now. His name is Robert Garcia. Is a senator from California, a congressman from California. I used to plant trees with him when he was a council member here. Then he became the mayor here. Now he's a senator. It's a game for them. So we knew Gavin Newsom back then when he wasn't a bit muckety muck, but you know he was in, and they all come from not Robert, but Suja Lowenthal. All those are legacy families. Gavin Newsom is a filthy rich piece of shit.
Yep.
Who is for the upper 1%. So anybody who's thinking of voting for him for president, you might as well just go ahead and keep a Republican in office.
Oh, breaking news. Breaking news. 22 Buddhist monks arrested at airport after record drug bust.
Damn.
They were busted with 242 pounds of powerful cannabis. Fucking Buddhist monks getting busted with pot.
Also, Matt, I'll have to tell you. I'll have to
I
tell you
would
some.
imagine the monks doing it because they're meditating all day.
They're like,
I'll have to tell you some. Speaking of that, Maverick, I'll have to tell you some drama that happened at my house with my dad. So, my dad has a girlfriend that lives here that dresses like a hooker, and I don't really. I just don't really say much. I'm just like, whatever, you do you. She has like 3 kids, and you know, her former husband's in prison. The same old story with my father. My dad just kicked her out because he caught her in her room snorting the white stuff.
Wow.
In the room right next to me, yeah. And she just
was
got
it the
kicked
demon seed?
if that's what you call it, then I guess so.
Wait, did your dad made you move in with him? He said you're gonna have to move in with him, right?
Yes, and he
Well,
lives.
I didn't know that he had a girlfriend and children.
He does, yeah. He had a girlfriend who has children, and I just don't get involved with that because I know how my dad works. What my dad does with women is he'll meet women that are often homeless, you know, that have all these challenges because he tries to portray himself as the savior figure. And then they get with him, and then they realize my dad is an unstable, temperamental piece of shit, and then they end up leaving him. So I don't even get involved with his girlfriends' relationships. I don't even really talk to them because I know it's going to be the same old outcome. But yeah, no, my dad kicked her out, and then now she's back, and I guess everything's okay again. And I'm just like, if she was doing, you know, the substances, I don't think she should just be let back. We could get in a lot of trouble for that.
She's gonna get him on it if he doesn't get rid of her, because you can't have one on it and one not on and one's clean. That's not gonna work out.
Right.
They usually want to party together. So how's it going on with you and your dad though? How are you getting on?
Wait, say that one more time.
How are you getting on with your dad being in the house under the same roof?
I don't really do much communication with him because he's so busy. He works all the time and I work a lot. I don't really talk to him much. You know, I'm pretty I try to keep a distance with him because of how he is. I'm always
rent. Are you paying rent?
It's free. But here's the thing, though. We live in an old abandoned building that is connected to the mill here in town that doesn't have a kitchen or a shower. And my dad's boss gave it to him as like a gift for like him working for him or something. And there's no agreement whatsoever.
So you're living like Beverly Hillbilly, not Beverly Hillbilly.
I think my dad's a squatter. I think that's what it is. And so my goal.
Do you have a real room, or you in a fucking barn with hay?
I have a real room with windows and stuff. It's an old office building. That's what it is that we're living in.
I like old classic buildings like that though, but it has to be fixed up. But that's kind of weird. I thought you were moving into your grandmother's house or a house that you had, or I know you had to give up.
No, not at all. But that's why I'm working so much so I can pay down my debt and get my score up, and then I can get my own place because I do not want to stay there.
So are you trying to stay in Idaho, or are you trying to get out of there?
I think I'll be in Idaho for at first. I'm gonna get myself settled in a better place here, and then I'll make the decision about getting out of Idaho. Because I do want to get out of Idaho. I don't want to fucking be here anymore. I'm like, with my grandma gone, there's really no reason for me to be here at this point. Plus, Idaho's kind of there's just no good jobs around here too, and the people are just so icky around here.
There's no good jobs anywhere, and right now is not a good time to move to any big city if you're gonna try to, so you stay put where at least you know what's going on.
Right. My job pays pretty fucking well for a DSP job, and we get a lot of overtime as well. So I love that overtime pay that we get. But at the same time, it's just like, I don't want to be in Idaho. I don't want to be in fucking Emmett where there's Confederate flags around everywhere. That's not my crowd.
No, you don't want to be next to them. You'll be called the F word every 5 minutes. Look at that little choir.
Yeah, dude, it's insane. But I mean, there's a lot of I do a lot of my shopping, for example, over the hill around the Boise and Meridian area, and that area is a lot nicer and a little bit more progressive.
So is that a progressive? Yeah, okay. So you need to be in a progressive.
Yeah,
okay.
Boise's very progressive. There's during the election, there were Trump supporters that would drive downtown Boise with their flags and shit. But we don't really have a MAGA problem in Boise. It's in the rural parts of Idaho, essentially.
So that's where you want to be in Boise?
Probably, yeah. I mean, that's where all the good jobs are at. I mean,
okay.
So.
Oh, I remember somebody showed me a video. They were a trucker, and they were in Idaho, and that fucking snow was up to your goddamn nostrils, and it was 11 degrees. It was under 11 degrees. It was negative 11 degrees. I'm like, who the hell? But the snow was just, and it was like the evening. And I thought, oh my God, who lives there? Who needs it?
Right. I don't know. I don't like the snow. That's why I'm thinking about going to Arizona. Like that. I think that'll be my next.
So you want to go from the snow to burn up into a crisp?
Absolutely. I like burning up to a crisp. I love the sunshine. I think I have friends in Phoenix, Arizona. There's there's graduate school in Phoenix I could get into. I'm thinking about going
to. It's so dry. Oh my God, your skin. You're not going to be moisturized.
I'll have a pool. I'll go to the pool every day. Okay.
That doesn't moisturize your skin. You need some humidity.
I'll get some lotion.
Arizona is disgusting.
I love Arizona.
If it's kosher, it'll work best. They know best because they used to have really high rates of skin cancer. So just be careful.
Oh fuck. Oh, I will.
You know who's selling skincare? And this bitch will look in the camera and tell you how good she looks. That she looks like a vampire.
Are you talking about Maud?
Bethany Frankel. Look her up. She is a joie. She's a Zionist, and she selling and hawking skincare while looking like the Bride of Frankenstein. I'm like, if anybody buys that shit, look her up right now. She will scare the shit out of you with that ugly face. That bitch is ugly.
We have magas on this. Oh God.
Counter school. This is how they taught us to do it. You go around
so fucking
the outside. By the way, are you guys sharpening your knives? You better be, overall. And it's not that round, long thing.
She looks like she suffers from, an eating disorder of some type.
Oh no, she thinks she's the hot shit. You have to. She's the one who owns the Skinny Girl Popcorn or Skinny Pop or something. She's worth about $100 million.
I've been wanting to do a post on tipping for a while, and you need to understand that I am a tipper. I'm a good tipper. And
with a close-up.
I'm not a performative, $500 on a $300 bill tipper, but I'm a very good to very good tipper.
New York.
Everything that you buy now, there is a suggested tip, and you're staring at the person in front of you, and you're like, what? It's a bottle of water. You walk up, you get a bottle of water. It's $2.83. And they're 18%, 22%. I'm like, what? A coffee starts out at a price, and with the choices they give you, you're going to be at $16 per coffee. And I don't understand what happened. It started during the pandemic. So I just bought a baseball hat.
You don't know why they're doing that?
Find out. The baseball hat was
because they don't want to pay their employees.
Yeah, and plus on top of that, you don't even have to actually tip. You can always just put in 0%.
Right.
And not to mention, I've never seen a place that's made me tip for water. That's fucking dumb as hell. She's just making that shit up.
Yeah, she's one of those.
And the people that are behind the counter, they're probably I think that's stupid too. To tip somebody. Of course, I did have somebody forced gratuity on a takeout, on a carry out.
That's outrageous.
I'm like, fuck you.
I stopped.
You did your job, and I'm supposed to tip on top of that. It'd be one thing if I'm sitting here for an hour and a half,
but you know what?
wasting your time.
It's hidden in all.
Crazy.
These animals to get their shot, and they have a $15 handling fee. Bitch, you put the needle in the ass. That's $50 per pet. Just all kinds of
Jesus
shit where they just take from us.
I just got my monthly phone bill down from $143 to $103 a month because they had these add-ons through Verizon that subscribe me to like Disney Plus and Hulu. So make sure to check your phone bill because they'll sneak in that type of shit when you set up your phone.
Motherfuckers anyway. I got 3 phones and don't know how to
Well,
work
I actually saved 15% or more by switching my car insurance to Geico.
I fucking did it, dude. Maverick, last month I found out that my car insurance was canceled since January. I didn't even fucking know. I've been driving uninsured this entire time,
right?
And so I tried to get it. I got a quote from Geico. They quoted me $260 a month for car insurance.
And they probably dinged you because you didn't have a consistent coverage the whole time. They did that shit to me where they were like, they sent me a thing, and I didn't even know that I'd gotten it. I just had gotten a notice, your insurance coverage, and I paid for the whole year or the 6 months. They were like, your insurance is about to get canceled if you don't send this shit in. So I look at it, the papers, and they're wanting me to verify a person who lives here who doesn't live here. I guess somebody put my address down as on their license. And
That's
so
annoying.
because they did that, now the insurance company is like, that person has to be on your insurance policy if they have a license and live at the house. I don't even fucking know who this person is. And now I've got to go out of my way to do something when I already paid you for the fucking 6 months, you bitch.
That's insane.
This is what happened to me when I, when
Thank you,
change
Red Day.
insurance, and it's a lapse in insurance. The DMV will cancel your registration or suspend it or whatever. I didn't even know until my friend who's almost 90 said, "You know your tags are 2 years old," and I realized, oh, my tags are. I forgot that they didn't send those sticker things, so I called them, and she said, "Oh, yes, you haven't had this from." I said, "Well, why if you took my registration away because the insurance lapsed, why when I got insurance again you didn't reinstate me?" Because it's a $14 reinstate. I said, "No, you are causing people to have problems." I said, "So I will not be." And I said, "How much is it to re-register?" "Oh, it's $1,000." I said, "I'm not paying that. I'll take my motherfucking chances with the police." So I've been driving around with no fucking registration. I'll take my chance and pay that fine, bitch. I'm not playing this fucking game with you.
$1,000. Yeah.
$1,000? Are you? That's insane.
Yeah.
But you know what's so weird though is Geico quoted me at $260. I now have Progressive at just $130 for full coverage now, so I don't have to worry about that. So I'm just kind of confused.
But they have some like for $39 a month or something. You need to look into.
I tried, but a lot of those are kind of junk, like crappy junk plans. Yeah. I know what you're talking about, and I looked into that, and now it's not really the case. Yeah. But my grandma had me go through. My grandma was paying for me to go through Idaho Farm Bureau insurance, and so it's like an old Idaho like farm like company or some shit like that. And I said, "Fuck that, fuck you, Idaho."
Yeah, Ray Day. They did the same thing to me. Whenever my daughter, turned 16, they tried they fucking jacked my rate way the fuck up, and I'm like, my child doesn't even have a driver's license. They're like, yeah, but they could get one. And I'm like, and if they get one, they ain't driving my car anyway. They'll have to get their own fucking, like, this is crazy. And they were like, no. If they live at your house with a license, they have to be insured. And I'm like, well, fuck you. So I called somebody else and I switched my policy to somebody else that didn't do that.
Yeah, it's everything they're forcing.
It's a racket. It's a fucking racket to suck money out of us and put it in the pockets of these motherfuckers. These insurance companies also are probably the reason why they're doing that with the fucking cars.
That's right. Maybe they're all packers.
One of them had a lip reader. They can read your lips so that they know what you're saying while you're driving down the fucking road. Your car is then...
It's so funny you said that. This girl I know, she was driving her car, and she went, I guess, through a yellow light. It turned red. She had a picture sent to her in the mail of her going through the red light. It must have been eating something because it was the ugliest picture. I'm like, damn, they can snap pictures that close all the way in your car to show you that you did something, and that's how they send the ticket as well. It's crazy.
It's just getting out of hand. I don't want to live in a world like that.
I don't want to live.
Damn.
post somebody.
Yeah, MBW, that was pretty rough. Did Mossad get you? Because I know you're legit.
Yeah, NIMBY.
But now I've got a headache. I'm starting to get the shakes. They got me.
Well, they got us all.
Do I still have an echo?
Oh, there we go. You're good. You're good.
You're good.
All right. Sorry about earlier. I had a family emergency. I had to drop.
No, it's okay. I hope everything's okay.
Oh, no. It's wedding stuff.
Ah, wedding. I love weddings.
Yeah. Want to help plan mine? Want to come do yard work? Want to go do that? Want to go
Do what?
It's at my dad's house, so it's like trying to get everything just, she's like, I don't know what I want. I don't know. I'm like, you've got 6 weeks. You need to make a decision. Like, I need to know what's going on. So it was all about what color of mulch. I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. Katie, 3 colors, red, brown, black. It's really simple. Pick one. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot. But I wouldn't put money towards like all the wedding stuff. I would just do the reception so everybody can get shit-faced and you can see which of the worst of the family exists on the other side.
I know,
and you
right?
can avoid them in perpetuity.
Well, my dad has 11 acres, so everything it's all at my dad's. The ceremony, the reception, everything is at my dad's.
Oh, that's
So,
helpful.
yeah. So she just rented a huge ass tent, and everything is, the ceremony's very private. She's just focusing on this. It's sort of like a bougie barbecue kind of theme, and
Those
she's
are
doing
the best.
Yeah. Well, her fiance, my future son-in-law, he loves pizza. And the place that she works for, they do a lot with the community. So there's this like artesian pizza truck that comes to their workplace. So there's a pizza truck. She's having an ice cream truck. So like all the vendors that she works with are going to be at the wedding. So it's going to be like an interactive bougie barbecue style wedding.
Now, are they going to make to order or are they going to cater at like a table? There's a reason I ask.
The pizzas are going to be made to order, but they will have just a general salad and a couple like a masticcioli and I think she said an Alfredo pasta salad, and then there are just like a regular salad. So 2 pasta salads, a side, regular green salad, and then the pizzas.
Yeah, well, I only asked because I went to this wedding once, and it was at this really nice like cabin that they had rented, and they brought, instead of like catering, they brought a food truck, and it was to order. I think it was Mexican food. Oh my fucking God, it took forever for people to get their fucking food. I mean, that line was so long for so long. They didn't I guess take that into consideration. It was basically all night, and there were some people that still hadn't been able to eat as I'm getting ready to shut down. It's crazy.
Yeah. So the pizza place, the pizza guy is only having limited toppings. So there's not going to be this whole genre of toppings. He's limiting it to like 6 toppings that they can choose from. So it's just like boom, boom, boom. He's going to have all the crust.
Yeah, it's like 8 minutes of pizza. So, 10
so,
shouldn't take them more than 2 minutes to make it.
Yeah. So what's going to happen is that they're going to have pizza cards on the table. So as people are coming in, they're doing pizza cards, and then some of the groomsmen are going to take them, and they're going to do like pizza. Like table A is going to they're going to start the pizzas, and then they're going to put the Yeah,
that should be good. Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah.
No, the weddings that are like
yeah, for the reception.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are
So-
those are the best. Whenever I would DJ, like the ones that were like in a park or in the backyard, somebody's backyard.
Much cheaper.
Those,
Much
yeah, and everybody's laid back. When you go, you spend $500,000 on a fucking place and all that shit. It's everybody's like,
and it's
you
funny
know.
because she found this place like an hour away, and they have like the huge Connect 4, and
oh, nice.
so she's having all these outdoor games. Like I said, it's she doesn't want like it to be like this hoity-toity kind of thing. She
Stuffy
just
and traditional. She doesn't want it stuffy and
right,
traditional.
right. She's not even wearing shoes.
Now, are you guys hiring a DJ?
Her friend's dad, that's his wedding present to her, is that he's DJing. So she's she used her head, she used her resources.
That's good.
So yeah, she found this farmer florist, kind of like wildflowers.
Where you guys located?
Huh?
Where you located?
We're located in Michigan.
Oh my God!
Go
It's
get
cold
me
as
some
shit.
pizza.
It's cold as shit up there. She's not gonna have any shoes on.
Well, it's in June.
Oh,
It's
okay.
in June. Yeah. Yeah. So she'll probably wear like flats or something, but she's just like, because she's like, Mom, if I wear heels, I'm gonna sink because
Yeah, right.
in the lawn. And I'm like, well, just get ballet shoes then. I'm seriously. I mean, like,
Get some clogs.
yeah. I'm like, I don't know. She goes, I just want it to be laid back. I don't want, and like their first dance is going to be like with everybody, because my daughter's like got this phobia of like all eyes on her. Like she hates that.
Oh.
So she's going to tell the DJ that to celebrate their first dance, she's asking everybody to have their first dance with them.
Well, she does know that everybody's going to be looking at her when she walks down the aisle, right?
The ceremony is very private, so it's just basically her family and friends.
I see.
That's
So-
awesome. Well, see, they can do a secret dance if
Yes.
they're going to do like a grand exit.
Yeah.
And then so when everybody is set up waiting for them to run so the photographer can get their pictures, that secret dance, they'll be able to have that intimate dance when
Yes.
nobody's looking.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. So
Yeah, the secret dance is, I always felt awkward because it would just be us three, because I'm running the music. So I would just kind of let it go and then walking off and do something else, while they had their moment.
and it's
I never even knew that existed.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts of the wedding because then you really get to see them,
yeah.
by themselves finally.
What's really cool too is that Steve's father is the officiant, so he's marrying them.
Oh.
Yeah, so everybody has played their part, and it's really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, and like I said, the ceremony is, very private. It's just going to be like very close family, very close friends. So she's got, it's like maybe 15 people.
It's the perfect wedding, honestly.
Yeah. So it's the
Reception.
people that she feels comfortable that she could stand in front of. So it's not like people she doesn't know. And then after that, they'll do the photos. And then an hour later, that's when everybody will start trickling in. And yeah, so.
Yeah, because a lot of weddings, it's about status. It becomes like a status symbol and showing off, and when you get you get that, gonna go DJ at the Biltmore. I'm like, these stuffy motherfuckers. And I'm like, God, those are some of the worst.
Nobody dances, huh? Nobody even dances.
Oh, no. Oh, because they usually come there with younger and middle-aged men. Those dudes get shit-faced and turn into the biggest douchebags you'll ever see. But they'll cut a fucking rug
Wow.
Yeah, they'll. Yep.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah, and like I said,
Yep.
she just wants it to be like a backyard barbecue that everybody just got a little bit dressed up for.
Yeah, no. See, yes, those people will dance, and it makes it easier on the DJ. But when you have to deal with the bride and the groom that are stuffy motherfuckers that spent $500,000 on it and expect everything to be perfect, they're difficult to deal with. It can be very difficult to deal with.
She's just, yeah.
And some wedding planners too are like that. Like I had this one wedding planner, she wouldn't let me see the bride and groom before the wedding. Like I'm at the, and I'm running the music for everything, and I'm like, bitch, I got to go and talk to these people. Because this is when I first started. It was a company, and so the DJ wouldn't actually ever meet them until the day of. So 2.5, 3 hours before the wedding starts, and I'm like, no. I need to go talk to them because I need to make sure that they wrote down everything right on this paper, because I don't want to get into the wedding ceremony and it's the wrong fucking song, or the first dance and it's the wrong fucking song, or I mispronounced the name, or you know what I mean? Like,
right. Yeah. Why was you acting like you were marrying them, that you couldn't see them?
I don't know. It was weird. But then when I got in there, finally, because I was like, no, I need to go see that. Like, they paid money for me. I'm going to come in and do my job. But this is so I'm arguing with her. When I get in there, they were just as dickish as she was.
Wow.
About it. Wow. And I'm like, okay, you think that like you don't need to see the DJ, but I guarantee you'd have something to say if I said Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so, and you didn't want it addressed that way. You wanted it addressed Mr. So-and-so and Mrs. So-and-so, because sometimes that's a big deal for people. Or the man's name first, woman's name second, or woman's name first, man's name second. Some of those people make a big deal out of it, and you never know until you talk to them.
No, I asked her about that, and she says there's no formalities. It's just Mary and Steve.
It's like a wedding hoedown.
Yes.
When you see somebody like rolling out the actual like cases of beer, you know it's going to be fun, because don't nobody give a shit.
Right.
Yeah. My oldest daughter is the bougie one. Like, I don't know where the hell you got it from. Like, we are a beer budget family. I don't know where the hell you got that from. Because I only have two girls, so my youngest, she should have been born a hippie.
Oh, that's nice.
She is, human rights. Like, she's
earthbound. She's earthbound.
Yeah. She loved watching Anthony Bourdain, and she's like, I want to go to Cambodia
and eat fucking tarantulas. Ugh. He used to do that shit.
I'm like, why do you want to go to Cambodia? She's like, Mom, just look at it. Like, she follows these young creators that, like she showed me one over there yesterday, and she's like, there's this girl that is showing the other side of like Palestine and Jordan and the Middle East, and she was showing me videos, and believe me, if you follow these young creators that are literally traveling over there, they are showing you what is actually going on.
Right.
And what the people are actually like. And it's nothing as to what we are being told.
Yeah, our propaganda we're being fed, yeah.
Exactly. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, these young, like, women are not forced to cover. It's a choice.
Right.
Now, there are, Afghanistan, like the Taliban there are rules of, let's get it real.
Modesty.
There are areas, that do take it to the extreme. But, I mean, my daughter asked me yesterday, she's like, Mom, why are we bombing? Why is Lebanon getting things falling from the sky?
Yeah.
And I said, because Israel found the dumbest motherfucker to go along with what they want.
Pretty much.
That's the honest to God's truth, Katie.
And now they're triple tapping medics and shit.
and destroying
Yeah.
just the homes, just flattening the homes in southern Lebanon, just because they want them gone. They're like, oh, it's going to be a buffer zone.
Right.
Like, somebody
And
needs
I
to go
told-
flatten your homes.
And my daughter's not political at all, and there was a point in time where like she was trying to give Trump the benefit of the doubt, and I was like, oh God, like please
Now,
don't.
just heads up, I got to wrap up like here real quick.
Okay.
I showed her, and this is the reason why I wanted to come up. Have you ever heard of the Powell memo?
Yes, I've heard of it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a young lady that I was scrolling through TikTok, and she made a video about the Powell memo, and she went into depth. And I told Katie, I said, I want you to listen to this video, and this is going to explain to you that we just didn't get here because of Trump. This has been a master plan that has been going on since the 70s. So I'm going to be 56 years old this year. So this has been going on for the last 56 years, Katie. So she watched the video and she couldn't believe it. So when I tell these people, like, you think it started with Trump, it didn't start with Trump. It started with this one Supreme Court justice that made all these rulings, that got onto the Supreme Court, that did all this and let these groups and these organizations just infiltrate into our government system and gave the corporate the power that it has today.
Right.
So that's why I tell everybody, said, you really need to go look at the Powell memo. You really need to go look at it. So I just didn't know whether
it unfolded as as it was written.
Yeah.
Now corporations have turned themselves into this organized shit that I mean, but it's really a repeat of the Gilded Age, and it's a repeat of that entire era, because the Gilded Age ended up turning into fucking G-side Holocaust, which we're seeing, and also turned into World War, which we're seeing. So now, once the Great Depression hits, or the Great Depression, maybe we'll get a new deal.
I am very optimistic to see. Like, I know there's going to be hurt. I know there's going to be loss. I know there's going to be very, very hard times. But I see the world just saying no. Enough. Enough is enough.
Let's hope.
And like I said, it's going to be hard, and it's going to be rough.
I think we have to, because otherwise they'll just unalive us all and robots will take over.
Like, I was driving home from Walmart today, and they were like, "Oh, President's welcoming King Charles." I said, "Can't the King just take everything back? Like, just say, you know what? We tried. We tried to go to 250.
Give free passage to all the Europeans that are here in the United States.
Well, yeah, just try to take the country
back to the homeland.
Exactly right. So
anyway, I gotta wrap it up. But I appreciate you coming up, guys. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you, and we will see you in the next live.
I'll talk to you.
We'll see ya. Peace.
Bye.